Would the House please come to order? Try to get, see if there's folks in the break room. We finally have a quorum here. We were supposed to start at 1:45, but we didn't have a quorum. So now I think we got a quorum. We're still short revenue, the Revenue Committee. Oh, the Revenue Committee's here? Just the chairman's gone? Okay. All right, so just a couple of reminders. In the hallway, if you visit with Patty, there's some Mason's manuals. If you don't have one, get one. If you got one, don't get two. If you grabbed your big stack of budget amendments, make sure you also have the two corrected copies. So there should be a 2027 corrected and a 2047 corrected. And I don't know if those are out there. I don't know where they're at exactly. Chief, do you know where those corrected copies are if they're not on your desk?
They are paper clips to their stack if they got a stack recently.
If they didn't get a stack recently, where do they find them?
On their desks.
On their desks. So you also have them on your desks. So, and then just a note, you have this kind of what I would call a reading amendment cheat sheet, I'm going to call it, where it lists all the bills by order. Do you guys all have this? Has the order list. It has the number of the bill, and then the next bill, and the next bill, and the next bill. And then to the right of that, it has, if it has a dollar sign, that means it's a roll call vote on that amendment. Because you have to have a roll call anytime you change money, one way or the other, it's a roll call. And so you'll see a few in there where you don't have a roll call vote. I think it looks like we're slowly gaining the crew. Chief, do I have anything else I need to relay, or are we getting pretty close? Sir, we are at that order of business of bills on second reading. The first bill for our consideration is House Bill 1. The reading clerk will read the bill.
House Bill 1, sponsored by Appropriations, General Government Appropriations, an act to make appropriations for the fiscal biennium commencing July 1st, 2024 and ending June 30th, 2026.
We have amendments. Representative Hornock, I think you're the lead batter. And just a reminder, this is second reading rules, so you only get 2 times to debate. The bringer will get the last shot. So he gets the first and the last shot, the bringer of the amendment. And remember to move your amendments. So Representative Hornock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let's get the ball rolling here. Members, I move second reading Amendment 48 to House Bill 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. This amendment deals with kind of just a hold on money for the, I think I can say the program, correct?
I would assume if you're cutting money out of a program, you probably can name it.
Thank you. So the Wyoming Innovative Partnership. This Wyoming Innovative Partnership was started a couple of years ago. So far, they have been allocated $55 million. I'm not saying that the program is bad. I want to just put it in some context here, because the context is that the Wyoming Innovative Partnership for Phase 1 and Phase 2 funding of $55 million is close to what we spend in a biennium on our department that deals with our state parks. Folks, that's a lot of money that this program has been handed, that this program has been dealt with. And this program has just more or less barely hired a director, and we have given them this amount of funds. So approving this amendment does not stop this program. It only puts a hold on the funding for this program, and it's my understanding that just fairly recently, they just have started using their Phase 2 funds of last biennium for over $27 million. And so there has been no accounting of what this money has gone for yet. So I ask for your favorable consideration so that we can take a look at this program. This program may be good, but this program has been given a lot of money, and we as a body, as the legislative body that deals with funding of our agencies, has had zero oversight really of how these funds have been used. So I ask for your favorable consideration. I'm happy to take questions.
Representative Larson JT for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On and against this amendment, the Wyoming Innovation Partnership has invested a lot of money already into projects across the state to the tune of over $50 million. If we cut their funding, we limit their ability to complete these projects that they've been working on. These are good projects for our economy, economic development, and I encourage you to vote no on this amendment because it's driving our state forward in the industries that need support.
Representative Stiff, you were kind of hanging around that. Would you like a shot?
Mr. Speaker, yes, on and against this amendment. Let's be clear, this amendment does kill the program. This program, where has the money gone? It's gone mostly to community colleges. It's also gone to the University of Wyoming. And what does it do? It invests in STEM education and invests in innovation. And those are the two things that actually work for long-term economic growth. On and against.
Chairman Northrup for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The WET program, as was just said, is great for the community colleges. We're able to get people in, get them trained, get them a skill, and get them back out. It's a very quick turnover. Some of those programs, like for instance, the CDL program in my country, those people are in and out in a few months, and they've got a skill, they've got a certificate, they pass the test, they're ready to go to work, and that's what we need to continue to do in this great state. Thank you.
Anybody else for their first time? Representative Sherwood for your first time.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to clarify for the body that there is an accounting of how these funds have been spent. You can go to the website, just Google Wyoming Innovation and then the P word, and you'll see there what has been done at each community college, what it's been spent on, the progress that's been made. So I think it was a falsehood to say that there hasn't been any understanding of how this funding has been used. Thank you.
Anybody else for their first time? Anybody for their second time before the bringer? Representative Hornock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I have been back and forth on that website that was mentioned, and all I can find as far as accounting on the website is how much money has been allocated so far to the Phase 1 and Phase 2. It doesn't say how much has been spent. I would be willing to bet that there is still plenty of money, or there should be, frankly, plenty of money still to do some of these programs that have talked about, that have been mentioned. I'm not saying this is a bad program. What I'm saying is that we have had no oversight of starting this program in the first place, and now we have had no oversight of the accounting of the money spent with this program, and that needs to happen. What I'm asking is that we put a hold on this money going to this program. They can come back in a supplemental budget next year and say, this is what we have done, this is what we have spent the money on, and if we choose to fund it, we will fund it. If it's a good program, I don't see why we wouldn't fund it. But right now, there just has been, it's gone way too much, too soon, too quickly. And so I ask for your favorable consideration on this amendment. And Mr. Speaker, I understand that this will be a roll call vote. Thank you.
That is correct. All money votes, whether it's up or down, is a roll call vote. Chief Clerk, please call the roll on Second Amendment number 48 to House Bill 1.
Allemand? Allred? Andrew? Angelos? Banks? Bear? Berger? Brown? Burkhart? Byron? Chadwick? Chestick? Clauston? Conrad? Crago? Davis? Eklund? Haroldson? Harshman? Heiner? Henderson? Excused? Hornock? Jennings? Knapp? Larson Lloyd? Larson JT? Lawley? Locke? Nyman? Newsom? Nicholas? Nemec? Northrop? Oakley? Oakley? Obermuller? O'Hearn? Olson? Ottman? I. Pendergraft? Penn? Provenza? Rodriguez Williams? Sherwood? Singh? Slagle? Smith? Stiff? Storer?
Excused.
Strock? Stivar? Tarver? Trujillo? Walters? Ward? Washut? Western? Winter? Wiley? Yin? Zwanitzer Dan? Zwanitzer Dave? Speaker Summers? Are there any changes? Are there any changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 21 aye, 39 no, 2 excused.
Second reading amendment number 48 to House Bill 1 has failed. And just a reminder, we have 80 some amendments, and not that we shouldn't talk and debate, we just keep it short. The next amendment for our consideration is second reading amendment number 3 to House Bill 1. Chairman Harshman is who I have. I have in my stack, do I have a stack wrong? Is that correct? Yeah. Oh. Well, my stack is missing a page. So I need second reading amendment number 1 from somebody. I got that sheets right. I need the amendment. Are all of your stacks missing second reading amendment 1, or do you have them in your stacks? I know that stack is missing. All right, thank you. Thank you, Chairman. All right, so I'm going to back off and I'll say now we're at second reading amendment number 1 to House Bill 1, and that is Chairman Brown.
Thank you,
Please
Mr.
move that.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move second reading amendment number 1 to House Bill 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got a 2-piece amendment here. And the first and foremost that I'm going to bring your attention to is the first $500,000 that you'll see on lines 1 and 2. And then what that $500,000 does is listed down below from line 6 down to line 30. And all we're asking for here is an appropriation. It's been a while. We actually looked at this during the interim, and instead of bringing a bill for your consideration, the co-chairman and myself decided we would bring in a budget amendment to do exactly this, which is to go in and do an efficiency study on the department here listed. And what you have is about 7 years since our last discussion with this particular department on what they're doing efficiently and what they're not doing efficiently, and whether or not we should be looking at doing different things with them. And so really, I'm not going to go into a huge detail here. You can read what we've got listed as far as what the geez, I'm blanking on the word here, appropriation would actually cover. But the other part that you're actually going to see here is the second part of this amendment. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is frankly, it's a large number, and it's a fun number. So let's have some fun with this. But really what it boils down to is we're looking at $100 million here. And this is going to be coming out of our reserve accounts. So this is our savings accounts. And what we've been hearing for my past 8 years serving on the Transportation Committee is we're underfunding our roads. I don't know how many state highways run through your particular districts, but these state highways and these interstates are in serious need of some work. And we're in a position right now where we're barely able to keep what we have on the road in good enough condition to continue to drive on. And so this $100 million is a quarter of what we need to be providing to this department on an annual basis just to keep our roads functional to where it's at right now. I bring this amendment to you in these two forms for the exact reason that I'm going to tell you right now, not later, right now. That is, we need to do an efficiency study, right? I absolutely think that we can find some efficiencies within the Department of Transportation, and I do believe that the best place to have that served is coming out of the office of the chief executive downstairs. Have them do an internal look, find out what's going on there. But I can also tell you that we absolutely have roads in your districts that need this TLC. This $100 million is a good appropriation. It is meant to take care of what we have crumbling in our districts right now. And if you go home, you can tell your constituents that you took money out of savings to take care of our roads. So that's what this amendment does, is we absolutely take care of looking at our efficiencies, but we also make sure that we're taking care of our roads. With that, Mr. Speaker, I'd ask for an aye vote.
Representative Berger for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to divide this amendment. And Division 1, I'd like to divide from lines 1 to line 30. And then the second division would be from lines 31 through the remainder of the amendment. That's divisible.
I would rule that that is divisible. Do you want to take up Division 1 or Division 2 first?
Let's start with number 1, and I think number 1 is a great idea.
All right, we're on Division 1, which is lines 1 through 30. And so is there would anybody else like to speak on Division 1? So it's the same process. Representative Ottman, for your first time on Division 1.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a point of clarification from the bringer, anyway, it says after 3, insert 8, because we're adding 500,000. That doesn't, after 3 is a 1, right?
So Representative Ottman, explain who you're at. Are you asking the question of the divider, what he's doing, or the
I'm
bill?
asking a clarification on the amount, because it says after 3, insert 8, and so 3 million. And after that 3, if you add 500,000, would be 6, not 8. If I'm right.
All right, Representative Larson Lloyd for your first time.
So if you go to the budget bill, their agency budget bill, up there at the top, they have an existing 3, which makes a reference to footnote 3. And so they're saying after you see that 3, you're going to insert the number 8, which is going to create a new footnote number 8, which is the language that you see there on line 6 of the amendment, correlating with that number 8.
Anybody else want to speak on Division 1? Not? Chief Clerk, please call the roll on Division 1 on second reading amendment number 1 to House Bill 1.
Allemand? Allred? Andrew? Angelos? Banks? Bear? Berger? Brown? Burkhart? Byron? Chadwick? Chestick? Klauston? Conrad? Crago? Davis? Eklund? Eklund? Harrelton? Harshman? Heiner? Henderson? Excused? Hornock? Jennings? Knapp? Larson Lloyd? Larson JT? Lawley? Locke? Nyman? Newsom? Nicholas? Nemec? Northrop? Oakley? Obermuller? O'Hearn? Repeat? Olson? Ottman? Pendergraft? Penn? Provenza? Rodriguez Williams? Sherwood? Singh? Slagle? Smith? Stiff? Storer? Strock? Stivar? Tarver? Trujillo? Walters? Ward? Washut? Western? Winter? Wiley? Repeat? Yin? Zwanitzer Dan? Zwanitzer Dave? Speaker Summers? Are there any changes? Singh, aye. To no? Burkhart, aye. To no? Further changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. On Division 1, 26 aye, 35 no, 1 excused.
Division 1 of second reading amendment number 1 to House Bill 1 has failed. We are now on Division 2. Representative Berger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And now on Division 2, I'm going to oppose this amendment. This is a very large general fund expenditure, and it's just a large amount. Thank you.
Representative Larson Lloyd.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd really encourage a no vote. I just, using my Lander math and conferring with the good chairman, just note that the appropriation is not 100 million, it's 90 million. And what they do here, though, is they take it out of the LSRA, the Mineral Trust Fund Reserve Account, and the Mineral Trust Fund Reserve Account, and what was the other? The general, and 30 from the general fund. We work hard, we've been working really hard to get those reserve accounts in up to 5x the annual amount so that we can have our corpuses in a more long-term total rate of return investment. And now to start robbing them, I think is not the wisest and prudent thing for us to do. I think in our agency hearings, the Department of Transportation indeed noted that there's concerns with our highway system moving forward, and that's important for us. But I think we should maybe step back and take a calculated approach to how we fund our highway department in the funding source, rather than doing that in a second or third reading amendment on the budget bill. And for that purpose, I would again encourage a no vote.
Representative Yin for your first time.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. So I am going to vote in favor of this. I think As we note that this amendment is coming during the budget, I think what we have to realize is that our transportation department is basically in maintenance mode for its state highways across the state. And I'm sure this is true in other communities, but in mine, there are some state highways where if that highway breaks down to a point where people can't travel over it, it will be a significant impact to our community. As in, businesses would not be able to operate because their workers would not be able to get to work because that highway is the only route from one part of the county to another. So I do think this is something that we need to be clear-eyed moving forward of how we fund our transportation, because having us just be in maintenance mode forever isn't going to cut it, because after a while, that will come back to bite us and hurt us economically. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chairman Nicholas, for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So ladies and gentlemen, on and against the amendment for a couple different things. Number one, we all know that the IIJA added about $500 million for our roads. And so we have an extra few dollars for the next 5 years. Number two, I've been in this body 13 years, and every single year, in every biennium, we are told that we're $100 or $200 million behind on our highways. And now it's gone up to around $400 million. The fact of the matter is, if we choose to fix this problem, we don't want to take our savings and our accounts and spend it. We need to put the money up front, add a mill levy or do something so we pay for as we go when we use our highways. But to spend our savings no matter what, that's the wrong thing to do. So on and against.
Representative Bear, for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On and against the amendment, I do believe that the appropriator, the chairman of appropriations, was right about saying that we've put this money into savings. Let's try to get it up to where we can get a better interest rate. That's the whole reason we passed House Bill 89 last time and tried to make this new structure where we can have a lot more better return, if you will, on our funds that are not exactly locked up in a permanent mineral trust fund. But I do have a bringer for the amendment. I'd like to know exactly how this impacts federal dollars, because it's my understanding that a lot of our state roads and highways are actually funded with federal funds, and these seem to be state funds. So how does that play out?
Chairman, okay. Representative O'Hearn, for your first time.
On and for the amendment. If you've gotten the last 73 emails like I did stating how much tourism is important to our state, keeping our roads well kept up and in good shape keeps the tourism going. On and for the amendment.
Chairman Brown, are you kind of hanging around there? All right, Chairman Brown, for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So to the question that was raised by the representative from the Land of the Camels, to be completely honest with you, the department that's in question here, all of their budget is federal funds. So we don't have them on general funds whatsoever. So this would be a one-time push of $30 million into this. And appreciate the good chairman here to my right actually helped me look up what a penny of fuel tax would be, because that's really been the only discussion in my 8 years that we've been on this floor to figure out how we're going to fund our roads is a fuel tax. And every time that tax comes up, we vote it down. So I ask you, if we're not going to fund it with fuel tax, we're not going to fund it with savings, what in the world are we going to fund it with? We're $400 million short a year in highway maintenance funds. We've pulled them off of general fund. We do not provide them anything, and they are doing everything they can. I don't know how many of you have been down I-80 near Evanston lately, but you could lose an 18-wheeler in the middle of this 2 lanes. So I'm just going to ask, if you're not willing to support this, yes, I understand that we put these in the reserve accounts. I get that. I'm the chairman of transportation. It's my duty and my job to come forward with possible solutions. So that's what I'm doing. This is saving us from having the fuel tax discussion. Thank you.
Anybody else before the bringer of the division? Representative Berger. Question having been called, Chief Clerk, please call the roll on Division 2 of Second Reading Amendment Number 1 of House Bill.
Allemande? Allred? Andrew? Angelos? Banks? Bear? Berger? Brown? Burkhart? Byron? Chadwick? Chestick? Clouston? Conrad? Crago? Davis? Eklund? Harrelson? Harshman? Heiner? Henderson, excused. Hornock? Jennings? Repeat. Knapp? Larson Lloyd? Larson JT? Lawley? Locke? Nyman? Newsom? Nicholas? Nemec? Northrup? Oakley? Obermueller? O'Hearn? Olson? Ottman? Repeat. Ottman? Pendergraft? Penn? Provenza? Rodriguez-Williams? Sherwood? Singh? Slagle? Smith? Stith? Storer? Strzok? Stivar? Tarver? Trujillo? Walters? Ward? Washut? Western? Winter? Wiley? Yin? Zwanitzer Dan? Zwanitzer Dave? Speaker Summers? Are there any changes? Allred, aye. To no further changes? Slagle? Further changes? Closing vote? Vote closed on Division 2. 9 aye, 52 no, 1 excused.
Division 2 of Second Reading Amendment to House, Second Reading Amendment Number 1 to House Bill 1 has failed. Now my stack, I've got 2 stacks and they both have different bills stacked in them. So let's see what the sheet says. So 49. So Representative Angelos, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move second reading amendment number 49 to House Bill 1 for your consideration. And what we're looking at is authorizing our chief executive to send $2 million from the general fund to the Lone Star State, helping their fight to secure our border. It's our job to protect life, liberty, and our personal property. And while the federal government is failing their basic duty to protect us, its citizens, it's the states that now need to band together and protect them ourselves. Our chief executive locked arms with 24 other states and made a public commitment to the Lone Star State to protect, again, our citizens, our properties, and our sovereignty, and our American way of life. This is a small amount that they can use for expenses incurred to secure the border. And you've all heard this, every state is a border state at this point, and walls work and open borders do not. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Slagle for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On and for this amendment, I agree with Representative from County 27, or the northern county there with the camels. But I agree, the role of government is to protect our citizens, and with our border open, we are not protecting our citizens. And we, like she mentioned, we do need to band together as states and get our border closed up, because like she said also, we are now border states. We do have illegals coming into our state, and we can't afford this. Thank you.
Representative Zwanitzer Dave for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to kindly push back just a little bit, and I do like the idea of what's trying to be accomplished in this bill, but we have more than one state to the south of us, and it just seems to me that we ought to be sending our support to the state that we, the state of Wyoming, feels that needs to go to. And it may be the state listed in this particular bill, but it also might be one of the other 4 states. And so even though I like what we're doing, I know there's some other amendments coming down the line, and so I would like you to think about, do we want to limit it just to one state?
Representative Bear for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Every state has become a border state now. We are a border state based on the behavior of the administration that is in Washington, D.C.
We're not going to refer to administrations. Nope.
We have got to stand up against the policies that are creating issues for our fellow states. This is one that our executive has decided that he's going to support. This funding will help him to do exactly that. On and for the amendment.
Representative Heiner for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question for the bringer. Some of the states have decided to send personnel to assist down on our southern border. Will this funding help defray some of those costs, or is it simply a money that will go to an individual state to use at their discretion? Thank you.
Representative Alleman for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Natrona County Sheriff sent several officers down to the border, and he was congratulated by our top official of the state. I'm on and for this bill. Thank you.
Anybody else for their first time? Larson Lloyd for your first time.
So compensating the counties for their sending folks down to help patrol and do those things has been handled under the Office of Homeland Security. We have an amendment coming up that talks about putting an additional $1 million in there. They have $1 million in the unit that covers that now when the number one in our hearts and in our brains and in our souls sent people down. They covered, that's about an $80,000 expense. And this, as I read this goes directly to the state government of Texas to address immigration deals and not for covering the state of Wyoming costs for helping them.
Anybody else for their first time? Representative Ottman for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would just give a voice in favor of this. Section, let me see, it would start on line 17, section C. It says, no funds shall be expended until the Attorney General reviews the legality of the expenditure in accordance with state, federal provides determination. So this would just be a first step to allocate that so that we can get that in motion because it's not getting any better. Thank you.
Representative O'Hearn for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First for a second.
Anybody else for their first time? Anybody for their second time before the sponsor? Representative Larson Lloyd for your second time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was corrected, need to apologize to the bringer of the amendment because it talks about, I said these funds will go solely to the state of Texas, and it's on line 8, it says also for other expenses incurred by the states of Wyoming.
All right. Anybody else for their second time before the sponsor? Representative Angelos for your second time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On and for the amendment, you've heard from other representatives that there's others coming down the pike, but I know in speaking to my constituents, I have a lot that are concerned about, they live on major highways, and I have folks that are saying that they're now concerned about locking up outbuildings because they don't know what's coming through. We have drugs coming through. It's now a humanitarian crisis. So I think anything that we can give to help and show an actual putting our hand on our money where our mouth is important. So on and for. Thank you.
Chief Clerk, please call the roll on second reading amendment number 49 to House Bill 1.
Allemand. Allred. Andrew. Andrew. Angelos. Banks. Bear. Berger. Brown. Burkhart. Byron. Chadwick. Chestick. Klauston. Conrad. Crago. Davis. Eklund. I'm sorry, repeat. Haroldson. Harshman. Heiner. Henderson, excused. Hornock. Jennings. Knapp. Larson Lloyd. Larson JT. Lawley. Locke. Nyman. Newsom. Nicholas. Nemec. Northrup. Oakley. Obermuller. O'Hearn. Olson. Ottman. Pendergraft. Penn. Provenza. Rodriguez Williams. Sherwood. Singh. Slagle. Smith. Stith. Storer. Strock. Stivar. Tarver. Trujillo. Walters. Ward. Washut. Western. Winter. Winter. Wiley. Yin. Zwanitzer Dan. Zwanitzer Dave. Speaker Summers. Are there any changes? Conrad, no. To aye. Further changes? Further changes. Closing vote. Vote closed. 51 aye, 10 no, 1 excused.
Second reading amendment number 49 to House Bill 1 has been adopted. We are now on second reading amendment number 2. Representative Nemec.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move second reading amendment number 2 to House Bill 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. This is an $11 million appropriation from the general funds to Homeland Security. It's broken up into 2 parts. The first part is $8 million to our regional hazmat response teams for the purchase of new trucks and trailers that were previously purchased about 20 years ago. They're getting up there in age. They're breaking down. Pretty soon they may have Pioneer plates on them. The second portion of this is a $3 million appropriation to our 7 regional bomb squads to purchase bomb disposal robots, which have a life expectancy of about 10 years. Bomb disposal suits, which expire in 5 years, some X-ray sources and systems, and some PPE. I stand for any questions.
Representative Stiff for your first time.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to divide this amendment.
Please, what's your division?
Division 1 would be lines 5 through 15. Division 2 would be lines 16 through 25.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, I'm not sure we can do that.
He didn't include lines 1 through 4, so he would need to direct those as well.
Right. That was what I was going to get at. I'm not sure that you can divide it that way based upon, I think, I see what you're trying to do, but because we have $11 million in that top line, I don't think it's divisible. So are you gonna withdraw that division? Are you gonna withdraw that division?
Mr. Speaker, I've proposed a slightly different division.
Okay,
Division 1 would be lines 5 through 15, and Division 2 is everything else.
I'm not sure that that's divisible. Can we do that correction on the top line in the end? That's the question, I don't know. I'm gonna rule it not divisible. And so if you guys want to challenge me on it, I'm willing to have the debate, probably need the debate, but I'm gonna rule it not divisible. Are you gonna pull that?
Mr. Speaker, I respectfully withdraw the division.
All right. So Representative Hornock, would you like to speak on the full amendment?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A question. If there is a big need for this in our Homeland Security Department, why didn't they come with this large of an ask during the budget process? This was not in their budget request. I'm wondering why they didn't come during that time, like the regular process that we go through. Thank you.
Would anybody else like to speak for their first time? Chairman Washit.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Remember, shortly after the terrorist attacks at 9/11, large amounts of federal funding came into this state for grants to prepare for the next terrorist attack, or what we did in most places was we prepared for an all hazards approach. So the funding went to prepare for all sorts of both human caused and natural disasters, hazmat spills, and those sorts of things that we might be able to respond to. So much of that material that was purchased is now 20 years old or older. And I think that's why this ask is as big as it is. I don't know why sometimes our agencies don't bring forward these requests. I fear that it's because they don't think we as legislators would be sympathetic to the needs, that we would just out of hand cut these expenditures without giving them due consideration. So I think it's probably time that this material is getting older, and whether we do it all in one fell swoop now or piece it along at times, yet to be seen.
Representative Larson Lloyd for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a little bit in the budget process. The agency takes their budget, their wish list to the governor. It gets sliced and diced in his office, and then it comes to the Appropriations Committee. We slice and dice a little more, and so those agency directors are pretty careful about what they come into to try and for exception requests. When we contacted the director yesterday and asked about that, she reiterated there is definitely a need for this stuff to be replaced. However, she pointed out that I think the orders were 4 to 5 years out. Once you place the order, they're out there a long time. But she said that the condition of the vehicles are in varying degrees of need to be replaced. Agreed that the $3 million for the weapons of mass destruction, those robots need to be replaced. Figured they could probably do without the full $8 million this time. that might be a consideration, that maybe we come back with a third reading amendment, reduce that top 8 million by 4 and make sure that we fund the 3 million, but kind of leave that up to the body to decide.
Anybody else for their first time? Representative Byron.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On and for, I would like to remind the body that these regional teams that are serving your communities, some of the equipment, including the vehicles, are $500,000, $750,000, sometimes $1 million per vehicle. So when you begin to vote and think about this, there are 8 regional teams on the hazmat side. They serve every inch of this state, and they do it with honor. So consider that as you consider your vote.
Anybody else for their first time? Anybody for their second time before the sponsor, Representative Larson Lloyd?
Just point out in conversation, one of the other hangups is the distribution of the funds that comes in through fire. And sometimes they then are not required to fund this. And so this agency or this standing committee over here maybe we hold back there just a little bit and get that corrected in legislatively to where those funds have to go to replace this critical equipment.
Anybody else for their second time before the sponsor? Representative Nemec, bring us home.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Please vote aye.
I like that one. Chief Clerk, please call the roll on second reading amendment number 2 to House Bill 1.
Allemand. Allred. Andrew. Angelos. Banks. Bear. Berger. Brown. Burkhart. Byron. Chadwick. Chestick. Plouston. Conrad. Crago. Davis. Eklund. Haroldson. Harshman. Heiner. Henderson, excused. Hornock. Jennings. Knapp. Knapp, repeat. Larson Lloyd. Larson JT. Lawley. Locke. Nyman. Newsom. Nicholas. Nemec. Northrop. Oakley. Obermuller. O'Hearn. Olson. Ottman. Pendergraft. Penn. Provenza. Rodriguez-Williams. Sherwood. Singh. Slagle. Smith. Stiff. Storer. Strock. Stivar. Tarver. Trujillo. Walters. Ward. Washut. Western. Winter. Wiley. Yin. Swanenser Dan. Swanenser Dave. Speaker Summers. Are there any changes? Hornock, aye. To no further changes. Knapp, aye. To no further changes. Wiley, no. To aye. Trujillo, aye. To no. Brown, aye. To no. Henderson, excused. To aye. Further changes? Further changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 29 aye, 33 no.
Second reading amendment number 2 to House Bill 1 has failed. Welcome back, Representative Henderson. Next amendment for our consideration is second reading amendment number 40. I got number, supposed to be number 3. All right, number 3. I keep getting piles that I'm not sorting through fast enough. Just a second. Chairman Harshman, you're at the mic, so I'm going to assume it's yours.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd move second reading amendment number 3 and ask for the body's favorable consideration. Members, if you go back to last week in the State of the State speech, right up here in the corner, the governor pointed out the sheriff from Natrona County, Sheriff Harlan. And it was, I didn't know he was even going to be here. I called him on it.
Probably shouldn't use proper names at the mic.
Okay, sorry. You're right. The good sheriff from Natrona County. And I talked to him the week before, and I called him on a different issue, and then we started talking about this issue, and spent over 30 minutes on the phone, and so then I started talking. Well, basically, as sheriffs around the country communicate, he said 5 years ago he heard a sheriff say, "Hey, if you don't have fentanyl, human trafficking, and drug gangs in your state yet, you're gonna. And then you're gonna know you're a border state." And he said, I kind of left there thinking, it's not happening in Wyoming. And last year, came available through Homeland Security, and he said, of course, that has all changed now in Casper. I-25, we know fentanyl in Wyoming. We know human trafficking in the state. And so he explained to me I said, well, what can we do, And he said, a thing that worked last year that we could expand, it was so limited that they came to the sheriff's department and said, are there any volunteers? So you think about wildland fires. There's Wyoming firefighters go all over the West in the summer. Because if one of our states are on fire, we're there to help each other. Just like when we've had these things happen here, they all fly in here and help us. And I thought the good sheriff, and I won't give near enough dignity to his remarks, the way he said it was so powerful, but he said, hey, they need help. And so he asked his deputies, would any of you be willing to volunteer? He had dozens want to volunteer. He had money to send 4 for 10 days. And so they went to Texas, so they signed these legal agreements. The Texas Rangers can then, these guys are working 7 days a week overtime, can have a few days off, see their families, so our guys are on the point. But he said the other thing that was so powerful about it was the training. You're around the world's best and you're right in the middle of this. He said what we learned about fentanyl and human trafficking was just something we had not even been exposed to. And then the connections you make, we all in our businesses, we have these connections we make that kind of change our business and the way we do business. And he said that those connections with some of the world's finest has changed his department, and it's going to continue. So I asked him about this, and he said, man, if there was a way to get some money in Homeland Security to do this. So this $1 million of our general fund money would go to our citizens across the state, law enforcement personnel who volunteer to do this. And it would equal about 100 officers, Wyoming volunteers, who would spend about 10 days each. And that would, that's the rough math on it. So that's the idea behind it. That's whose idea it was, really, and kind of a practice that's already started, but maybe we can help pay for it now and move it on. So that's stand for any questions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Yin for your first time.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I think this might surprise many of you, but I think I actually will vote in support of this. I think that there is broad agreement among the American people that we do need to do something about immigration. I think that we've discovered that our policymakers that are in Washington, D.C. are paralyzed over the issue. They aren't willing to use the political willpower to actually make decisions that better the entire country. So while I was unwilling to support the.
So I'm gonna stop us before we get too wound up into DC politics. I tried to do it the last time, I'm gonna do it this time. We're gonna stick to these amendments. If I have to spend all night here telling you guys that. So Representative Yin, please continue.
I appreciate the admonishment, Mr. Speaker. I will say that I think what we were doing with the other amendment was not constitutional. I do believe this is constitutional, and I believe that it'll go towards supporting Wyoming communities through those volunteer agreements, and that's why I will support it, because even though it is not within our power to decide border policy, it is within our power to support our communities and support our communities supporting other communities. So I will vote in favor of the amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Just one more thing, you know, we're gonna have lots of amendments in the past, and unless you have an amendment that deletes an amendment, I don't want you talking about another amendment. Representative Oakley, for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On and in support of this amendment, this body just showed a great deal of support for the efforts being undertaken at our southern border. And this is such a unique way to allow our, you know, any ambitious Wyoming law enforcement to go, to get trained, which is a good opportunity for them, and then to actually lend a hand instead of just the financial support, which is fine, but actually go down and, you know, physically support the effort. So I think this is a unique opportunity, a unique solution, and I would urge you to support it.
Chairman Washut, for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On in favor of this amendment. Further discussions I've had with the good sheriff back home, and he mentioned that some of the relationships that they built with the famous law enforcement agency in that big state down there, the guys who wear the white hats all the time, they're going to send personnel back up here to Wyoming to put some training on. And that's the kind of payoff that you get sometimes. And I love the analogy of our firefighters, because that's exactly right. We send firefighters all over the West every summer, and other states send people to help us. I think it's a great idea. Please vote aye.
Chairman Washut, thank you for doing it right. Representative Hornock, for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A question for clarification on this amendment. We have had some discussion in the last hour with the term border state, and border state is a term used in this amendment. Are we talking about the states that just border Wyoming, or are we talking about the broader border states that we've kind of referred to in an hour ago?
Representatives Wanitzer Dave.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to stand up and just tell the body that I do support this amendment, because I feel this is the way that we should go about providing support for border control, assuming it is those states down further south that we're referring to. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Anybody else for their first time? Anybody for their second time before the bringer? Chairman Harshman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would note, I did have 3 other sponsors, and I don't know what happened. I know the good Chairman of the Judiciary was a sponsor, so I appreciate him getting up. But to answer that question, it is any border state. And that's what the good sheriff said to me, too. There's other issues. You know, the border's on fire. And so we want to send some help. Like if we were on fire, we'd want our sister states to come help us as well. So appreciate the conversation and your favorable consideration. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chief Clerk, please call the roll on second reading amendment number 3 to House Bill 1.
Ellamand, Allred, Andrew, Angelos, Banks, Bear, Berger, Brown, Burkhart, Byron, Chadwick, Chestick, Clouston, Conrad, Crago, Davis, Eklund, Harrelton, Harshman, Heiner, Henderson, Hornock, Jennings, Knapp, Larson Lloyd, Larson JT, Lawley, Locke, Nyman, Newsom, Nicholas, Nemec, Northrup, Oakley, Obermueller, O'Hearn, Olson, Ottman, Pendergraft, Penn, Provenza, Rodriguez Williams, Sherwood, Singh, Slagle, Smith, Stiff, Storer, Strock, Stivar, Tarver, Trujillo, Walters, Ward, Washut, Western, Winter, Wiley, Yin, Zwanitzer Dan, Zwanitzer Dave, Speaker Summers. Are there any changes? Are there any changes? Allemand? Are there any changes? Closing vote? Vote closed. 61 aye, 1 no.
Second reading amendment number 3 to House Bill 1 has been adopted. Chairman Zwanitzer Dan, we're on second reading amendment number 4.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would move second reading amendment number 4 to House Bill 1 and would ask your favorable consideration. Ladies and gentlemen, let me take up a couple of minutes to talk to you about the problem, which I'm sure you're all aware of. And it's basically, we're at the point in Wyoming now where most of our rural communities, they just can't afford EMS services. We've been deteriorating over the past 20 years, and it really comes from the lack of volunteers, right? People just aren't signing up anymore to be rural volunteer firefighters, volunteer EMTs. I know you've heard from other speeches on this floor and in our State of the State address, right? We have counties that have one ambulance that's 10 years old, and they can't get more funding to fix those up. We literally have counties where they'll send their ambulance from 2:30 to 5:30 in the morning to transport patients to other counties because, you know, there's a risk of not having an ambulance any other time during the day in that county. So we've been working on this issue, especially the executive branch has over the past year in, consultation with the Labor and Health Social Service Committee. And I mean, I think the honest answer is we haven't figured it out yet. Quite honestly, we've gone to the counties, 5 or 6 of our counties, they just can't afford to pay the bills. They can't raise a special district tax. They can't figure out a way to be able to fund their EMS services. And so our executive branch continued to study this. They actually came to our Labor Health Social Service Committee twice in the interim. We had the debate on whether to make EMS services what we'd call an essential benefit. Other states have done this, and it basically just means the government is responsible for EMS services. So that question that we kind of throw around somewhat flippantly a lot, if you call 911 in this state, do you expect an ambulance to show up anywhere in the state? I generally would believe most of our citizenry do believe that. If they're on a highway in a small town and they call 911 for an emergency, they expect that ambulance is going to be there. However, there is nothing in our law that says that's factual. There's nothing in our law that says they have to come when you call 911 and show up. So this is the issue we're facing, and it's deteriorating by the month. And you'll see a couple of pieces of legislation not to talk about outside of this budget, but some other possibilities that have not fared so well on how to start fixing this problem. The executive branch did come to JAC and put in a request for this $500,000. It was not approved, but really the new thinking is this way towards regionalization, that if our smallest counties can't find ways to fund this, they could partner with other counties and they could create special districts, joint powers boards, any number of things that would be able to have a regionalized effort to have these EMS services. The issue then is, how do you still have a statewide network? You have to make sure that each county is pairing with the right county and you're getting services that are the best use and cost effective for the least price that still covers the need. And so what I'm asking, even though I will probably have to take on some JAC appropriators here, is for you to put this back in the governor's recommended budget to us, this $500,000 for them to figure out a statewide plan of regionalization so counties can come together, figure out if it is a joint powers board, if it is a special district, what the way we're going to be able to fund EMS services in the state. Pretty confident that this body doesn't want to start spending general funds on it, pretty confident counties can't do it alone, so we're trying to go through all other options. We believe the regionalization effort is likely the best way going forward. It would be nice to come back next year and have some data that proves that to you and says, here's a statewide plan of how to make it work, which is why we're asking $500,000 to do some studies to try to set up a statewide regionalization plan. Be happy to answer any questions.
Representative Penn for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It seems to me that we passed this bill last session to put it to a vote by the people, which has not yet occurred. And therefore, I would urge a no vote on this, and let's wait and see if the people pass this once it comes before them. Thank you.
Representative Larson Lloyd for your first time.
I think there's a fundamental question here, House members, of whose responsibility is emergency medical services. I would argue that if people want emergency medical services, they need to figure out locally how to provide that. I think when we start creating and making this an essential service, then it becomes an unfunded mandate, which pretty soon becomes funded statewide and becomes very difficult. 2 years ago, we had a statewide EMS task force. We created 10 regions in the state. We got all of the counties within those regions together to try and figure out opportunities and ways to make EMS systems work regionally or statewide. There's only one thing that come out of that. We passed it last year, which was allowing for individuals in their county or counties to regionalize and vote in an EMS district, so tax themselves. If you want it, figure out a way to pay for it yourself. But that's really the only thing that come out of it. Now, there's the old adage, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink. And so we brought the horses to water. They just haven't drank yet. And I don't know if putting $500,000 in there to then go to each of the regions and hire a consultant to further analyze what they can actually analyze themselves is the right approach. I think as much, and it is important, and it is concerning, but I think that these counties can get together, I think individually or collectively, and start figuring this thing out. I don't know that it's always our job to do that for them, and so I'd encourage a no vote.
Representative Ottman for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am going to agree with the speaker that just spoke, and I have a couple points because this has been a very, very often point of contention in my county. So I'll just kind of name off a couple things that we've had to deal with. As far as the regionalization goes, as the last speaker was just talking, those regions in the regions that they came up with, I believe that our region would go from Fremont County clear down into Rock Springs. Well, over South Pass and over all those things, that would be very interesting during the winter. So that, not even a helicopter would be able to do that. So I would just say that regionalization may look good on paper, but in practice, it's not very, it doesn't work. As far as being essential services, I agree that that is, what you're doing is requiring things that may or may not be reasonable. And I'll go on to talk about that. Special districts, that is something in years where we have been seeing astronomical property tax increases, creating more special districts would only add to that burden. If we put $500,000 to that, that would begin a process that then would almost be mandated to continue. So I'm just a little hesitant on that. And then in years past, our county did handle the ambulance service and said that they could not afford it. So that wasn't something. And then the thing that I will say is that in our county, and lots of people said, well, wouldn't you want a Cadillac instead of a Volkswagen or something? Well, of course. But to think, and just to use an example, the town that is about 90 miles north of where I live, for them to have updated equipment, updated personnel, to keep up with all the requirements, to keep up with all the equipment, to keep up with all the training, and for 6 or 10 incidences per month to have 24/7 coverage, I don't know. And that is through each of those. One thing that I have suggested, and I don't know where it might go, but I have suggested, since we have a hospital that's coming in, and there's been multiple millions of dollars to go into that, that it may be a thought to use that personnel, that equipment, that garage, that entity to support this for our county. Thank you. So I would vote no. Thank you.
Anybody else for your first time? Anybody for your second time before the sponsor? Chairman Zwanitzer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I don't disagree with either of those comments, actually, from 33 or 34 or the good Vice Chairman of Appropriations, because it is a big issue, certainly in Fremont County. And I mean, the honest answer is we did set up a bill last year and nobody has taken advantage of it, right? I mean, nobody wants to raise their property taxes. Nobody wants to go about trying to set up a special district. So this is, I believe, the executive branch's continued effort to say, how do we help those counties help themselves? This is the effort they brought forward. They're continuing to try to find a way to get services out there to the rural populace because the economics aren't working out. And so I don't know what the ultimate answer is either. I'm not sure if any of us do, besides just not have EMS services in parts of the state. It's not going to affect my district, right? But the problem is it does affect so much of rural Wyoming. There are certifications. There are a bunch of things that volunteers aren't going to do anymore without being paid. And we haven't found an answer. So is this the answer? I don't know. But we have to keep attempting things until we find something that's going to work. This at least keeps the drumbeat and hopefully has some statewide coordination to see if we can figure out a way, even if for some of the counties, to find a way for them to help themselves. And maybe they can figure it out through an association or other ways, but they haven't done it yet. And they're coming and saying, we don't know how to do this. And my ultimate fear is it's eventually, next year, 3 years down the road, gonna fall on this body in the general fund to figure out how to ensure that we have basic EMS services throughout Wyoming, which I think all Wyomingites believe is a fundamental right of living here, that we should be able to have emergency services no matter where you live. Whether that they're going to blame their county for not being able to do it, the legislature, the executive branch, I'm not sure who's going to be ultimately to blame when push comes to shove and someone doesn't make it. But I think we need to keep trying. So I'd appreciate your aye vote on the amendment.
Chief Clerk, please call the roll on second reading amendment number 4 to House Bill 1.
Allemand? Allred? Andrew? Angelos? Banks? Bear? Berger? Brown? Burkhart? Byron? Chadwick? Chesick? Clauston? Conrad? Crago? Davis? Eklund? Haroldson? Harshman? Heiner? Henderson? Hornock? Jennings? Knapp? Larson Lloyd? Larson JT? Lawley? Locke? Nyman? Newsom? Nicholas? Repeat. Nemec? Northrup? Oakley? Obermueller? O'Hearn? Olson? Ottman? Pendergraft? Penn? Provenza? Rodriguez Williams? Sherwood? Singh? Slagle? Smith? Stith? Storer? Strock? Stivar? Tarver? Trujillo? Walters? Ward? Washut? Western? Winter? Wiley? Yin? Zawanitzer Dan? Zawanitzer Dave? Speaker Summers? No. Are there any changes? Larson JT, aye. To no. Brown, aye. To no. Further changes? Nemec, aye. To no. Berger, aye. To no. Further changes? Olson, aye. To no. Further changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 13 aye, 49 no.
Second reading amendment number 4 to House Bill 1 has failed. The next amendment for our consideration is second reading amendment number 5. Chairman Zwanitzer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Pleased to bring second reading amendment number 5 to House Bill 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. This is brought to us from the associations dealing with dementia, Alzheimer's, autism, et cetera. Right now, it looks like we have about 13,000 Wyomingites who are suffering from these conditions, with about 16,000 caregivers. The problem is we passed a law, it's almost been 8 years ago now. It's in the amendment called Project Lifesaver to really help if these individuals stray from home or can't be located. It's a nationwide program that is 95% quicker in locating the individuals than those communities and those cities that don't have this program. Right now in Wyoming, after this 8-year period, we've only had 10 of our entities take up the program. And so there is a strong call to say, how can we expand the Lifesaver program throughout Wyoming into new jurisdictions that need it, as we are all on the state getting a little older and other issues are becoming more prevalent in the medical community. So with that, this is a $20,000 appropriation to figure out how to expand the program in new jurisdictions, as well as pay some travel expenses for various nonprofits who want to come into Wyoming this year, work with local police, local police departments and county sheriff's offices to do some training on how to deal with these individuals who are suffering from these diseases. And I believe your Labor, Health, Social Services Committee will have an interim study this year as well. But this would be some welcome funding to be able to do some trainings that are desperately needed now in the state and start working with some of these communities to get them to jump on the Project Lifesaver bandwagon this year. Have talked to the Office of Homeland Security, and they're okay with this funding coming in and helping out with this effort as we try to expand the program. Happy to answer any questions.
Representative Yin for your first time.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I just wanted to speak in support of the amendment. It is something where it's just a drop in the bucket that could help our first responders save people's lives. And so I know it's a very specific program, but I do ask for your favorable consideration in helping explore how we can expand it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Hornock for your first time.
Mr. Speaker, more of a question for you, actually. This bill has a $20,000 appropriation, but in our reference sheet, there isn't a appropriations note on there so that the vote is just a standing vote. I'm curious if this is the ayes and noes or just a voice vote. Thank you.
So the limit is 100,000. So the ayes and the noes are anything above 100,000. All right, anybody else would like to speak on this amendment? Would the sponsor like to speak again on the amendment? If not, Chief Clerk, please call the roll on second reading amendment number 5 to House Bill 1. Although we don't need one. I'm just used to doing it. I just said that, by the way. Okay. All right, all those in favor say aye. All those opposed? Motion carries. Second reading amendment number 5 to House Bill 1 is passed. The next amendment for our consideration is second reading amendment number 6. Representative Knapp.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I would move second reading amendment number 6 to House Bill 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. This basically, if you remember, is the line item forbidding funding to go to litigation outside the state without legislative approval. So in looking at this, the position itself, it's one of our top duly elected positions. Great responsibility towards safeguarding and facilitating free and fair elections. So I asked myself, well, have we done this before? What's the history? Have we allowed this? Absolutely, we have. The head of the executive branch has been granted authority and funds to intervene in any case involving early closures of coal-fired power plants who have a direct impact on Wyoming contracts and our Wyoming economy. We can sue or join suits as a party in other states. So what would this solve? I think you heard me ask the question the other day, does he not have an obligation to Wyoming voters to intercede when their votes are disenfranchised? That's happened in the most recent case for a candidate who's received 70% of his party's vote in primaries or caucuses. And you heard the vice chairman answer that question with a yes. He does have that obligation. There's a matter of urgency when such drastic state action is taken. Removing a bona fide candidate from the ballot will obviously be appealed and rise quickly to the highest court in the land. The office needs authority to act quickly and in the best interest of Wyoming citizens.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman. It seemed like he's not
state your point.
speaking, it seemed like the representative is not speaking to the amendment, but about unrelated litigation out of state.
Thank you, Representative Stith. Representative Knapp, let's try to keep it the discussion.
Mr. Chairman, I just
Please
use that
continue.
as an example of using funds to litigate in another state or for another state's cause. Thank you.
Any other members, discussion on this amendment? Representative Stith?
Mr. Chairman, so on and against this amendment, and the fundamental question in this amendment is how many chief executives does our state have? We have one chief executive. If each of the 5 elected state officials can file litigation and take a position for the state of Wyoming outside our state borders in cases in which the state is not a party and the relevant agency is not a party, then our state doesn't speak with one voice. It is the obligation and perhaps the duty at times for our chief executive to take such positions, but we can't have 5 different chief executives for the state. So that's the first and most basic reason to be against this amendment. The second reason is more practical. If we're spending our taxpayer dollars to give it to lawyers in Colorado or Ohio or New Hampshire, if that's what we're doing, it's to file a so-called amicus brief. That's not a great use of our state's money for a real simple reason. Earlier in my career, my boss was a former Solicitor General of the United States, and the practice was a practice of Supreme Court clerks. I was not a Supreme Court clerk. A practice was to file briefs, and each of those clerks, what they would say is that what happens to amicus briefs? When the judges' clerks get those, when the judges get those, what do they do with amicus briefs? They go in the trash because they don't have time to read them. Okay, amicus briefs, frankly, aren't very useful. They are useful in 2 situations. They're useful in the situation where the parties' lawyers are not competent. That happens, that's not very often, but it happens sometimes. The other time when amicus briefs are useful is if the parties to the litigation are in collusion or in cahoots with one another, and the amicus represents the true opposing view. So, but the most basic reason to vote against this amendment is that we have one chief executive, not 5. Thank you. On and against.
Representative Pendergraft for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's been said that no man's an island, and I would extend that to this state. We are not an island either. We're facing a very contentious election year, and we have no way to be able to predict the sort of affronts that will come. Do not believe it is right in any way to tie the hands of the executive of this state, who is responsible for elections and should be the person first available to comment and to help in these situations. There will certainly be issues raised, and we need to be prepared. I am for the amendment.
Thank you, Representative Pendergraft. Representative Ward for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In accordance with Rule 12-4, I ask for a recorded vote.
It's moved and seconded. Any other further discussion, Representative Ward? For your first time, Representative Jennings for your first time.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I think this discussion that was had earlier on and pertaining to this particular amendment, I think the good speaker from the land of the southwest part of the state makes a point that we do this, and we only have one chief executive, but we have 5 electeds. And it's interesting that this amendment that we're trying to pull is only directed towards one. So it makes it very unbalanced that we would not do the same thing to at least the other 3. If we wanted to do something here that was across the board, I think that might be an honest debate. But here we're picking one of the electeds, and we're leaving the other 3 alone for something that presumably might happen. Presumably. On and for the amendment.
Representative Baer for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First for a second.
Representative Heiner for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, I sent a white paper that the LSO put out back in 2016 to each of you. It's 24 pages long. I don't expect you to be able to read it quickly. It's something you may want to put in your files for future. But in that, on page 23, it says that we're advised that overly restrictive measures and conditions in an appropriation bill, a general appropriation bill, may duly infringe on executive branch authority in violation of Article 2, Section 1 of the Wyoming Constitution. We need to be cautious that we don't violate our own Constitution with this amendment. So I'm for this amendment. Thank you very much.
Representative Trujillo for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm on for this amendment for the fact that we are in unprecedented times, and to restrict an elected position that took more votes than anyone is in this House and restrict his voice, restrict the voice of that office, should be a negative. So on and for this amendment.
Representative Smith for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would just like to second and encourage everyone to pull out their state constitution, look at Article 3, Section 34 about a budget bill and what's allowed to be in a budget bill. And I believe this is legislating from our budget bill. And then also Article 2, Section 1, there is distinct differences between the different branches of government. So encourage you to take a look at Article 2, Section 1 and Article 3, Section 34.
Speaker Summers for your first time.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And really, this is just information, not on this amendment, but on the idea that we go to the mic and say that our staff created a memo and then we read from the memo. Our staff has no way to come in and say whether that's right or not right or what they did. We generally do not quote from LSO memos at the mic and say this is an LSO memo. We just don't do that on the floor.
Any other members for their first time? Representative Craigo for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just, first of all, to respond to one of the comments made by the good representative from House District 30, I don't disagree. I actually think that provision probably should be applied to all of the other big five except the chief executive downstairs. And the reason I say that is if you pull out your statute books and you go to statute 9-1-603, it says the Attorney General shall. Then it goes on to say, number 1, prosecute and defend all suits instituted by or against the state of Wyoming, the prosecution and defense of which is not otherwise provided by law. It doesn't say prosecute and defend all suits except those instituted by the number 2 executive in our administrative branch. The reason for that is quite simple. We have 5 different elected officers in the Big Five. They could have different opinions on which stance the state should be taking. We could have conflicting lawsuits from multiple members of the Big Five on which direction we should go. And so the idea is the state has one voice when we get in a lawsuit, not 2, not 3, not 5, 1. And so I'd urge a no vote on the amendment.
Any other member for their first time? Representative Rodriguez Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just regarding the comment from the good representative from House District 48, or maybe the country lawyer, if somebody could shed some light on some history of a lawsuit that was filed back when the current chief executive served in a previous top 5 role. There was a lawsuit that didn't involve the Attorney General or the AG's office in 2018, where there's a lawsuit about the state capitol building rehabilitation and restoration.
Any other member for their first time? Representative Eklund for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Whip. After what the statutes have to say about this, I think that it might be in order to defeat this and then bring a third reading amendment to prohibit all of those except the governor from entering into this. And that might clear up what we're trying to do.
Any other member for their first time? Representative Haraldson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I think what really need to go back to is why is this in the budget? I mean, if we want to make a policy limiting the offices on what they can do in a legal realm, that's a policy we can decide, we can argue, we can debate, we can send through our process. But when you throw it into a line item on the budget, I question that if that's the right place and the right way to do it. I mean, this is limiting an executive branch, doesn't matter 1 or 4 or whatever, in the budget. And so at the end of the day, guys, why are we not I mean, this should be a piece of legislation that we put through the process and make a policy decision for the state. 2 years from now, this disappears. This isn't codified law. This is a statement in our budget of how funds can be used. And so I think that at the end of the day, this is a bill that needs to be brought as a bill and a conversation that needs to be had, but not a budget item.
Any other member for their first time? Chairman's answer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think the answer to that last question is it's always been assumed that our other 4 elected officials don't have this power to litigate on behalf of their offices. I mean, certainly the Secretary of State's office in this example, we litigate for them in the AG's office I mean, probably since at least the 1970s, on securities, on the bucking horse and rider, when people do copyright infringement. The Secretary of State's office doesn't litigate those. They turn them over to the AG's office. And so, I mean, I think it's already clear, probably in statute and just historical policy, that it's assumed that we have one chief official that has the AG who is appointed by them. And as we've read and said many times on this floor, that's the only elected official who commands the AG to initiate lawsuits on behalf of the state of Wyoming. Whether now that the envelope's been pushed and one of our elected officials has gone into this realm, which is also interesting because you would think the chief election official should be completely neutral in all election issues. It just kind of came out of nowhere, I think, for many of us. And so that's why it's in the budget. And it doesn't say thou shalt not. It says they need legislative authorization. So I don't think we're overly limited. We're just waiting in the budget now, and I'm fairly certain our Good Corporations Committee will take it on in the interim.
Anyone else for their first time? Any other member for their first time? Representative Baer for a second time?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to address the comment from the good chairman of Labor and Health that was just made. You know, we do have a precedent that was set prior to this one that we're discussing right now, and that was in 2018. The current executive did sue a state. He sued this state over this building. And he did that in his capacity, much like the secretary that we're discussing has done in this situation. So we're not setting a new precedent here. I think we're setting a new precedent as a body if we begin to legislate like this in the budget, on and against the amendment, or on and for the amendment.
Representative Ward for your second time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to emphasize that our Secretary of State has an interest in free and fair elections. And when our bordering states start doing wonky things, it could affect us. And I would defend the right of our Secretary of State to enter into commentary on those things.
Representative Pendergraft for your second time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I hope that I can express this accurately, but in the last election, the person who now holds this seat about which we speak campaigned about election integrity, and the people of Wyoming spoke very loudly. I think that this line item budget comment flies in the face of how many of Wyoming people felt. And I agree with very much with the earlier speaker who said this may well be a policy issue that we bring into a bill, but it doesn't belong as an item in the budget.
Representative Stith for your second time.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Just a couple of clarifying things. First, I also agree with the representative from District 30 that this should apply to all of the 4 state elected officials who are not the chief executive. With respect to the 2018 litigation, that would not have been prevented by this budget footnote, because this budget footnote applies only to litigation initiated in a court outside of Wyoming. So certainly the 2018 litigation was litigated here in the state of Wyoming. And with respect to whether this should be in the budget at all, what this note says is that no funds appropriated under this section shall be expended without specific legislative authorization. And that's what a budget does. A budget says how the money can be spent, on and against.
Thank you, Representative Stith. Representative Jennings for your second time.
So thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm very gratified to know that the good lawyers from District 40 and 48 agree with me that this should either be all or none. So the thing to do would be to remove it here. And if you're going to do anything and you're going to make it for everyone, then come back with a third reading amendment, and we'll debate that. But in this case, I think we've heard very clearly that it's either all or none. And we can't be picking and choosing. I would argue that there's there's an issue here of stepping over the bounds onto our executive branch here with this. And that any of those elected, they all got more votes than any of us individually. And so I think we ought to be very, very cautious. The people spoke. They put those people in those positions to help defend for the people of Wyoming. So I think we'd want to be very cautious. But my first point would be still the same one. I'm very gratified that the country lawyers agree with me that it should be all or none. So I would ask that you agree with this amendment, remove this footnote. If you want to come back and go with all of them, that would be fine. We'll have that debate then, but in favor of this amendment.
Representative Knapp, for your second time, bring us on home.
Thank you. I agree with, this was good debate, and I agree with most of those that said this should not be a budget footnote. You know, I can remember this legislature wanting to take power from other elected officials. The fact is, they're elected, and they're elected with enumerated powers. And I agree, we have a chief executive, but nowhere did I hear a chief executive campaigning to make sure your vote was free and fair, or to ensure the integrity of the process of elections. That is another elected official. I don't hear him talking much about investment policy and where our money should go. That is another elected official. So I would caution the body in putting things like this in the budget. If we want to strip powers from those that were elected, we can. But even this body has the right to sue. Thank you.
The ayes and noes have it been called for. Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Allemand. Allred. Andrew. Angelos. Banks. Bear. Berger. Brown. Burkhart. Byron. Chadwick. Chestick. Clauston. Conrad. Crago. Davis. Eklund. Harrelton. Harshman. Heiner. Henderson. Hornock. Jennings. Knapp. Larson Lloyd. Larson JT. Lawley. Locke. Nyman. Newsom. Nicholas. Nemec. Northrup. Oakley. Obermuller. O'Hearn. Olson. Ottman. Pendergraft. Penn. Penn. Provenza. Rodriguez Williams. Sherwood. Singh. Slagle. Smith. Stiff. Storer. Strzok. Stivar. Tarver. Trujillo. Walters. Ward. Washut. Western. Winter. Wiley. Yin. Zwanitzer Dan. Zwanitzer Dave. Speaker Summers. Are there any changes? Are there any changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 28 aye, 34 no.
Second reading amendment number 6 to House Bill 1 has failed. The next amendment for our consideration is second reading amendment number 7. Representative O'Hearn.
I move second reading amendment number 7 to House Bill number 1 of the Wyoming Military Department and ask for your favorable consideration. Here is a fix that is long overdue. There are 8 parcels that the Wyoming Military Department has been paying approximately $346,000 a year to lease within Camp Guernsey. The Office of State Lands and the Wyoming Military Department both wish to swap approximately 8,200 acres of property locations to better both the offices, grazing lease prospects, and the Wyoming Military Department's maneuverability through their training area. Office property cannot be shot into or over, nor maneuvered through, and only allowed legally to be utilized as grazed lands with no buildings. The National Guard Bureau asked the Wyoming Military Department 5 years ago to fix this problem. This is the fix devised by the Wyoming Military Department and our executive branch. Of the 8 parcels, 2 of these properties are zoned recreational. This is number 3 on your amendment on line number 6 in House Bill number 1. The remaining 6 are zoned agriculture, which is listed as number 4 on line 16. Hence the 2 different costs on the amendment to swap property between the office and Wyoming Military Department. Both departments will trade approximately 8,222 acres each. After the swap, all office property will be located down south on current Wyoming Military Department property, and then all land up north will be fully maneuverable and more marketable for larger military training forces. The approximately $15 million will secure all 8 parcels for a 40-year lease. All the money will go into the school land fund, as all earned grazing funds from the office property currently goes. This amendment is a win-win-win for all parties. The Wyoming Military Department gets more maneuverable land. The office gets better contiguous grazing land for the lease, and the legislature will not to include funds yearly for grazing fees within Camp Guernsey. The Wyoming Military Department would appreciate an aye vote on this amendment. Thank you. Oh, I do, excuse me.
Excellent correction, Representative Hearn. Members, any discussion? Representative Locke, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And just a question on this. So my understanding is that they're currently spending approximately $346,000 a year. You take the number that we're talking about, the 15 million and change, you split it, it comes out to $377,000 a year. I'm just kind of curious. The numbers look funny, like funny numbers to me, and I'm just trying to understand what's really going on here, and what are we paying for? It's a land swap, but they're paying more than they were paying for what I would understand would have been easements for that property, right? And I just want to understand what's going on and why is the number bigger and all of those things. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman? Discussion? Representative Harrelson for your first time. Representative O'Hearn, I'll let you take a crack at that afterwards. Please, Representative
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just wanting to know what lands are we swapping? Because obviously this isn't my county, and I'm just trying to figure out what lands we're swapping for what lands. So if there's a way we could actually get like maybe plat maps or something, it sounds like we're moving that direction. I'd love to see that. Thanks.
Members, any other discussion? Representative Stith?
Mr. Chairman, a question for the bringer of the amendment. If I understand it correctly, it looks like although it's a relatively high price tag on this, that the money goes from the general fund to the various school funds. Is that correct?
Members, any other discussion? Anyone else for their first time? Seeing none, Representative O'Hearn for her second time.
Yes, if you add those 346 times 40, that doesn't include that, but that's because the payments include an inflation adjustment to cover your question. Will all go to the school fund. And I think, did that cover your question too, over there? I believe so. Yes, the school fund will get approximately $16 million or $15 million. It'll all go in the school fund this year. We will not have to pay any lease agreements for 40 years, and we will receive the grazing fees that we were paying
for the land that is being grazed up in the Camp Guernsey training area.
Representative Locke, for your second time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So let me just make sure I'm straight on this, but what I hear is we're gonna pay, we're not getting any break for paying up front.
Hey, you
Oh,
can't
yeah,
do that.
yeah.
He was the last.
Point of order. We've already had our first and second discussion, Mr. Chairman.
Close enough.
All right. Seeing this bill has this amendment has an appropriation, a roll call vote is needed. Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Point of order.
Representative Haroldson, state your point.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Did you offer a second for anyone, or did you just go straight to Representative?
Representative Haroldson, I did offer a second for other members. Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Allemand? Allred? Andrew? Angelos? Banks? Bear? Berger? Brown? Burkhart? Byron? Chadwick? Chestick? Clausten? Conrad? Crago? Davis? Eklund? Haroldson? Harshman? Heiner? I'm sorry, repeat. Henderson? Hornock? Jennings? Knapp? Larson Lloyd? Larson JT? Lawley? Locke? Nyman? Newsom? Nicholas? Nemec? Northrop? Oakley? Obermuller? O'Hearn? Olson? Ottman? Pendergraft? Penn? Provenza? Rodriguez-Williams? Sherwood? Singh? Slagle? Smith? Stiff? Storer? Strock? Stivar? Tarver? Trujillo? Walters? Ward? Washut? Western? Winter? Wiley? Yin? Zwanzer Dan? Zwanzer Dave? Speaker Summers? Are there any changes? Are there any changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 40 aye, 22 no.
Second reading amendment number 7 to House Bill 1 has passed. The next amendment for our consideration is second reading amendment number 8. Speaker Summers.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I'd like to move second reading amendment number 8 to House Bill 1. And what this is every biennium, the Appropriations Committee has to put the $300,000 into the budget for ag in the classroom. And I would like to just see that become part of the Department of Agriculture standard budget. And so what this basically does is just delete not. And so it would say it is the intent of the legislature that this appropriation be included in the Department of Agriculture standard budget for the immediately succeeding fiscal biennium.
Any further discussion? Any questions? So members, this does not have an appropriation, so this is going to be a voice vote. All those in favor of second reading amendment number 8 to House Bill 1, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, say no. No. Second reading amendment number 8 to House Bill 1 has been adopted. The next amendment for our consideration is to second reading amendment number 50. Representative Washut.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move second reading amendment number 50 to House Bill number 1. Ask for your favorable consideration. Members, we had House Bill 29, and it's working its way through the process, which allocated funding for a database dealing with cold cases. And this is kind of a sister bill to that, there's being an amendment to provide funding to that division that handles these cases to provide for a full-time investigator. That what we learned over the interim as we looked at this topic of cold case investigations is that the best practice is to have full-time investigators who work these cases on a full-time basis. In Wyoming, we don't have that luxury, and we have been getting by using part-time investigators. And that means that these are investigators who are carrying a full caseload of active, new, fresh cases, and that leads them to work these cold cases on a catch-as-catch-can basis. And they have done quite well under that restriction. And they're to be commended for the work that they've done. But all the experts that we heard from over the interim said, full-time investigators stay focused. And all of us can relate to the time we were trying to fix a car in the garage or do a project out on the back patio, and we kept getting called away to the telephone, or the neighbor was hollering at us over the fence or whatever. All those interruptions keep us from achieving our main objective. And that's what happens to these investigators. They're working on a cold case, and then we have a kidnapping. They're working on a cold case, then we have an officer-involved shooting. They're working on a cold case, and we have any myriad of other types of necessary interruptions. So all we're doing here is assigning one full-time investigator to work these cases on behalf of these many, many victims who exist in every one of our districts. And so we're putting in funding for a position, and then we put in $75,000 to allow the division to contract with individuals on an as-needed basis. Okay, so what's this all about? Well, imagine a situation where we've had a sheriff's department detective who's worked the case for the last 10 years. And now that detective's retired. And now we get a hot lead. Wouldn't it be nice if we could hire that retired detective back as a contract employee to help us, rather than starting at scratch, bring that individual back as an expert resource to help us during the duration of that investigation. So that's what this provides for, a full-time investigator and some funding for contract investigators on an as-needed basis. I stand for questions.
Anybody for their first time? Question having been called, Chief Clerk, please call the roll on second reading amendment number 50 to House Bill 1.
Allemand? Allred? Andrew? Angelos? Banks? Bear? Berger? Brown? Burkhart? Byron? Chadwick? Chestick? Clauston? Conrad? Crago? Davis? Eklund? Harrelson? Harshman? Heiner? Henderson? Hornock? Jennings? Knapp? Larson Lloyd? Larson JT? Lawley? Repeat. Lawley? Locke? Nyman? Newsom? Nicholas? Nemec? Northrop? Oakley? Obermuller? O'Hearn? Olson? Ottman? Pendergraft? Penn? Provenza? Rodriguez-Williams? Sherwood? Singh? Slagle? Smith? Stith? Storer? Strzok? Stivar? Tarver? Trujillo? Walters? Ward? Washut? Western? Winter? Wiley? Yin? Zwaniter Dan? Zwaniter Dave? Speaker Summers? Are there any changes? Are there any changes? Closing vote? Vote closed. 36 aye, 26 no.
Second reading amendment number 50 has been adopted. We are now on second reading amendment number 9, Representative Provenza.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, body. This amendment I bring to you currently because the peace officers, I guess I can't say proper names, this agency only has 2 FTEs, and the director is doing the work of what many worker bees would be doing. So while the director is doing investigations, is doing certifications and identifying training issues, he also has to run the agency. So this appropriation would help ensure that the agency can do the mandated responsibilities that we have given them to do in terms of overseeing law enforcement and training. The cost estimate for the FTE would be about $97,000 a year or $194 per biennium. The total cost you see includes all benefits associated with the position. This is an hourly rate of about $33 an hour. There has been a steady increase of investigations and increase in training validation. So on average, there's about 20 cases that are open each month that Post is not able to complete. This requested position would both assist in investigations and assist in certification and training coordination. So this office serves as an important agency and is doing the best it can on a shoestring budget, really. So I'm asking that we support this office in 1 more FTE. Thank you.
Representative Larson Lloyd.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was a little surprised at this because we didn't hear anything from the AG's office during budget hearings, but I hear the bringer of the amendment talk about investigator and investigations, but what are we investigating at Post? And so if you could give me elaborate on the type of investigations and the number of cases, what is it that he's doing there would be helpful for me, please.
Anybody else for their first time? Anybody for their second time before the bringer? Representative Provenza for your second time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the question. So the investigations that this person would be working on in part would be certification. So this office is responsible for certifying officers, ensuring that they are certified to then go work in law enforcement, but also in the reverse. So if there are ever instances where an agency has had continuous problems with one person, they can send in and submit for a decertification process. That decertification process happens through Post. So if somebody is giving law enforcement a bad name, harming the integrity of law enforcement as a whole, Post can say, we're going to decertify this officer, but they have to do the due process of hearing whether that is necessary or not. So that could be that they are talking to witnesses, they're talking to other agencies, they're talking to other law enforcement. But it does require an investigation because it is a due process issue. And so to ensure that they are doing the job well, we need to make sure that they have enough folks to do so. And right now, as I said, we've seen an increase of investigations and an increase in training certifications as well. So they need to be able to fill that gap.
Chief Clerk, please call the roll on second reading amendment number 9 to House Bill 1.
Allemand? Allred? Andrew? Angelos? Banks? Bear? Berger? Brown? Burkhart? Byron? Chadwick? Chestick? Clauston? Conrad? Craigo? Davis? Eklund? Harrelson? Harshman? Heiner? Henderson? Hornock? Jennings? Knapp? Larson Lloyd? Larson JT? Lawley? Locke? Nyman? Newsom? Nicholas? Nemec? Northrop? Oakley? Obermuller? O'Hearn? Olson? Ottman? Pendergraft? Pendergraft? Penn? Provenza? Rodriguez-Williams? Sherwood? Singh? Slagle? Smith? Stith? Storr? Strock? Stivar? Tarver? Trujillo? Walters? Ward? Washut? Western? Winter? Wiley? Repeat? Yin? Zwanitzer Dan? Zwanitzer Dave? Speaker Summers? No. Are there any changes? Berger? Aye. To no. Brown? Aye. To no. Further changes? Further changes? Closing vote? Vote closed. 14 aye, 48 no.
Second reading amendment number 9 to House Bill 1 has failed. The next amendment for our consideration is second reading amendment number 10 to House Bill 1, Representative Heiner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move second reading amendment number 10 to House Bill number 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. Members of the body, we heard about this asset last week, but a little bit more. This was first formed in 1928. So a lot of things happened in those years that usually don't happen nowadays. And before you, normally in private practice, before you take ownership of an asset, you do due diligence. You want to find out what kind of risks, what kind of liabilities, what kind of things might be hidden that you're not quite aware of. So with this built in 1928, there's a very good possibility there may be some asbestos. Is there any soil contamination from herbicides or pesticides? Is there any water contamination? Water contamination, I can tell you it takes years and years and decades to clean that up. So before we enter into something that might open up risks and liabilities for the state of Wyoming, I think we need to have a due diligence study of this to make sure we understand the total costs. Back in 2003, there was a development plan for this acreage, and there was 4 phases of development, and the total cost was $8.8 million back in 2003. So with that same development plan in today's dollars, that's almost $15 million that would cost us today to develop this as it should be developed or as it was recommended to be developed. So I recommend we pass this amendment, not do this at this time until a study can be performed to actually identify what we're getting into as a state. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Pendergraft for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We all know that general appropriation bills are for nothing but ordinary expenses. This is a one-time issue, and it's not an ordinary recurring expense.
Chairman Nicholas for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, on and against this amendment. As you all know, a week ago, we circulated handouts, so if you still have those available, you'll see exactly what this involves. It's roughly 870 acres. We don't purchase it, it's a lease, but the biggest problem right now is that's already been evaluated preliminarily by the State Parks and Rec. And to get this thing up and running and basically save the trees and have the opportunity to save an incredible historic site for the state of Wyoming. These trees, by the way, are all over the state of Wyoming that were germinated and grown and circulated all over the state. It's an incredible part of Wyoming history. This appropriation is to save it and to preserve it. So on and against. Thank you.
Representative Smith, excuse me, for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment I see as conforming to the way the body has already voted on this situation. So this just brings the budget in alignment with how this body has already chosen to vote. So vote aye on this amendment.
Chairman Newsom for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In our can I save my committee? In committee number 6, we had the opportunity to tour this facility as part of our interim study. And it is remarkable. I had never been out there before, and it's wonderful. But it is in a state of disrepair. And if we don't take action soon, the trees have not been taken care of particularly well. The buildings have not been taken care of particularly well. There are some resources there that would allow us to house staff. There are several homes on the site that could be easily refurbished and allow for state parks employees to live there. So I think that it's worth spending this $5 million to save this. It's a gem in our state, a piece of our history and a piece of our agricultural history and a piece of our parks history. The trees that are grown are then sold sometimes to cities and counties for their tree to plant. And just, I mean, if you haven't gone out there yet, go out there because it is a remarkable place. On and against this amendment.
Representative Yin for your first time.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I think that one of the previous speakers talked about how the body had previously voted on this specific situation that's referenced in the amendment. And I think the body actually voted a majority in favor. So if you wanted to vote similarly to how we had voted as a body before, I think you'd actually vote no on this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Anybody else for their first time? Anybody for their second time before the bringer? Representative Heiner. Oh, you're too late. You went the first time, you didn't get up fast enough. So Representative Heiner for your second time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So this is just a lease. We will just be leasing this property, which we will not even own. So if this, I don't know if the city of Cheyenne owns this property, we'll be putting state money into property that's owned by some other entity. So that reinforces my feelings that we should vote for and in favor of this amendment and not put state money into something that we don't even own. Thank you.
Chief Clerk, please call the roll on second reading amendment number 10 to House Bill 1.
Allemande? Allred? Andrew? Angelos? Banks? Bear? Berger? Brown? Burkhart? Byron? Chadwick? Chestick? Klauston? Conrad? Crago? Davis? Eklund? Harrelson? Harshman? Heiner? Henderson? Hornock? Jennings? Knapp? Larson Lloyd? Larson JT? Lawley? Lawley? Locke? Nyman? Newsom? Nicholas? Nemec? Northrup? Oakley? Obermuller? O'Hearn? Olson? Ottman? Pendergraft? Penn? Provenza? Rodriguez-Williams? Sherwood? Singh? Slagle? Smith? Stith? Storer? Strock? Stivar? Tarver? Trujillo? Walters? Ward? Washut? Western? Winter? Wiley? Yin? Zwanzer Dan? Zwanzer Dave? Speaker Summers?
No.
Are there any changes? Lawley, excused to no. Conrad, aye to no. Harshman, aye to no. Further changes? Further changes. Closing vote. Vote closed. 25 aye, 37 no.
Second reading amendment number 10 to House Bill 1 has failed. The next amendment for our consideration is second reading amendment number 11, Representative Hornock. And somebody told me that at this pace we'll be right at midnight. Representative Hornock.
Mr. Speaker, I move second reading Amendment 11 to House Bill 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. So members, what this actually does is really just change who we're hiring. In the current budget, the way that it's worded is that the State Construction Department will hire 3 at-will employees to provide owner's rep services. And I'm actually just amending that so that they go out and hire an owner's rep firm for those projects. And so what will, this will allow the department to hire a qualified firm that specializes in this service. This is actually something that's happening a lot more in large construction projects where you have the architect and the contractor, and then the owner actually hires their own independent firm to provide the owner's rep services, which is becoming a very valuable service and can save a lot of costs throughout the project in general. So I'm asking for your favorable consideration. I'd be happy to answer any questions that might come up about this.
Excuse me, Representative Larson Lloyd.
Thank you,
For your
Mr.
first
Chairman. Excuse me, the department that's working on this has the ability, even without this amendment, to still go out an RFP if they want to have a owner's rep firm to look at a project that they've got going in, but they would also like to have the flexibility because these firms generally are more expensive than, particularly if you've got a smaller project or even a larger project in the hinterlands of the state where there might be somebody local with the expertise that they could hire as an at-will employee for the duration of that project and get that done. They informed us, and the reason they're doing that is because they've experienced this, and as they've been trying to cut costs, one of the biggest expenses they have in a project really is, or in the administration part of a project, is the owner's rep. And they indicate to us that it costs about 2 to 3 times more if they go through a firm, owner's rep firm, rather than if they can find somebody that's there. So I think that this just gives them a little more flexibility. If there's somebody in the area that can provide those services and they can serve in an AWAC position for the duration of that contract, that it saves the state money, and it helps get the project across the line in a more economical basis. Again, we'd encourage a no vote on this.
Representative Walters for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On and against the amendment, having served as the chairman of the task force that was involved with the building of the new state building in Casper a few years ago, we had an owner's rep built into the capital construction project budget, and we went out for an RFP, and it came in at over 6 times what we ended up doing by transferring this to an AWAC position that the agency was able to use internally. But it was an AWAC position that was then eliminated at the completion of that project. So we found the most cost-effective way, which was the AWAC route versus the firms. And I think the good bringer even stated it. This is a great value to the state of Wyoming to have this owner's rep serving. So we want to have the owner's rep, but we want to have it done in the most cost-effective way possible. And we've learned through experience that that's through the use of an AWAC. And so I, again, on and against the amendment. Thank you.
Anybody else for their first time? Anybody for their second time before the sponsor? Representative Hornock for your second time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So let me just explain a little bit about an owner's rep service. They are a highly specialized service, and we're developing these large construction projects throughout the state, and we are expecting to hire a very specialized individual in a certain place to watch over a very difficult project. So I don't really think this is going to work very well if you just are looking for the one individual to oversee this project. And then I would argue as well that you would be paying the full salary, essentially, of that person for multiple years if they're overseeing this project. And oftentimes, the owner's rep service does not have to be full-time, even on these large construction projects. So I would argue that going out to bid to look for firms that do this through the competitive bid process, you will find that you will get a good value for this particular thing that they are doing for the owner's rep service. So I would recommend an aye vote on this. You can have, this amendment still allows you to hire that individual. That individual just fills out an LLC and calls themselves a firm, but they would have to submit qualifications, and they would have to convince the agency to hire them, that they are fully qualified to perform this service. And again, it's a very valuable service. I do recommend doing this on all of our large projects. But in order to do this well, I think that the best thing that we can do is actually go out and look for firms that specialize in this type of project, in this type of job. So I'd appreciate your aye vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Chief Clerk, please call the roll on second reading amendment number 11 to House Bill 1. Amendment. Second reading amendment number. That's right. Thank you. All those in favor, say aye. All those opposed? No. Second reading amendment number 11 to House Bill 1 has failed. The next amendment for our consideration is second reading amendment number 51 to House Bill 1. Representative Majority Floor Leader Nyman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, I bring you second reading amendment number 51.
Yeah, you should. Did you move that or?
Excuse me. Mr. Speaker, I move House second reading amendment number 51 to House Bill 1 and would ask for your favorable consideration. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a pretty straightforward move here. What I believe is, what I'm wanting to do is to move back to the original governor's rec when it comes to where we're drawing our dollars for the operation of the border control. The way we've got it currently set up right now is that it will be coming out of Water 1, and that'll take about a little over $15 million out of Water 1. Well, when we look at Water 1, and I've actually given you a piece of information there, some information to talk about some of the history of some of the different appropriations or the dollars that have been moved out of Water 1 over the history. And currently, up to this date, we've moved $102 million out of Water 1 and used it to run the border control. Well, I get that. I understand. Those dollars were moved because of budgetary shortfalls and things like that in the past. And we needed to move those dollars around in order to meet our fiscal responsibilities. But my position on this, and I would hope for your favorable consideration, is right now, Water 1 is the department in our water engineer's office that takes care of the planning and the creation and the setting up of our water projects. And quite frankly, we're not in that tough a shape right now that we would not be able to fund our water board of control out of the general fund, thereby allowing that extra $15 million to stay in the Water One to do projects. And to me, as I look at it, these water projects are critical statewide. As sitting on the committee that deals with water, I see a lot of different projects that do not have the opportunity to be able to come to fruition because we are continually restricting our ability to be able to help work with a lot of the communities on these projects. And this isn't just irrigation. We're talking about water projects, municipal and otherwise. And so I just want your favorable consideration, if you wouldn't mind, that we would really realize that no matter what we deal with in the state of Wyoming, water is the most critical issue in my mind that we're ever going to have to deal with. And building and creating and helping to develop this infrastructure for all of our communities to be able to preserve something that is so critical and vital to our state. So that's the reason for this, and I would be willing to stand for any questions, hopefully.
Representative Slagle for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm on and for this amendment. I agree with the majority floor leader. Doing this move would free up more money for our communities to get these water projects done that they need to get done. I mean, I know there's several in our part of the country that need work, need the money, and I'm sure there's others around the state as well. Thank you.
Representative Smith for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am in favor of this amendment. As far as water construction projects in my district alone, when there was a failure of a tunnel to distribute water to the ag communities, it impacted our county alone by $90 million just by not getting that water there. So this is a great opportunity for economic development and keeping things going for the ag community.
Representative Walters for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On and against this amendment, and friends, we need to clear up the misconception that this is decreasing the amount of money in Water One to do Water One projects. Because yes, in the 037 agency, yes, we pay for the Board of Control out of Water One in this budget. And then when you get farther in the budget, in Section 300, subsection J, we fill the exact same amount the Board of Control costs in 037 with general funds to Water One. So there is no net decrease to Water One in this budget. It is just a shifting of how we are funding it. And why do we do that? Because the Board of Control, over the years that it's been in place, has been funded by Water One more often than it has been funded with general funds. So we said, let's continue the existing practice of funding it with Water One, but we recognize the value of all these water projects, irrigation and municipal and all of them out there. So since we do have adequate general fund dollars, let's then backfill it in Water One, and that's what Section 300, subsection J does. It keeps Water One 100% whole for the Board of Control. We just make sure we keep the practice in place of funding it through Water One. So again, Water One will have the same amount of money available for projects that would if we were to pass this or not. We just need to make sure we continue the existing practice of funding the Board of Control through Water One. No projects will be denied because of this action. So please, I would encourage a no vote on this amendment and recognize Water One is still going to have a full value for all of the projects that it would have. Thank you. Again, vote no on the amendment.
Chairman Eklund for your first time.
Mr. Speaker, I guess I've got a couple of questions. Somebody could clear me up on it. If we vote on this, it's not going to change the actual budget. Would it just be a voice vote or otherwise? I'm curious about that. And the other part I'm curious about, if we're kind of setting policy here. If we set the policy today, then in each budget, do we have to fund Board of Control out of, put money into water development to fund the Board of Control? Or is that a special provision that's going to be in included in other budgets, or do we know that?
So the process question, Chairman Eklund, is because we are increasing and decreasing funds, we do vote on it. Representative Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to divide this amendment. The first division would be lines 1 through 4, and the second division would be lines 5 through the end of the amendment.
I'm going to have to look at the budget bill. Representative Bear, I rule that divisible. Representative Bear, did you say Division 1 was 1 through 4?
Yes, sir.
And Division 2 is 5 through the rest?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Which one would you like to start on?
I'd like to start with Division 1. Unfortunately, I think this is taking the money from the wrong account. So I would recommend a no vote on this first division.
All right, would anybody else like to speak to this, Representative Nyman, on this Division 1? All right, Chief Clerk, please call a roll on Division 1 of Second Reading Amendment 51.
Allemand? Allred? Andrew? Angelos? Banks? Bear? Berger? Brown? Burkhart? Byron? Chadwick? Chestick? Clauston? Conrad? Crago? Davis? Eklund? Haroldson? Harshman? Heiner? Henderson? Hornock? Jennings? Knapp? Larson Lloyd? Larson JT? Lawley? Locke? Nyman? Newsom? Nicholas? Nemec? Northrup? Oakley? Obermueller? O'Hearn? Olson? Ottman? Pendergraft? Penn? Provenza? Rodriguez-Williams? Sherwood? Singh? Slagle? Smith? Stith? Storer? Strock? Stivar? Tarver? Trujillo? Walters? Ward? Washut? Western? Winter? Wiley? Yin? Zwanitzer Dan? Zwanitzer Dave? Speaker Summers? Are there any changes? Are there any changes? Closing vote. Vote closed on Division 1. 1 aye, 61 no.
Division 1 of House Bill, Second Reading Amendment of Division 1 of Second Reading Amendment number 51 of House Bill 1 has failed. And now we are in Division 2, Representative Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I believe that the rest of this amendment does achieve what the bringer of the amendment was attempting to accomplish, we may have to come back in the next reading and correct the account that we're taking from, just to get it back to where it should be. Thank you. On and for this division.
All right, so this is Representative Yin, are you? Okay, Representative Yin, for your first time on Division 2.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. On Division 2, so I believe what the goal, well, I mean, I shouldn't imply what the goal here is, but what I think the end result would be that we actually just transfer an extra 16.9 million in Section 300J, which is our budget balancer transfers, which I believe is what the appropriators were trying to tell us, that we do this budget balancer transfer to just basically say we're still spending from our Water One, and then we just transfer from the general fund to fill up the amount that we spent. If we change this Section 37 to all just be general fund instead of Water One, 300J is still in the budget bill, so we just basically pour 16.9 million and then don't spend it out of Water One. So we fill Water One by an extra 16.1 million. If that's something, that's a policy position of whether the legislature wants to transfer 16.9 million into Water One and then not spend it and save it for other projects, that is the position of the legislature. But I just want to be clear on what the result would be if we stay and leave 300J in there.
Representative Nyman for your first time? No, you good? Anybody else? Representative Walters for your first time on Division 2.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, on and against Division Number 2, as we stated earlier, this funding is already in Section 300J. Water One will be whole. It will allow us to continue the practice of funding Board of Control out of Water One without damaging Water One or taking away from the ability to do projects, both municipal and irrigation. So please vote no on Section 2 of Amendment 51. Vote no.
Chairman Nicholas for your first time.
Yeah, and asking you to vote no on this. And so, ladies, the water accounts are filled with what we call below the cap dollars, meaning that they're guaranteed a minimum of $40 million for water projects every 2 years. It's an absolute guarantee. Why do we do that? It's because water is important to Wyoming, and so we've risen it above anything else because it's below the cap, meaning it's the first to get the money, that $40 million. So the reason that we're taking the Board of Control and funding it in general funds was basically to use every $40 million, all for water projects. So over time, over the course of 30 or 40 years, when we were short of money, or while we were doing it, we would then put 15 million, and actually part of the state engineer's office used to be part of this as well. And so having just the Board of Control being funded by Water One was kind of a compromise to get to that position over time, since I've been in the legislature. But the point is that, so what we tried to do in the appropriations is guaranteed for this budget that there'll be an extra $16 million it'd be funded from to the water account for that $40 million under the cap because we prioritize water. But what we also said is, look, when we are in hard times, and we are just like this, we're a revolving state just because of our mineral resources. Really, water should have to stand on the sideline with everybody else and fight for how many more dollars they get over in that guaranteed $40 million. And so we're just saying, let's make it a level playing field, and if water is the most important, then support it. But don't give it put it on the 1 yard line, and everybody else has to run the ball back from the end zone. So, thank you.
Anybody else for their first time? Representative Nyman for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to maybe add on to what the good appropriator said, to me, there's nothing more important than water on the 1 yard line. I think that is what we absolutely have to have. All of our communities are critically tied to it. There's to me in Wyoming, no matter oil or whatever, we can live without all of those things. We can't live without water. And our communities need this infrastructure. That's what this here money is here for. That's what we're doing. We're taking this back to build something that's an investment in our state that is going to have far-reaching generational consequences. That's why it's so important. And the more dollars we can put into that investment in our water and our infrastructure in the state of Wyoming, the better off we are as a state.
Anybody else for their first time on Division 2? Anybody for their second time on Division 2? Representative Bear for your second time?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This water account was set up really because we have received the great deal of wealth from extractive industries that frankly, you know, if you believe some of the science, it's going away. That's why we call it a severance tax that we put on these products. It's going away. It's a diminishing asset. Water is not a diminishing asset. I think of the Roman aqueducts. There's some of them still in use today. When we invest in water, this is a long-term investment for the state well beyond our lives. And we can use the funds. This was designed to use those funds. But by taking funds from this account to fund something that used to be funded in the general fund is limiting the amount of investment we can put into that great resource that we all depend on for life, as the majority floor leader said, but also that is going to help our state for centuries to come. Please vote aye on Division 2.
Chief Clerk, please call the roll on Division 2 on second reading amendment number 51 of House Bill 1.
Allemande? Allred? Andrew? Angelos? Banks? Bear? Berger? Brown? Burkhart? Byron? Chadwick? Chestick? Clauston? Conrad? Crago? Davis? Eklund? Haroldson? Harshman? Heiner? Henderson? Hornock? Jennings? Knapp? Larson Lloyd? Larson JT? Lawley? Locke? Nyman? Newsom? Nicholas? I'm sorry. Nemec? Northrup? Oakley? Obermuller? O'Hearn? Olson? Ottman? Pendergraft? Penn? Provenza? Rodriguez-Williams? Sherwood? Singh? Slagle? Smith? Stith? Storer? Strzok? Stivar? Tarver? Trujillo? Walters? Ward? Washut? Western? Winter? Wiley? Yin? Zwanitzer Dan? Zwanitzer Dave? Speaker Summers? Are there any changes? Are there any changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 26 aye, 36 no.
Division 2 of second reading amendment number 51 has failed. The next amendment for our consideration is second reading amendment number 15. Representative Crago.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move second reading amendment number 15 to House Bill 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. This amendment's pretty straightforward. Under the budget, we are appropriating $5 million to treat invasive grasses and plants. A lot of this is happening in the northern part of the state, also on the eastern part of the state. And so what this amendment does is doubles that amount to $10 million and takes out the matching language, which I feel is hamstringing us a little bit. It will still go through the Wildlife Natural Resource Trust Fund and through the grant program, which it'll end up having matching funds attached. It just over the some counties, some areas, we can do a smaller match. Other areas will be able to have a much larger match. And so I just took that language out, so we're a little bit, have more flexibility in what we're doing, and stand for any questions.
Anybody want to speak to this? If not, Chief Clerk, please call the roll on second reading amendment number 15.
Allemande? Allred? Andrew? Angelos? Banks? Bear? Berger? Brown? Burkhart? Byron? Chadwick? Chestick? Klauston? Conrad? Crago? Davis? Eklund? Haroldson? Harshman? Heiner? Henderson? Hornock? Jennings? Knapp? Larson Lloyd? Larson JT? Lawley? Locke? Nyman? Newsom? Nicholas? Nemec? Northrup? Oakley? Obermueller? O'Hearn? Olson? Ottman? Pendergraft? Penn? Provenza? Rodriguez-Williams? Sherwood? Singh? Slagle? Smith? Stiff? Storer? Strock? Stivar? Tarver? Trujillo? Walters? Ward? Washut? Western? Winter? Wiley? Yin? Zwanitzer Dan? Zwanitzer Dave? Speaker Summers? Are there any changes? Allemande? Aye. To no. Further changes? Further changes. Closing vote? Vote closed. 47 aye, 15 no.
Second reading amendment number 15 to House Bill 1 has been adopted. Chairman Northrup, do you have a privilege?
No, sir. Next bill.
You're the next one? All right. Second reading amendment number 16 is next. Chairman Northrup.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move second reading amendment number 16 to House Bill 1 and ask your favorable consideration. So what's happening in Wyoming? We all know what's happening. We're being bought by the East Coast and the West Coast. All our farmland is being essentially, there's a great reduction in it because of this. It turns into houses. That's the last great crop as far as a farmer or a rancher would ever say. And that's what easements do, is put an easement on it, the development of that land, if you so choose, because it's voluntary. And that's what I'm asking for, is to put $4 million into the Wyoming Natural Trust to be able to put the skids to this to the people who desire that. Stand for questions.
Representative Larson for your first time.
So I agree with my dear friend from up in the basin who tills land, and I agree that the Wildlife Trust is the place to get it done. Where I disagree is that we have been sending the message to their constituents and to each other that once we got the Wildlife Trust Fund funded, that then we would use those revenues and wouldn't have to supplement the activities of that agency with general fund dollars anymore, and which is what I think this does, and I would encourage a no vote on this. Now, we just passed an amendment that put $10 million to the Wildlife Trust Fund to fight invasive species. We started that last year and easily could have put the responsibility for spraying invasive species, and we talked about this last year, and when we done that $1 million one, we could have done it to Weed and Pest, we could have done it to counties, we could have done it through the Department of Ag. Even WYDOT has a Weed and Pest program that they grant out. There's a number of different entities that that would fit in. Conservation isn't protecting conservation falls, I think, uniquely in the WWNRT. And that's the difference I find between this ask and the last one. And I think that we need to, don't argue with what the good representative's trying to do here, but I think it ought to be within the funding source that we've established for doing these. Might take us a little longer to do it, might have to work with the director and that commission and the large projects to shift things around, but I think that's where it belongs and would encourage a no vote.
Majority Floor Leader Nyman for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a couple questions for the good bringer. In regards to how we're setting this up, some of the major concerns I'm seeing right now with some of these conservation easements is the potential second use of them, as far as we just discussed some issues with the NACs and some of the desire by some to be able to purchase these agreements and to be able to set aside these lands and tie them up. Is there any discussion in the framework of this dollars as far as how long would these lands have to be used for agriculture specifically, if at some point could they turn that money back and say, you know, I've decided to go ahead and subdivide it, the next generation didn't want to? Is there any kind of mechanism in place that would allow the state to be able to get those funds back if they ended up changing and deciding they wanted to go a different direction? And are there limitations on that as far as anybody else being able to come in after we've basically purchased the development rights on these properties to be able to make sure that those properties can't be subbed out for, let's say, carbon, storage, something like that? So just a little bit of concern in that we might be, I don't want to be threatened to say, well, if you don't give me, money to prevent me from developing this, that I'm with my own private property, I can develop it. But if you did, what are the long-term consequences that could potentially come with so much pressure right now for set-asides and trying to carbon storage? So if you could kind of help me understand that, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Representative Heiner for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In line with the comments from the representative a couple of speakers ago, we've been putting money into the corpus for a few years into this fund. Could you tell me, and we're putting more money into it now, could you tell us how much money is in that corpus before the beginning of our session here? Thank you.
Representative Davis for your first time.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, you know that the money coming out of the corpus was to go to these large projects that we get to prove, on the Natural Resource Trust Fund. And this is just supplemental money specifically to try and protect the lands in the state of Wyoming. I think this is a good deal. We need more funding out there for these type of things to occur. And they're limited on their cash. So I think this is a good appropriation for that money.
Representative Zwanitzer Dave for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In answer to the question, how much money are in those funds, I believe the corpus has about 197.4 million, and I believe the income trust fund has about 40 million. And be aware that this particular amendment is wanting to put that money into the income part of it. So I too would be a no vote on it.
Representative Slagle for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, I have an issue with this bill. A few years ago, we were worried about the 30 by 30 that the Biden, our governmental administration brought forward. And it's about the control of this land. And I know this isn't clear to national control right now, but when we put the control outside of ourselves, which we do when we put our land in an conservation easement, we're giving up our property rights. And so I would urge a no vote on this.
Representative Craigo for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So just on in favor of the amendment, say that for a couple of reasons. One, all of these funds go through the select committee, one way or the other. We get to see how they're being spent. And I would note on these conservation easements, That department, that committee is very intent on partnering with entities that are friendly to our state and to our culture. A lot of these, excuse me, a lot of these family farms and ranches are going to end up in conservation easements one way or the other. There's so much money flowing around out there now. I would just as soon that they end up in conservation easements that are friendly to farming and ranching. They may not all end up there. And time is sort of the essence in this matter. People are converting their agricultural rights to these all the time, and in order to maintain their farms and ranches. And so that particular select committee works really hard with a lot of, for example, the association that handles our stock growers. They partner with them. They partner with other entities like that that are friendly to, like I said, our state and our culture and what we stand for. And so I would urge an aye vote on the amendment.
Representative Bear for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First for a second.
Representative Byron for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On and for this amendment, folks, if we need to clarify what an easement is, easement is a willing party that is entering into it. These are not forced, these are not mandated, this is not somebody threatening. These are really, really great tools for our agriculture industry, our private property rights, the folks that own the property to make a decision that benefits the land. On and for. Thank you.
Anybody else for their first time? Anybody for their second time before the sponsor? Chairman Northrup?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So let me answer a few of those questions. The reason why asking for more money, that there's over 100 applications right now out there in the state trying to get an easement on their land, and they just want to see it preserved in the way that it is today. That's all. They might say, well, there's a corner over here beside the highway that would be a good spot for my son to build a house, and when these easements are put together, they'll cut that out of the easement and say, that's a place I want to develop into a house. But the rest of that, clear down to the river and on the other side, I don't want to see houses strung all the way down there so that I have to look at houses, or when I die, that's what happens to the land. So the problem in Wyoming and in agriculture, as you know, is that most of the people, I'm young, most of the people in agriculture and young are 65 plus. Well, so we have nationwide, and I know we're not supposed to talk about nationwide, but that's the statistic. The trust is held indefinitely. It will never go away. That company has that. That's hence the name, trust. They're the ones that are going to have it. And as said, there's approximately 200 million that's recently been put into the account, and it's just now starting to make interest on it. Thank you. Please vote in favor.
Chief Clerk, please call the roll on second reading amendment number 16 to House Bill 1.
Allemand? Allred?
Excuse.
Andrew? Angelos? Banks? Bear? Berger? Brown? Burkhart? Byron? Chadwick? Chestick? Klauston? Conrad? Crago? Davis? Eklund? Haroldson? Harshman? Heiner? Henderson? Hornock? Jennings? Knapp? Larson Lloyd? Larson JT? Lawley? Locke? Nyman? Newsom? Nicholas? Nemec? Northrup? Oakley? Obermuller? O'Hearn? Olson? Ottman? Pendergraft? Penn? Provenza? Rodriguez Williams? Sherwood? Singh? Slagle? Smith? Stith? Storr? Strzok? Stivar? Tarver? Trujillo? Walters? Ward? Washut? Western? Winter? Wiley? Yin? Swanitzer Dan? Swanitzer Dave? Speaker Summers? Are there any changes? All read? Excused? To aye. Further changes? Further changes. Closing vote? Vote closed. 22 aye, 40 no.
Second reading amendment number 16 to House Bill 1 has failed. The next amendment for our consideration is second reading amendment number 52, Representative Stibar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move amendment number 52 to House Bill 1. Ask for your favorable consideration, and I will withdraw it at this moment.
And you're going to withdraw it as well. That's awesome. Big hand. All right.
Let's get it started.
The next amendment for our consideration is second reading amendment number 53. And that would be Representative Penn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I move second reading amendment number 53 to House Bill 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. So some of the discussions and debates in the last few days have inspired me to bring this. It seems that it's found to be a good idea to say what we think that money can and cannot be spent on. And some discussions that I was able to have last year with the director of the department that deals with all things health in our state. The question was asked, are state funds being used to provide access to gender-affirming treatments? And unfortunately, the answer came back as yes, there are funds that have been spent, state dollars that have been spent on such procedures, a couple tens of thousands to be exact. Things like hormone therapies, puberty blockers, those types of things. I know that my constituents and many across the state are not favorable to those ideas. Also, we've, in the last few sessions, passed some bills regulating abortion, and therefore it stands to reason that the body supports the idea that that is not something that we want to be spending taxpayer dollars on, and therefore this says also that we will not be spending taxpayer dollars on abortions. We know that there's a clinic in Casper, at least, that's doing these procedures. This simply looks to uphold that. There are a lot of risks involved with both chemical and surgical abortions, and should something happen that is taxpayer funded, we would then be on the hook for covering the costs of those procedures. When it comes to gender affirming cares, a university, a very renowned university known for their study of medical things, did a study that showed that the estimated cost of providing continued gender affirming cares was $34,000 to $43,000 a year. If the state is on the hook for those costs, I think that that's not a good use of taxpayer dollars, and also not within the wishes of most of our taxpayers. So I ask for your favorable consideration.
Anyone for their first time? Representative Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I look down through here, there's some things in here that I agree I would not, I would prefer that we have policy that directs the department that oversees health to limit the ability of their divisions or to provide procedures or reimburse providers for such things My problem with this is we shouldn't limit how an agency works by their funds. We should develop what the policy is and say, our policy says that this agency, this division of this agency cannot provide these types of services, and not just say you can't do it because you can't get any money. And so I really see this as something that ought to be in the Green Book, something that ought to be developed. And I think to the good presenters, we've had conversations on abortion that we've developed policy on. We've had conversations that's fluctuated back and forth on gender reassignment, trying to figure, we haven't got that figured out yet, per se. I think that that's developed on policy that will be in the statute. And I think that this is kind of circumventing that process. And I would urge caution and ask you not to, and thus continue to develop policy, particularly on how the state approaches gender reassignment.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Majority Floor Leader. This amendment is very simple. It states that state money shall not be used to take a life or permanently disfigure anyone. I think that's entirely reasonable. And in accordance with Rule 12-4, I ask for the ayes and noes.
Yeah. We'll need 2 seconds. You pick. Yeah. Thank you, Representatives. Representative Pendergraft, you want to address the issue? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On and for this amendment. Had a conversation with the executive in charge of our state university and asked him directly if this sort of thing was going on. He said not to his knowledge. And then they got back to me with an email message that in fact these things are happening in a clinic in central Wyoming. I promised him that he would have an issue, that there were many of us that felt as we did that we were not inclined to offer any funding. And so, if I may, this is a bit of a personal thing. I'm keeping my word. Thank you.
Any others? First time. Representative Stith.
Mr. Chairman, question for the bringer of the amendment. It's my understanding that the Department of Health does not spend any funds on abortion right now, because I'm certainly against using taxpayer money to pay for abortions. It's my understanding that that's already federal law. I mean, no one can get their abortion paid for with Medicaid dollars. And so I mean, like our department that deals with this doesn't have a division of abortion, right? So I guess this question is this piece of it something that's you believe is new or different, or is it just a restatement of what the law already is? Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Ottman. First time.
Thank you, Mr. Majority Floor Leader. I would just say, since this is a topic on funding rather than a topic on yay or nay, I would say that at $43,000 per person, and that is probably a minimum, because a lot of these people, especially youngsters, will need multiple surgeries and pharmaceuticals and things like that for the rest of their lives, because things are imbalanced. And I mean, that's just, that's fact. That's not my opinion. So when we're looking at the amount of people that may require or decide on this type of thing, and to say that we're going to pay for them all, I don't think that the taxpayers of Wyoming should have to, because this is an elective surgery. And you all might laugh, but like if I said, you know, I would like a facelift. And that would make me very happy, and I think you all should pay for it. What would you think? See ya, right? So there's things that are, according to the health department, that are required, an emergency, a surgery, doctors, whatever. But when we're looking at things that we elect to do, I don't think that that should be part of the funding from the state. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Sherwood,
I didn't say.
first time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am a little concerned that there are pieces of the amendment that go against best practices, as we've heard testimony from our healthcare providers, specifically when it comes to puberty suppression. So this would be drugs that allow our youth to develop at a normal rate. And so in cases where, say, a young woman is developing breasts at the age of 8, that is not ideal, right? So then it is appropriate, and it's a common health practice to delay her development. Or a young gentleman who maybe is developing testes before the age of 9. So again, appropriate use of slowing down the child's development so that they can develop at a normal pace a few years out. So I would be against this amendment.
Thank you, Representative Sherwood. Representative Craigo, your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick question for the bringer when she gets back up to the mic, which might be a while. So I'm reading through the exceptions, and usually have language regarding the health or life of the mother. And I didn't see it, but I might be missing it in the amendment. So if it's in there, just could you point it out to me? Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Chadwick. First time.
Thank you. Do we call you Mr. Speaker or Mr. Floor Leader? Chairman. Okay. Thank you. I agree with a whole lot of the sentiments that we've heard here. But this is flat out legislating via our budget. Undeniably, that's what it is. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Byron, first time.
Thank you, Chairman. On and against, I think this looks like a really good opportunity for a bill for next session.
Any other representatives for their first time? Going once, second time. Representative Ward, second time.
Thank you, Mr. Majority Floor Leader. I would argue that rules should be based on the normal occurrence in life, not the exception. Normally, 8 and 9-year-olds don't develop that early, and I'm sure that this rule, it would not apply to that situation.
Any others for their second time? Representative Craigo? Any others? Second time? Seeing none, back to the sponsor, Representative Penn.
Thank you, Mr. Majority Floor Leader. Okay, so if we can go back through some of these, has the department confirmed that payment for abortion? No, the confirmation was for gender-affirming care. With the question on suppressing precocious puberty, this wouldn't be applicable. It says only puberty suppression or blocking prescription drugs to stop or delay normal puberty. And finally, to the good country lawyer, you are correct. So I would ask for your favorable consideration.
Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Allemand? Allred? Andrew? Angelos? Banks? Bear? Berger? Brown? Burkhart? Byron? Chadwick? I'm sorry, repeat. Chadwick? Chestick? Clauston? Conrad? Crago? Davis? Eklund? Haroldson? Harshman? Heiner? Henderson? Hornock? Jennings? Knapp? Larson Lloyd? Larson JT? Lawley? Locke? Nyman? Newsom? Nicholas? Nemec? Northrup? Oakley? Obermuller? O'Hearn? Olson? Ottman? Pendergraft? Penn? Provenza? Rodriguez Williams? Sherwood? Singh? Slagle? Smith? Stith? Storr? Strock? Stivar? Tarver? Trujillo? Walters? Ward? Washut? Western? Winter? Wiley? Yin? Zwanitzer Dan? Zwanitzer Dave? Speaker Summers? Are there any changes? Harshman? Aye. To no? Allred? No. To aye? Berger? No. To, oh. Berger? No. To aye? Oakley? No. No. To aye? Andrew, can you confirm? Further changes? Closing vote? Vote closed. 45 aye, 17 no.
As for amendment number 53, it is adopted. Next amendment for our consideration is amendment number 2018.
Mr. Majority Floor Leader. Just waiting to be recognized.
Yeah, no. Representative Brown, thank you for your patience, sir.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I move second reading amendment number 18 to House Bill 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. It's a relatively small amount of money, and I want to make sure that everybody is working off of the corrected copy. The original copy did have a mistake in it, and if you're looking at that up underneath section 48, it will say Department of Health, and then it will say behavioral health. That is not the correct copy. We need to be working off the one that says public health. What this amendment does, ladies and gentlemen, is we have 26 hospitals throughout the state. These 26 hospitals have a trauma designation. These trauma designations are renewed every 3 years, but during the stage 2 or step 2 cuts, this program was pulled out of the budget as kind of some of that low-lying fruit. During that process, we didn't have any hospitals that had not been trauma certified at that point. We're now into the 3rd year, which means this coming year, some of these hospitals will no longer be trauma certified. So this money is simply doing 2 things. It's restoring the trauma certification process, which I can give you the exact details of what that is. The trauma certification process is $88,000. The trauma education portion of this is $117,695. So that's what you're seeing out of this total appropriation, and that is for the course of 2 years. These trauma designations come through every few years, and when I spoke with the department director about this particular topic, I have a good white paper I'm here more than happy to send to you all. Basically, they didn't have anybody fighting for this particular designation because nobody really realized that they were getting ready to run out on their designation process. So all we're trying to do is just put back into here what was cut 3 years ago and make sure that your hospitals are trauma certified.
Representative Larson Lloyd for your first time.
I I guess my question, it's more of a question, is oftentimes, like when we have BOCES or residential treatment centers, and they have to do their recertification, that's the burden they have to bear themselves. A lot of the professional fees or recertifications are burdens they have to bear themselves. I'm just curious to the bringer of the amendment why it's the state's responsibility to pay for the education and funding of the recertification on this.
Anybody else for their first time? Second time? Sponsor. Chairman Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Valid question, right? And I think it's one that should certainly be asked and certainly needs to be answered in a forthright way. And what it boils down to is we made a policy decision 3 years ago during budget cuts that said this wasn't important. And I agree with that. We're also facing other areas here that we're looking at increasing funding. This was just not an area where we had an association or somebody that was out there pulling the strings and saying, hey, look, we really need this. It wasn't even brought up until after the budget had been developed, to be honest with you. And so secondarily, when we talk about the CDCs or any of these other locations that are working on trying to get some of their funding restored, they're not operating at a negative margin like most of our hospitals are. So our hospital across the street here just a couple of weeks ago housed a good open house forum for most of you. And a few of you came, and one of the things that was a glowing statistic in that was that only 4 of the hospitals in this state are operating at a positive profit margin right now. 4. Out of the 26 hospitals in this state, 4 are operating at a positive profit margin. And I will ask, is it worth the 40 cents per state citizen that this costs if you're the one that's injured and you need the trauma services in your hospital? I would say yes.
Chief Clerk, please call the roll on second reading amendment number 18 to House Bill 1.
Halloran? Allred? Andrew? Angelos? Banks? Bear? I'm sorry, Bear? Berger? Brown? Burkhart? Byron? Chadwick? Chestick? Clauston? Conrad? Crago? Davis? Eklund? Harrelson? Harshman? Heiner? Henderson? Hornock? Jennings? Knapp? Larson Lloyd? Larson JT? Lawley? Locke? Nyman? Newsom? Nicholas? Nemec? Northrup? Oakley? Obermuller? O'Hearn? Olson? Ottman? Pendergraft? Penn? Provenza? Rodriguez Williams? Sherwood? Singh? Slagle? Smith? Stith? Storr? Strzok? Stivar? Tarver? Tarver? Trujillo? Walters? Ward? Washut? Western? Winter? Wiley? Yin? Zwaniter Dan? Zwaniter Dave? Speaker Summers? Are there any changes? Larson Lloyd? No to aye. Further changes? Further changes? Washut? No to aye. Further changes? Ottman? Aye to no. Further changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 33 aye, 29 no.
Second reading amendment number 18 to House Bill 1 has been adopted. The next amendment for our consideration is second reading amendment number 17. And Representative Provenza.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move second reading amendment number 17 for your favorable consideration. This amendment empowers hardworking Wyoming families with the individual freedom to start and grow their families as they see fit. This body has made it clear over the past 2 years that we seek to prevent abortions, and I couldn't agree more with that goal. Yet we know that today, abortion remains legal in our state. It is enshrined in the Constitution in the state to the north of us. It is legal in our neighbors to the south, and there is frankly little that we can do to stop women from traveling elsewhere or obtaining abortion drugs illegally or on the internet. All the bans we pass will not change those facts nor stop abortion. This amendment will enhance the efforts of this body to limit the number of abortions the women of our state seek. It does so by making widely available long-term birth control that women can use to prevent pregnancy, but that is completely reversible when the time comes for them to decide to start a family. It also makes widely available vasectomies for men, which are also 100% reversible. The demographic this amendment targets is the same group of folks we supported last year when we passed an extension for postpartum Medicaid coverage for new moms. 1/3 of the births in this state are paid for by Medicaid. This would provide a cost-effective way to make sure that the families having these children we support are coming at a time when the mother and father decide that they are ready. So they're not caught between jobs or in other times of economic crisis that would increase their dependence on the state. This is a bill that supports personal responsibility and prevents abortion before conception, before anyone believes that life has begun. I ask for your affirmative vote.
Representative Yin for your first time.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I mean, very simply, this is $1 to $5 being spent to help reduce the number of abortions in Wyoming. Again, it lets people choose when they start a family and not have a situation where they have to decide whether or not they get an abortion. This prevents that situation in the first place by not requiring them to make that choice. Instead, they don't have an abortion at all. We avoid an abortion in the state of Wyoming, and we still let people choose when they have their family. So I think this achieves that shared goal, and I would ask you to vote in favor of the amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Ward for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In accordance with Rule 12-4, I ask for a recorded vote.
It's a roll call.
It's a roll call, if I can talk. Anyway.
One time. Chris.
Sorry. Had a frog. It's a roll call anyway. All right, Representative Ottman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a couple questions for the bringer. First off, is this just a one-time appropriation, or is this into perpetuity? And the second one is, do we have an idea of how many people this might affect and what the, since we said it was $1 to $5, about how many people are we looking at? Because it could be from, and the other question was, where would these be distributed and how would they get them? Thank you.
Representative Larson Lloyd for your first time.
On the funding part of this goes into the Department of Health's budget under the Pregnancy by Choice, and that covers kind of a wide variety of things. And there's an 1115 waiver in there, and that's what an 1115 waiver will do then is allows us to use federal funds for a program like we do in long-term care and other places where the community choice waiver, where we can show that this is budget neutral or a savings to Medicaid. And so you'll see in here in Part B that the federal funds in here are 1.1 million. The state dollars are 128,000, so that's about a 10-to-1 match. Now, on the administration side of that, it's 50-50. And it would go into the budget. I think it's important for us to remember, well, you know, all of us, I think maybe sit down and take a breath and recall what it was like when you and your wife or you and your husband were contemplate starting a family, and all of those actions, and remember some of those intimate, hard decisions that you're making. And when you're maybe a young single person who is economically not in a position to, or have had the opportunity to make a lot of these choices, the biggest impact to us as a state and to our society is all of a sudden we have an unwanted pregnancy where now this person can't work because there's a child at home, they can't take care of the child, or can't afford child care. It was an unplanned pregnancy, didn't know about contraception or didn't understand this. Does this solve it all? No. But I think we have to be really careful and not avoid stepping up on the soapbox here, and just realize that there's a population that this might serve and help save the state money and help keep people in the workforce that we really need to have.
Representative Rodriguez-Williams for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've on and against this amendment. I view this amendment as eugenics. It targets poor people in our state and attempts to control a population. I urge a no vote.
Anybody else for their first time? Anybody for their second time before the sponsor? Representative Provenza.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To answer some of the good representatives' questions, this would have to be reappropriated at a later date, but it would go into the budget. In addition to where would they get these services, they would go to their own healthcare provider if that healthcare provider accepts Medicaid. So it would be covered by whoever their doctor already is. I'm not going to go into too much more commit or body. I think that you know how you're going to vote, but I will ask, if we want to prevent abortion, if you believe that abortion kills an innocent life, then I hope that you will join me in voting aye on this amendment. This will stop that. This will help ensure that we are providing services so people can make choices for their own families of when they start their families, and not have to come up to the difficult decision of whether they do want to try and obtain an abortion, whether legally or not. I urge you to vote aye on this amendment. Thank you.
Chief Clerk, please call the roll on second reading amendment number 17 to House Bill 1.
Allemand? Allred? Andrew? Angelos? Banks? Bear? Berger? Brown? Burkhart? Byron? Chadwick? Chestick? Clauston? Conrad? Crago? Davis? Eklund? Harrelson? Harshman? Heiner? Henderson? Hornock? Jennings? Knapp? Larson Lloyd? Larson JT? Lawley? I'm sorry? Locke? Nyman? Newsom? Nicholas? Nemec? Northrup? Oakley? Obermuller? Obermuller? O'Hearn? Olson? Ottman? Repeat. Pendergraft? Penn? Provenza? Rodriguez Williams? Sherwood? Singh? Slagle? Smith? Stiff? Storer? Strock? Stivar? Tarver? Trujillo? Walters? Ward? Washut? Western? Winter? Wiley? Yin? Zwanitzer Dan? Zwanitzer Dave? Speaker Summers?
No.
Are there any changes? Berger? Aye. To no? Further changes? Closing vote? Vote closed. 24 aye, 38 no.
Second reading amendment number 17 to House Bill 1 has failed. The next amendment for our consideration is second reading amendment 19. Chairman Zwanitzer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask to withdraw Amendment 19 at this time.
Yay! Second reading amendment 19 has been withdrawn. We are now on second reading amendment number 78. Representative Western.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, and I move second reading amendment number 78 to House Bill 1. Pretty straightforward here, folks. What this does is that it gives $1 million to the Department of Health and it makes it an ongoing request as part of their standard budget for the Wyoming Home Services Program. The reality is we are one of the oldest states in the nation, and it's incumbent upon us to do everything we can to help our senior citizens. What the program does, what Wyoming Home Services does, is it finds seniors who are kind of on the bubble of heading to a nursing home, and it keeps them in their home. There's a lot of data out there that shows the longer we keep senior citizens in their homes, the better the health outcomes are, the better the quality of life is. So right now, we're spending, from the research I did, it's about $1,600 a person to keep them in their home. This has CNAs come to their home, help with their healthcare needs, and help their living situation. This is a highly demanded program. There are folks on waiting lists to get on the Wyoming Home Services Program in counties all across the state. So it's probably worthwhile to ask, what are the alternatives? We can always put them in a nursing home and certainly have Medicaid, the Center for Medicaid and Medicare Services pay for it. That's much more expensive. It's about $4,500 to $5,000 per person with that option. So we're spending money on the front end to save a lot of money on the back end, and I would certainly stand for any questions. Thank you.
Chairman Newsom for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a question for the bringer. What's the total budget for this program at this point? So what would the impact of an extra $1 million make, I guess is my question.
Anybody else for their first time? Majority Floor Leader Nyman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And just also curiously, how many would currently qualify for this? I'm sure you've got some data put together about how many folks would be able to utilize this. Do you have those numbers?
Anybody else for their first time? Anybody for their second time before the sponsor? I think the good representative went to the encyclopedia there. I've done that myself. Representative Western for your second time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So it's about 2.5 million, give or take. But to the question that was asked, there is demand for this. Again, I think there's a waiting list of roughly 4 dozen or so in this county alone. So the demand is there, the need is there, and I certainly encourage the body to vote aye.
Chief Clerk, please call the roll on second reading amendment number 78 to House Bill 1.
Allemand? Allred? Andrew? Angelos? Banks? Bear? Berger? Brown? Burkhart? Byron? Chadwick? Chestick? Klauston? Conrad? Crago? Davis? Eklund? Haroldson? Harshman? Heiner? Henderson? Hornock? Jennings? Knapp? Larson Lloyd? Larson JT? Lawley? Locke? Nyman? Newsom? Nicholas? Nemec? Northrup? Oakley? Obermuller? O'Hearn? Olson? Ottman? Pendergraft? Penn? Provenza? Rodriguez Williams? Sherwood? Singh? Slagle? Smith? Stipp? Storr? Strock? Stivar? Tarver? Trujillo? Walters? Ward? Washut? Western? Winter? Wiley? Yin? Zwanitzer Dan? Zwanitzer Dave? Repeat. Zwanitzer Dave? Speaker Summers?
Aye.
Nyman, can you confirm? Are there any changes? Are there any changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 45 aye, 17 no.
Second reading amendment number 78 to House Bill 1 has been adopted. The next amendment for our consideration is second reading amendment number 20, Representative Rodriguez Williams. No? Chairman Zwanitzer?
Could I get a privilege of the floor, Mr. Speaker?
Sure you can.
Thanks, because I know you were all thinking, if I wasn't here, what would I be doing on a Monday night? And so letting you know, if I wasn't here, I would normally be teaching my Political Science 1000 course at our community college here in Cheyenne, teaching the next generation about government. Because I could not be there tonight, I invited my entire class here to the Capitol, and the bad news is I think only 4 have shown up. But if you please welcome them there in the South Gallery, if you would stand.
Welcome to the House. All right. Representative Rodriguez Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move second reading amendment number 20 to House Bill 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. Essentially, what this amendment does is it's an offset. It takes the $375,000 that was allocated for an additional regional director for the Wyoming Business Council. And it moves that money into an area in which I believe is more needed. We have a growing, aging population within the state of Wyoming, and this money could be used to go towards Wyoming Senior Services Boards for grants for our senior centers in our community.
Okay. Representative Walters, for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I'd like to divide the amendment, and the division would be between lines 10 and 11. Division 1 being 1 through 10, Division 2 being 11 through 15.
Division 1, 1 through
1 through
10, 9?
Mr. Speaker, 1 through 9, 1 through 10, there's a space there, so it's
Yep.
however you would choose to do it at that break, Mr. Speaker.
That looks divisible. Which one would you like to do first?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We'll start on Division 1 if you're agreeable.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As to Division 1, this is appropriating $314,000 to the Senior Services Program, probably a decent idea. And I would just encourage the body to vote however you feel best about the senior programs. And if you want to add $314,000 to that, the seniors will certainly appreciate you.
Anybody else on Division 1? Chief Clerk, please call the roll on Division 1 of second reading amendment number 20 to House Bill 1.
Allemand? Allred? Andrew? Angelos? Banks? Bear? Berger? Brown? Burkhart? Byron? Chadwick? Chestick? Clauston? Conrad? Crago? Davis? Eklund? Haroldson? Harshman? Heiner? Henderson? Hornock? Jennings? Knapp? Larson Lloyd? Larson JT? Lawley? Locke? Nyman? Newsom? Nicholas? Nemec? Northrup? Oakley? Obermuller? O'Hearn? Olson? Ottman? Pendergraft? Penn? Provenza? Rodriguez Williams? Sherwood? Singh? Slagle? Smith? Stith? Storr? Strzok? Stivar? Tarver? Trujillo? Walters? Ward? Washut? Western? Winter? Wiley? Yin? Zwanitzer Dan? Zwanitzer Dave? Speaker Summers? Are there any changes? Allemand? No. To aye, further, Angelos? No. To aye, further changes? Closing vote? Vote closed. 62 aye.
Division 1 of second reading amendment number 20 to House Bill 1 has been adopted. We are now on Division 2. Representative Walters.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On Division 2, I'm going to urge a no vote, and I think the vote that we just cast indicates how important it is to support our seniors, but I don't think we need to support our seniors at the expense of some other entity. There's certainly good things that the other entity is doing throughout the state. Many of those things are things that help support seniors as well as some of the infrastructure and things that go through that entity and Agency 085 take place. So I think we demonstrated that the need is really about serving our seniors, not about serving our seniors at the expense of something else. So with that, I would urge a no vote on Division number 2. Thank you.
Representative Trujillo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm a yes on this. It was stated in a conversation yesterday that the money that we're looking to decrease, they already have a director, and adding this money to bring another one, when we only average 45 jobs a year with the business council, with that agency, it doesn't seem very cost effective to add another one just to bring another maybe 30 jobs a year. Thank you.
Representative Rodriguez Williams for your first time. I called on you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge an aye vote. We heard from the committee that appropriates that this position is an additional position to what's already out there, and that the position is needed to empower economic development directors in communities. I think this is an awfully expensive cheerleader.
Representative Penn for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would encourage an aye vote on this as well. The original intent of this amendment was to have an offset, to provide a service that is needed in our state, and to find a place where maybe there isn't something as needed, and that would be a further growing fourth branch of government and bureaucracy. Thank you.
Anybody else for their first time on Division 2? Representative Sherwood for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As many of you know, I am an economic developer in my day job. I'm very familiar with the work of this agency. I want to clarify that when I was speaking presenting the agency's budget, the number I called out was specific to just one program. If you add up the jobs created by all of the programs offered by the Business Council, it's 197 that they helped create last year. Another clarification is currently the regional director in question is performing two roles. They are managing all the other regional directors and trying to serve this region of the state. The capital city alone is growing quite quickly and has the ability to add new industry, grow existing industry, and add a lot more jobs beyond this 197. But when you have one individual splitting their attention between walking side by side with economic developers and growing business and coaching and overseeing and supervising the others, you have a split focus and we're not getting the results that we could with another position. Thank you.
Representative Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am also in favor of this division. I will have to say I did the math after receiving some reports based on my question about this agency as far as how much we spend per person. And based on the numbers I received, dividing by how much the agency spends and how many jobs were created, it's over $350,000 per job created. So, thank you.
Anybody else for their first time? Anybody for their second time? Before the sponsor or the divider, Representative Walters.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, I would encourage a no vote on Division number 2 here. We resoundingly said we believe in what the senior programs do, but we don't need to do it at the expense of some other program that is serving the state of Wyoming and serving the state of Wyoming quite well. So again, I encourage a no vote on Division number 2. Thank you.
Chief Clerk, please call the roll on second reading amendment number 20 to House Bill 1.
Allemande. Allred. Andrew. Angelos. Banks. Bear. Berger. Brown. Burkhart. Byron. Chadwick. Repeat. Chestick. Clouston. Conrad. Crago. Davis. Eklund. Haroldson. Harshman. Heiner. Henderson. Hornock. Jennings. Knapp. Larson Lloyd. Larson JT. Lawley. Locke. Nyman. Newsom. Nicholas. Nemec. Northrup. Oakley. Obermuller. O'Hearn. Olson. Ottman. Pendergraft. Penn. Provenza. Rodriguez-Williams. Sherwood. Singh. Slagle. Smith. Stiff. Storer? Strock? Stivar? Tarver? Trujillo? Walters? Ward? Washut? Western? Winter? Wiley? Yin? Zwanitzer Dan? Zwanitzer Dave? Speaker Summers? No. Are there any changes? Obermuller, aye. To no. Further changes? Further changes. Closing vote. Vote closed. 25 aye, 37 no.
Division 2 to second reading amendment number 20 to House Bill 1 has failed. The next amendment for our consideration is second reading amendment number 21 to House Bill 1, Representative Provenza.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to try different microphones, see if I have better luck. I move second reading amendment number 21 for your favorable consideration. Members, in any given month, there are 627 children that are in custody in family-like settings with this department. The department reimburses foster care providers on a monthly basis, so reimburses. Monthly basis covers daily expenses of the youth, and this amendment would be an inflation adjustment. So to support the ongoing needs of each youth, the department reimburses foster family providers, again, on a monthly basis. So what this amendment is doing is ensuring that we are paying the families that are helping the state with the youth that they have taken into custody. These things might go for things like keeping a roof over their head, or their clothing, food. We know that the costs of living have gone up astronomically. It would be dishonest for the state of Wyoming, to essentially have these children out of placement of their own homes, doing our work without reimbursing the families that are taking care of them. Right now, the range for providers is anywhere from $664 a month to $754 a month. No one is getting rich off of taking care of children within our family department. So this is just a fair rate to reimburse families for doing the care that the state needs them to do by providing loving homes. So I ask for your favorable consideration.
Chairman Newsom. I'll wait to see if the Zwanitzers fight it out over there.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wonder if you've done a calculation as to what the percentage increase is for this amount of money. Thank you.
No, Zwanitzer Dave, Representative Zwanitzer Dave, for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand up and encourage you to support this amendment. You know, inflation has eaten it up, and if anybody's had teenage kids in the household, you know they can consume a lot. So please do support this amendment.
Representative Locke, for your first time.
Is this something that's not done in the normal appropriations process? I'm just curious, these types of adjustments, I would have thought these would have been in a normal appropriations. I'm just curious more than anything for my own edification. Thank you.
Encyclopedia Larson, no, I mean Representative Larson Lloyd. Please, Representative Larson.
Say what? I thought she was saying, notice that I spilled lunch on my lapel. So indeed it was. The agency brought, and I should step back and say that there was a rebasing that takes place, supposed to take place every 2 years for the RTCs, crisis shelters, BOCES, and group homes, as well as some foster care. Foster care just kind of follows along with them. We had cut that rebasing. I think we talked a little bit about that when I presented this agency, and they had come back. They hadn't done that rebasing since 2016 but the fund, and so when they come back with this rebasing and made the recommendation to the governor at the time funded 75% of what the rebasing said. Same on foster care. This brings it up to the agency's full request. You'll see a similar request on the group homes, the crisis beds, and BOCES, the RTCs coming up in a little bit, that funds them up to the 100% of what the rebasing was. But did it go through the budgeting process? Yes, and they made that request.
Representative Trujillo, for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm on and for this bill. We have a lot of issues in the state with our juvenile system, and if we don't help our foster homes, then these kids will probably get put into like the group homes, and they really need more of a home-based structure. So I'm for this amendment.
Anybody else for their first time? Anybody for their second time before the sponsor? Representative Provenza for your second time. Oh, did I miss it? Okay, Representatives Wanitzer, Dave for your second time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. They were asking about some numbers and percentages, which I have the numbers possibly, but not the percentages. But I believe what we feel they've been getting at the moment is about $700 a month per foster child, and there's about 627 of them in the state. This will give them up a boost of about $133 a month. So I guess you can buy an extra bowl of fruit a couple times in the month. So they'd be around $830, and those are all pretty loose numbers.
Anybody else for their second time before the sponsor? Representative Provenza for your second time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the appropriators for filling in some of those questions. I'm just going to ask that you support this amendment, that you support the hard work that these families are doing on behalf of our state, and support our kids. So thank you.
Chief Clerk, please call the roll on second reading amendment number 21 to House Bill 1.
Allemand. Allred. Andrew. Angelos. Banks. Bear. Berger. Brown. Burkhart. Byron. Chadwick. Chestick. Clauston. Conrad. Crago. Davis. Eklund. Haroldson. Harshman. Heiner. Henderson. Hornock. Jennings. Knapp. Larson Lloyd. Larson JT. Lawley. Locke. Nyman. Newsom. Nicholas. Nemec. Northrop. Oakley. Obermueller. O'Hearn. Olson. Ottman. Pendergraft. Penn. Provenza. Rodriguez Williams. Sherwood. Singh. Slagle. Smith. Stith. Storer. Strzok. Stivar. Tarver. Trujillo. Walters. Ward. Washut. Western. Winter. Wiley. Yin. Zwanitzer Dan. Zwanitzer Dave. Speaker Summers. Are there any changes? Allemand, aye. To no. Further changes? Further changes. Closing vote. Vote closed. 49 aye, 13 no.
Second reading amendment number 21 to House Bill 1 has been adopted. The next amendment for our consideration is second reading amendment number 54 to House Bill 1, Representative Knapp.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I would move second reading amendment 54 to House Bill 1, and hopefully everybody is working off the corrected version. So basically, this is something very similar When they did the rebasing, they moved this level up to 75%. So this is when somebody's adjudicated into the system for mental health services, and it's typically youth. But they basically become sometimes a ward of the state. However, the state is not paying what it costs to house these people. So what ends up happening is typically a nonprofit will have to cover for it. So they pay their people less. They have hiring problems, everything that we see every day with businesses. So when the state does that, when the state adjudicates a child for services, especially for mental health, we have an obligation to pay the costs that it costs to house them, feed them, and shelter them. So that's what this amendment is about. However, I do have an offset. So that's one part of the story. The second part is where the offset comes from. I believe in the Hathaway Scholarship. I believe in Tomorrow's Scholarship. But when the Tomorrows came about, it was touted as an industry/government cooperation to hopefully service some of those people who had lost their jobs, wanted retraining, get a scholarship from the state, but also that industry takes part. So we started it with $10 million. Then we add more to it. Now we're adding another $20 million to get it to its funding level. But you'll see later, we also have a kickstart in there so that we can start giving out scholarships right away. I would venture to say there is not $1 yet from private sector, from industry. That's what this was touted as. So I chose this as my offset because I feel like $2 million to have industry come to partner with is a good thing. And up in my neck of the woods, our community college is a prime example of partnering with industry. Industry has paid for buildings, industry has paid for equipment, industry has paid for scholarships because they know they're getting their workforce trained for them. And when it comes time for those people to graduate, they fall right into place. Welders, diesel mechanics. They know that their investment equals employment. So that's important with the scholarship, is that industry all over the state should take a role, especially now when it's so hard to find people to work for you. So I would ask for an aye vote on the amendment and the offset.
Chairman Olson, for your first time.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to move to divide the amendment. Division number 1 being lines 1 through 12. And division 2 being lines 13 through 20.
Just curious, what are you going to do with 21 and 22? Or
I
do we
think-
have to?
I think that 21 and 22 automatically are included on either amendment. I think that's general language that gets included no
I
matter
think you're
what.
right as well. So Division 1 is 1 through 12. Division 2 is 13 through 20. Is that correct?
That's what I have.
Okay, which one would you like to start with?
We'll take number 1.
All right, number 1 it is, Chairman Olson.
All right, division number 1 is a good division. I think that the allocation of the funds or the appropriation for the funds for the purposes that the author stated are good, and I would urge an aye vote.
Chief Clerk, please call the roll on Division 1 on second reading amendment number 54 to House Bill 1.
Alaman? Allred? Andrew? Angelos? Banks? Bear? Berger? Brown? Burkhart. Byron. Chadwick. Chestick. Clauston. Conrad. Crago. Davis. Eklund. Harrelson. Harshman. Heiner. Henderson. Hornock. Jennings. Knapp. Larson Lloyd. Larson JT. Lawley. Locke. Nyman. Newsom. Nicholas. Nemec. Northrop. Oakley. Excused. Obermueller. O'Hearn. Olson. Ottman. Pendergraft. Penn. Provenza. Rodriguez Williams. Sherwood. Singh. Slagle. Smith. Stiff. Storer. Strzok. Stivar. Tarver. Trujillo. Walters. Ward. Washut. Repeat. Western. Winter. Wiley. Yin. Zwanitzer Dan. Zwanitzer Dave. Speaker Summers. Are there any changes? Andrew? Aye. To no. Angelos? Aye. To no. Further changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 36 aye, 25 no.
Division 1 of second reading amendment number 54 has been adopted. Division 2, Representative Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So Division 1 contained a purpose that, based on that last vote, we can all get behind, and I think that's good for the people of Wyoming. Division 2 also contains something that is Wyoming's Tomorrow program, which is proved to be a huge benefit to the state of Wyoming. So I don't think, as you know, as the saying goes, we shouldn't rob Peter to pay for Paul. So I would urge a no vote on Division 2.
Anybody else on Division 2? Representative Harshman on Division 2.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I encourage your no vote. Again, I think, you know, all these things should stand on their own. And I think the Wyoming Tomorrow, I don't know if we want to debate that or not, if that's what that's about. But really what we're trying to do is mimic what other states have already done. And we all know these people in our community. And they do a job for a while and they get into their late 20s and it's like, I don't think I want to do this forever. And it provides a chance then to kind of change our family trees and grow our young people and keep them here in the state. So Wyoming's Tomorrow is really modeled after what other states have done, and we're ready to kick this thing off. Been working on it. This body has been working on it for better part of 6, 7, 8 years. And so strong no vote on this, and let's keep moving this state forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Anybody else for their first time? Representative Ottman for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Boy, that works out really good. Instead of spending 20 million, we end up spending like 47. So that's pretty amazing. A question for the bringer. Is the Tomorrow, or not the bringer, but the one that divided it, is there another entry in this budget for the Tomorrow program? I'd like to know. And also, one of the questions was, when's industry going to stand up and do their part? I mean, the majority of you are as old as me or older, or maybe a little younger. But anyways, don't you remember the days when you started working for a company and they trained you at an entry-level position and then you worked your way up? I know for a fact that at different colleges, that when you go into a 2-year program or something, a lot of times you don't even have any hands-on. That is done in industry. So while the Tomorrow program may be very good, and I think I voted for it initially to get some job training, it doesn't seem to be working that way. So I would ask you to vote yes on this because, let me see. We don't want to add another 20 million. So whichever way it is, thank you.
All right, anybody else for their first time? Anybody for their second time before the sponsor of the division? Representative Harshman for your second time.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, just to be clear, you know, over the better part of the decade we've been working on this, never was the Wyoming's Tomorrow proposed as a industry partnership. And the second thing is, just think about what this amendment does. It takes 20 million from the trust fund. But this is, 20 million is a one-time, it's not, Wyoming's Tomorrow is not going to cost 20 million every year. It's like the Hathaway, it goes into a trust fund, it's going to kick off earnings every year to fund it. But this 20 million, if you take it and put it up in division number 1, it's ongoing. It's going to go on forever. And so we're going to grow government by, unless you vote, vote on this amendment. So that's it. We voted aye on the first one and encourage your no vote on this so we don't increase the level of government expenditure, in the Department of Family Services. Why would we take out of a trust fund and put into ongoing government? I don't know. But so please vote no. Thank you.
Chairman Olson, anybody else for their second time? Chairman Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To bring us home, I wanted to answer the good representative's question from House District 34. I'm confused. I'm a little confused on how we would get to 40 million. There's an appropriation for 20 million. That was just clarified by the good chairman of revenue, but the appropriation in the budget would be for 20 million. I also wanted to clarify something else that was said, which is that Wyoming's Tomorrow is for non-traditional students. It's the WIP program that's for the industry students. So just wanted to clarify on what the actual purpose of Wyoming's Tomorrow is. And then, there's some debate over whether I guess it's a good program or not, but it hasn't issued a single scholarship yet. So I don't think you can make the argument that it's a bad program. You can certainly make the argument that it's a good program that is worth funding. And I think we've definitely made that argument with the appropriation in the budget. So urging a no vote, Mr. Speaker, on this division.
Chief Clerk, please call the roll on Division 2 of second reading amendment number 54 to House Bill 1.
Allemande? Allred? Andrew? Angelos? Banks? Bear? Bear? Berger? Brown? Burkhart? Byron? Chadwick? Chestick? Clauston? Conrad? Crago? Davis? Eklund? Harrelson? Harshman? Heiner? Henderson? Hornock? Jennings? Knapp? Larson Lloyd? Larson JT? Lawley? Locke? Nyman? Newsom? Nicholas? Nemec? Northrup? Oakley? Excused? Obermueller? O'Hearn? Olson? Ottman? Pendergraft? Penn? Provenza? Rodriguez-Williams? Sherwood? Singh? Slagle? Smith? Stiff? Storer? Strzok? Stivar? Tarver? Trujillo? Walters? Ward? Washut? Western? Winter? Wiley? Yin? Zwanitzer Dan? Zwanitzer Dave? Speaker Summers? Are there any changes? Berger? Aye to no. Further changes?
Not till you're done. Oh, you want to make sure you're voted the right way?
Olson, I have a no. Further changes? Further changes. Closing vote? Vote closed. 21 aye, 40 no, 1 excused.
Division 2 to second reading amendment Division 2 of second reading amendment number 54 to House Bill 1 has failed. All right. The next amendment, and I'm going to guess we're not even halfway. Just saying. And so the next amendment is second reading amendment number 22. Representative Davis, I believe that's you. Representative Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to move, get my glasses on here. Second reading amendment 4702 or 02 to,
Is that second reading amendment number 22?
no, well, is that 22? I have several different, is it 22? 22?
Well, that's what I
Second
got.
reading
Is that what
amendment
everybody
number
else has?
22.
I think that's what's in line there. Yep.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now that we have second reading amendment number 22, I'd like to move it. And this is a good, friendly bill, and I think we've talked a lot about these things here. If you read through here, I'd like to get an appropriation of $75,000 for the purpose of acquiring mammoth jacks, donkeys to place on the state lands where we're grazing, and the Federal Bureau of Land Management's wild horse herd management areas are commingling here. We cannot seem to get the federal to move the horses off the state leases, so what we're proposing to do is bring in these mammoth jacks, and with them, they are naturally sterile, and with that, they would naturally not reproduce on these lands. They would gather up the mares, and that would be a form of, since we've talked a lot about this, birth control, because anyway, we won't go into that. Anyway, I'd look for a favorable vote on this.
Representative Larson Lloyd, try to follow that one.
So, listen, every year, we have one amendment that just sticks out. This has got to take thinking outside the box, thinking of a new way to do it. My hat's off to the bringer of this amendment. I love this thing. I just think, way to go. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Pendergraft.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once in a great while, I happen to agree with the former speaker. This is brilliant.
Representative Byron.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On and for, of course. To the good bringer, how many mammoth jackstock donkeys does $75,000 get you?
Representative Alaman, for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I used to raise mules. Mammoth jacks are fertile. You take a mammoth jack and put it on a mare, you get a mule. That's how you get mules. Donkeys are not fertile. And the mammoth jacks will all be in a herd because they're very timid. The studs are running them off. So we're going to be just blowing $75,000. Thank you.
Representatives Wanitzer Dave.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a question, are these donkeys, are they able to take out the lead stallion in a herd? And has there been any, studies that shows that happens? Because you might put them in with the whole herd, but, if the stallion doesn't like them, then they're going to be over with the fraternity group of those that didn't make it.
Representative Provenza.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a couple questions for the bringer. How long will this take to essentially have an impact? And the other thing is, what do we anticipate the kind of downfall to be when we have, I mean, I looked at some pictures of some jack stock donkeys and they're rather large. And part of the concern that I have is the habitat and the feed for mule deer and other ungulates. And if we add more large animals, is that going to hurt what the wild horses are already hurting while we wait for them to mate themselves out?
Representative Wiley.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Just a question for the bringer of the bill. Instead of these donkeys that can't procreate, could we just fly the herds and do chemical castration with some kind of a spray? Thank you.
All right. Anybody else? No. Anybody for their second time? No. Representative Davis for your second time.
Mr. Speaker, to respond to that last one, I have not seen a spray that just does that, but maybe there is one out there. And as far as a study, yes, the jack has a head about this big and feet about that big around. So it will definitely whip the wild studs out and it will become predominant. He will take the mares and herd them over into the corner there. And as far as the cost, now that's debatable. You know, we can get some mules or some jacks, I should say, anywhere from 3,000 to maybe 21,000, depends upon the size. I mean, we're talking 6 foot at the shoulder, a head that big, you know, so there's going to be some transportation issues getting them here to Wyoming, but I think those can all be overcome. So I'd still look for a favorable vote on this.
Chief Clerk, please call the roll on second reading amendment. No. Oh, it's a voice vote. All right. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? No. Motion carries. Second reading amendment number 22 has passed, has been adopted. All right, now we're on second reading amendment number 55 to House Bill 1. That's Representative Hornock.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to withdraw.
Let's be quiet back there so people can present their amendments.
Mr. Speaker, I respectfully withdraw Amendment 55.
Yay! Second reading amendment number 55 has been withdrawn. The next amendment for our consideration is second reading amendment number 23 to House Bill 1, Representative Locke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move Second Amendment 23 to House Bill 1. And just real quickly, this is pretty simple. I'm just recommending it with this bill that we, well, just to give you a quick summary, this line item was the governor's recommendation, our chief executive recommendation was 4 million. And I know that the JAC moved that up to what was originally requested by the original organization. And so all this amendment does is it takes it back down from the 16 million that it was moved up to, back down to the 4 million. The biggest reason I was pushing, I'm going in this direction is because when I read the documentation, basically the letter from the chief executive was that his original intent was to deny this entire request. And then it appears as though he then brought it up to that 4 million. So I'm just recommending that we go back to his original request. When I'd asked in the first reading of this particular section, the answer to what the original or the additional 12 million was, it's inflation. So I'm just recommending we go back to that governor recommendation of 4 sorry, Mr. Speaker, the chief executive recommendation.
I'm not sure that's not all right in this budget, because you are referring to his budget, so I think you can say the governor.
Okay, I apologize. Anyway, wanted to get it back to that $4 million recommendation. Excuse me, I'd ask for your favorable consideration of this amendment.
Chairman Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I understand and I appreciate what the bringer of the amendment's doing, and I think that there's some legitimacy to that discussion. My only concern is sometimes when we start making budgets and we start looking at the way things are crafted, we realize, especially with community colleges, they've been on a shoestring budget for a very long time. And I'll admit it, that the community colleges, now that we've got 8 of them, everything's spread just a little bit thinner, right? So the state aid portion, which I guess technically the 8th doesn't get any state aid, but we're in a position right now where inflation has affected these community colleges. I can remember just last year I was getting information from Northwest Community College that they weren't even able to hire janitors because they didn't have enough funding in their, well, they couldn't even afford to get enough night janitors to empty the trashes out. So they were having troubles getting people to take the trash out, and the professors were getting angry, and we were having all sorts of problems up in the Northwest, right? So reducing it, excuse me, reducing it down is just going to further hurt. I understand what the bringer of this amendment is trying to do, but sometimes we send a message with this body. And we send a message with this body that says, don't ask for anything more because you're not going to get it. And so we've really conditioned some of these agencies, and especially the community colleges, to be very, very careful on what they're asking for. When they go in front of our appropriations committee, they are detailed in what they're spending their money on. And our appropriations committee has come out and they've said, you know what? We think that this is a good idea. And when they sit there and they say, we think this is a good idea, that's a pretty rare occurrence for our community colleges, to be honest with you. We like to do it for the other main college in this state, but we don't do it for community colleges very often. So we've told the community colleges over the past 6, 8, 10 years, be careful what you ask for because you're not going to get it. So in a situation like this where they're saying, look, we're not going to ask for a ton, the governor came back in his budget and said, you know what? I think we need to up this. And I think this is only going to help. This might hire a few more teachers. This might hire a few janitors. This might repave a parking lot. Who knows? But in my opinion, I think this is a really, really good opportunity for us as a body to reject the notion that we just have frivolous spending. And $4 million spread across 7 community colleges isn't a lot of money. So on and against.
Representative Heiner for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. During the pandemic, our community colleges got $23 million to help them. In the budget session of 2022, they received an increase of $7.5 million. Last year, they received an inflationary funding addition of $1.193 million. So I understand that our JAC spends a lot of time going over these budgets, but so does our executive officer. It starts quite a few months before the JAC, and he hears their concerns, their priorities, and in the governor's budget, he recommended a certain number that was increased by the JAC. So there's a conflict there. Which one is right? The governor's recommendation or our JAC? And what this budget amendment does is puts it back to the governor's recommendation. So I urge an aye vote on this. Thank you.
Chairman Newsom for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to remind the body that there are 7 counties that pay for our community colleges. There are 16 counties that pay nothing. And so I think it is, and the community colleges are also required to have services in those counties that pay nothing. So I think it's reasonable that we would take general fund money to supplement the community colleges and to help those counties that are paying for this, to make that a little more equal across our counties. So if you're in one of the 7 counties that pays for this, and maybe soon to become 8, but I don't think that the land where the camels, I don't think that has been enacted yet, that 4% mill, or 4 mill. So just take into account that if you're not in one of those 7 counties, and yet your regional community college is offering services through BOCES, through outreach, that you should take that into account, and that you should decide that community colleges are worth having and that funding them is worth doing. Thank you.
Anybody else for their first time? Anybody for their second time? Chairman Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So one thing that I just went and looked up, and I just wanted to also clarify, I really appreciate the former speaker's information here about the other counties that don't pay anything. It's always been kind of bewildering to me that we have a community college named after our county here and the county next door to us with that county's name on it. It never made sense to me. But knowing that, that actually helps make this situation even more pertinent to what we're talking about here. You're talking about these services that aren't just in this county, right? These are the services that are going to be spread across all the rest of the other counties. Secondarily, I just went and looked, and I had forgotten about this, but the development of this budget was made underneath one director. And we had, this budget was actually presented to our appropriations committee with a new director. And that process starts taking place, in July, August, September timeframe. And by the time it gets to our appropriations committee in December, a lot of things change. A lot of things have changed in that 4 or 5 months, including a new director. So this new director came in, probably had a discussion with the chief executive downstairs, and that chief executive said, you know what, I recognize what you're saying, I'll pen a letter and we'll see if we can get this. That's why you see a different budget. That's why you see a different recommendation from what the governor originally submitted to what you see now. So on and against, sorry.
Representative Locke for your last time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the previous speaker. Just to kind of reiterate what I said before a little bit, I understand what he's talking about in terms of the, they had a new director come in and do that, but the important thing here is to note that originally our chief executive had recommended, basically he had completely denied it. And then with that reconsideration, he had added the 4 million. So is all I'm advocating is that we decrease it to 12 million that was then added on top of that. We're just trying to be diligent with our budget. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chief Clerk, please call the roll on second reading amendment number 23 to House Bill 1.
Allemande? Allred? Andrew? Angelos? Banks? Bear? Berger? Brown? Burkhart? Byron? Chadwick? Chestick? Klauston? Conrad? Crago? Davis? Davis? Eklund? I'm sorry? Harrelson? Harshman? Heiner? Henderson? Hornock? Jennings? Knapp? Larson Lloyd? Larson JT? Lawley? Locke? Nyman? Nyman? Newsom? Nicholas? Nemec? Northrup? Oakley? Obermuller? O'Hearn? Olson? Ottman? Pendergraft? Penn? Provenza? Rodriguez Williams? Sherwood? Singh? Slagle? Smith? Stiff? Storr? Strzok? Stivar? Tarver? Trujillo? Walters? Ward? Washit? Western? Winter? Wiley? Yin? Zwaniter Dan? Zwaniter Dave? Speaker Summers? Are there any changes? Nyman? No. To aye. Further changes? Further changes. Closing vote. Vote closed. 23 aye, 39 no.
Second reading amendment number 23 to House Bill 1 has failed. Rep. Western, would you come up here? The next amendment for our consideration is second reading amendment number 56 to House Bill 1. Representative Harrelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move second reading amendment number 56 to House Bill number 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. So this, guys, is just an amendment that would put some sideboards on the mineral royalty grants and gives the ability for county, cities, and towns to be able to use these for emergency sakes for infrastructure update. One of the reasons why this is coming forward is in this last year, we had a water tower in our community that became an emergency, an infrastructure emergency. And it's been really interesting to watch a community walk through kind of that turmoil or that heartache of going through that and just wondering what ways is this going to be funded and what ways can we eliminate this hazard out of our community. And so I think this is just a way that we can stretch that and bring some more options in for our infrastructure, ailing infrastructure, and ways that we can fix that. So ask for your favorable consideration.
Representative Slagle for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm on and in favor of this. I would agree with this. We need to vote aye on this amendment. We have, especially in the northeast part of the state, we have a lot of aging infrastructure that's getting to where we're going to have needs, and it will make good. This would help with that issue.
Representative Newsom for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a question about line 5, and then as you read, it says this appropriation shall only be expended for grants for cities, towns, and counties with these emergencies. Currently, is that an only? I would be more comfortable if it said that the grants, there would be a preference for grants that demonstrated these high needs. But the only piece, I think there's 27 million in this line item. If there's not $27 million worth of emergencies, then the rest of that money would not be able to be granted. Is that the intent? Thank you.
Mr. Minority Whip for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I think I have a concern on whether there is an unintended consequence here. So if we say that the MRGs are only going to be accessible via emergency, does that incentivize our cities, towns, and counties to wait until their infrastructure wears down to the point that it is an emergency rather than taking care of it during the normal course of maintenance and then asking for money during that maintenance? What I don't want is for us to start having infrastructure fail before we take care of it. I don't think that's the most cost-effective way we use a grant. And I don't want to incentivize towns to not come to us during the normal course of maintenance rather than just say, you know what, maybe we won't fund it, and then we'll just rely on the board to fund us with a mineral royalty grant once it becomes an emergency. So I do worry if that's an unintended consequence and whether that was considered by the bringers. Thank you.
Representative Wiley for your first time.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I would hate to beat a dead mule to death, but, you know, if we move forward with this, I think we're incentivizing investing and governing by crisis instead of, you know, taking the time doing planning. And if we're not willing to, as a body here, to push something through that's going to invest and keep up our infrastructure, this is just no way to do it.
Chairman, or excuse me, Representative Smith for your first time.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am in support of this amendment. Our small communities do lack funding. Not all emergencies can be planned, and hence why it's an emergency. My community was almost flooded out because of an emergency, and it was nothing that could have been preventable. So the water came about a block and a half from my home, so on and for.
Representative Walters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On and against the amendment, let me read to you in 94604. This is the distribution of the MRGs through the capital construction grant process. This is where these funds reside and where these funds would come from. A, Romanet 1, alleviate an emergency situation which poses a direct and immediate threat to health, safety, and welfare. Romanet 2, comply with a federal or state mandate. Romanet 3, provide an essential service. I'm not sure what this amendment does that's not already laid out in statute. So I think we're just in the budget rearranging the words on the page to do the exact same thing that these funds are already laid out to do. So again, I would encourage a no vote on the amendment because it's already laid out to do what the amendment is trying to address. No on the amendment.
Chairman Zwanitzer for your first time.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. What the amendment does is eliminate any funding for special districts and joint powers boards that are currently allowed in mineral royalty grants. And this says just grants for counties, cities, and towns. So you're never getting another fire engine. You're never getting anything for any special district, including, you know, regional EMT services that you might need should you call 911. But I think that's the real issue with the amendment is it doesn't reflect the current eligibility categories that MRG grants can go to.
Vice Chair Larson for your first time.
Thank you. Just question to the Breener. I don't see any responsibility back on the applicant to verify that they've exhausted other opportunities, such as, I mean, if you had a clean drinking water problem, did that entity go before the SLIB board to try and get a grant or a loan from the state revolving fund? Are there current utility rates for such, whether it be sewer or water, appropriate to comply with statute that to ensure that you can upgrade and replace infrastructure? I think I'd feel more comfortable with this if there was also responsibilities placed on the applicant to demonstrate that they've done all that they can other than just say that they don't have sufficient resources. I'd encourage a no vote. Currently is.
Representative Davis for your first time. Thank you, Mr. Twister, tail twister. Oh, something. Hey, I'm just a little bit, maybe I just need a little bit of clarification here, but we're looking at just emergencies only, right? Not the rest of this that we're talking about, so that if a natural disaster occurs, that these funds are available through grants or loans, is that correct? Just question. Any other member for their first time? Any other member for their first time? Chairman Nicholas for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, ladies and gentlemen, what I see the problem with this amendment is the particular water tower that was an issue, that was presented in front of that board, and it concluded after the water level was put down that it wasn't an emergency. So as this is currently crafted, that still wouldn't be funded. Thank you.
Any other member for their first time? Any other member for their second time? Any member for their second time before back to the sponsor? Seeing none, Representative Harrelson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So a couple questions to answer on that. So I guess I'll go back to what the good representative asked about, if we can prove that this is an emergency. When you go before that board, you go kind of under the microscope, and they ask a lot of questions. What are you charging for your municipality's water, sewer, electrical? Basically, did you negate your maintenance on this product? Was it a situation where these lines have been going bad and you knew it and you just kind of been kicking the can down the road so you could call it emergency? They're very strict on what they give. One of the things that we were told is there's just not enough money here to be able to take care of emergencies. So you ask, what happens at the end of the biennium? The reality is as an aging infrastructure continues to go, we're going to see more emergencies. That's just the reality of it. Another thing that you have to understand about it is the water tower in question, whenever it went, when we started this conversation, it's a 21-year-old tower. There's supposed to be a 60 to 80-year lifespan. We've been doing maintenance on this tower. We've been working on this tower trying to limp it along. That didn't happen. And so what happened is in the last 3 months, we went from saying, we got a problem and we're going to deal with this problem to we literally have a small, beautiful ice sculpture on the edge of our community with 700,000 gallons of water in it. And an engineer that says if that goes, it's going to wash away a quarter of your community. And so we went from when we went before the water board, not an emergency to very quickly an emergency. And that's how these projects can go. And so then a community the size of mine is saddled up with an $8 million expenditure that they've got to come up with. So this is where we could take and we could cover this. Natural disasters, obviously, if there was a natural disaster and communities were to apply for this grant, they do emergency meetings of SLIB. They will come together and they'll do what it takes to take care of those. This is just another way, another option for us to be able to leverage these funds to help our small communities that don't have the large amounts of tax-based profit to be able to take care of their problems. Ask that you vote aye on the amendment.
All those in favor of second reading amendment number 56 to House Bill 1, say aye. All those opposed say no. No. Second reading amendment number 56 has failed. The next amendment for our consideration is Amendment 57. Representative Allamond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to move second reading number 57 to House Bill 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. Folks, what we want to do is on page 48, line 14, delete 1, and then under other funds, decrease.
Representative Allamond, forgive me, I'm having a tough time hearing you. Could you speak directly into the microphone?
Oh, is that better?
Yes, it is. Thank you. Please
Okay.
proceed.
Yeah. Page 48, line 14, delete 1, and then under other funds, decrease the amount by $700,000. Then on page 48, line 23 through 26, delete entirely. On page 49, lines 1 through 3, delete entirely also. And what we're doing is we don't want to send a float to the Rose Bowl Parade. It's a waste of our money. And it's a time when our people don't have money to waste. I have 3 people in my district who cannot pay their property tax. How do I tell them that I voted for $700,000 to send a float to the Rose Bowl Parade? Thank you.
Other members for the first time, Representative Banks.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I recognize that this comes from special revenue that's related to tourism. And I admit it's kind of a fun idea. Let's advertise across the states to have a parade. But I believe that this revenue from the tourism fund could go directly back into improvements made that could benefit our constituents and people that come into our area of the state and bring their dollars that go back into the communities. We're not really going to see any kind of return for having this float. I just think that these dollars could be better spent in things that directly relate to our communities that could have a direct impact for not only the people, but the people that come to enjoy the things that we have to offer. Thank you. Urging a aye vote on this amendment.
Representative Singh for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. While I recognize this may be a fun project that we may be pursuing here, I'm having a lot of trouble justifying this as an essential function of government, and so I would urge an aye on this amendment. Thank you.
Representative Heiner for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've been watching this parade for most of my life, and if there's been floats from other states, I don't remember them. So obviously it didn't make a very big splash with me. But I do remember the year that we sent the Wyoming High School Marching Band to be in the parade. So I recommend, rather than sending a float, let's send our kids. Let's let our kids go there, because one of my children was in it, and maybe that's why I remember. But it made a lasting effect on my child and her friends. Let's send our kids. Thank you.
Representative Walters for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On and against the amendment. This is tourism dollars. If we the legislature, don't direct where some of these funds go, the tourism board will direct where these funds go. And it is typically a lot of out-of-state spending, because the goal of tourism is to bring people from out of the state and out of the country to Wyoming to experience the great things we have, and while they're here, to separate them from a few of their dollars. That's the goal of the Department of Tourism. Since we created the lodging tax a few years ago, we've seen the increase in the number of people coming to Wyoming. It's been quite significant. The revenue's up. And this is just us in the legislature saying, here's an opportunity to advertise the great state of Wyoming on a national stage. And this is one we're choosing. And to the good speaker who just brought up that the marching band, nothing in this amendment prevents the marching band from being who's funded in this float. We're talking about the opportunity to have an entry in this parade. And what we put on that entry is up to the state of Wyoming, and that might be a great, wonderful Wyoming marching band participating in this event. So again, on and against the amendment. Thank you.
Representative Washington for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It seems to me these floats are constructed in that West Coast state where the parade is held, because they're decorated in fresh flowers and so forth. So obviously this money is going to be spent hiring a contractor in that state to build our float for us. And these dollars is going away. And I like the idea of the band better.
Representative Yin for your first time.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. So the 2024 Rose Bowl had 27.2 million people watch it. So you have that many people being able to watch what could be a showcase of both the character of Wyoming, the people of Wyoming, and the values of Wyoming in a float. I think that is the purpose of these tourism dollars, to really showcase what Wyoming is all about. And you know, a majority of this money could be sending band kids. I think that's appropriate. I think that's worthwhile. But it can't happen if we just say strip it out of the bill. I do think that this does support our communities with that economic development and really with that showcase of Wyoming culture, better than the $2 million that we sent directly to a border state and not know what it's going to be used for.
Representative Strzok for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My thought would be, we really are struggling with the state fair. We certainly, if we would spend more money, we could bring more people to it and bring more tourism to the state fair and open that back up for our kids and get some more growth with that. Thank you. And I'd be an aye on this.
Representative Pendergraft for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've had kids in the Wyoming High School All-State Marching Band, and they basically raised money and paid their own way. I wouldn't mind helping them out a little bit, but I would say instead of taking $700,000 and spending it down there in the southern end of the left coast, that we spend $700 and we buy a banner, we give that to the marching band. They let 2 more kids get to go down there and carry that banner, so we've got our presence at that parade, and then take the balance of that, and as was previously suggested, give that money to the state fair.
Chairman Northrup for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So what a great advertising prospect. I mean, be able to have a float that's got a bucking bronc on it, has Steamboat on it, has Old Faithful off on one side, Devil's Tower on another, all the attractions everybody comes to see. What do we have? 4 million people come through yearly just to see Yellowstone. What a great advertising event it would be to have that on TV and people seeing it. And Wyoming's actually trying to do something for the state. On and for it.
Chairman Harshman for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just this debate kind of reminds me of 10 years ago, we were having similar debates over whether we should, and this is before we'd raised a state lodging tax, and lodging, the tourism budget was actually in the general fund, and we were trying to skinny up our budget, move these things out and make them self-sufficient. But one of the things that was proposed was to advertise internationally. We thought, oh, no way. Everybody fought over that and back and forth, or even just advertising. And I think we've kind of all seen, remember, we all saw those commercials, it's Montana's Yellowstone. I mean, that's what people had in their head, that Yellowstone was in Montana, and we kind of lost that. We've regained that thing now, and it's been incredible. I mean, we had nearly, I think, 4 million visitors. I mean, it's just nuts. So the sales and use tax collection from these out-of-staters and international visitors now is more than our minerals industry pays in sales and use tax. Phenomenal. And so I think, I was a skeptic, I think, at one time, but this thing has started to take off, and it's generating energy, and I think we got people that are starting to just really advertise this state. And man, it's just so good for business. So I don't know, you read that and you throw that out as a headline, it sounds kind of goofy. But like all this stuff, there's more to the story, and you got smart people who are studying this and seeing how many people actually see it and all those things. Advertising works, or they wouldn't have it, right? And it works. So I'm going to support this effort, and even though I'm not going to go back here and do jumping jacks over it, I'm going to support it, and let's keep moving this state forward. So thank you.
Representative Smith for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just curious if anyone that knows more about this project knows if the float would be built in Wyoming by Wyoming companies, or if it would be made out of state and the funds come and go out of state. Thank you.
Representative Rodriguez Williams for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I too had the same question as a previous speaker. On and for the amendment, it was mentioned that this lodging tax would pay for this, and we're referencing in a lot of the previous speakers that they're out-of-staters, but the reality is that some of us pay for this tax as well. Some of us travel the state for athletics and incur the state. And frankly, as a taxpayer, somebody that does travel the state for athletics, I don't want to see our funds used in a state that absolutely loves adversaries of this country like the CCP. We're paying for flowers here. I'd like to see the funds used more in-state for things like the state fair that were previously mentioned as well. Thank you.
Any other member for their first time? Representative Jennings.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Folks,
I think that this is a really good place to think about. You guys must serve a different set of constituents than I do. I have an 82-year-old lady that lives behind me. She can't pay her taxes. They've raised everything about her. She went back to work, waiting tables. And if you think I'm going to go home and I'm going to say to her, I voted to spend $700,000 or whatever this amount is to go to a parade, I think we've lost our vision a little bit about who we actually represent. How in the world do I say that to her? She gets up now at a time in her life where she ought to be able to comfortably live, and she's worked hard and her husband passed away. But by golly, we're going to go send a float across the United States to a parade. Have we lost our vision that far? I haven't seen us really even deal with the issues that are pushing at this moment. I'd urge an aye vote. Let's get rid of this.
Any other member for their first time? Any other member for their first time? Any other member for their second time? Let's go Representative Banks, then Representative Walters.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I definitely understand the arguments that it would be a good advertising tool. I don't agree. Excuse me, I do agree. But I just think that while we have to advertise, we also have to make better what we're advertising of. And I just think those tourism dollars would be well spent boosting what we already have, so that when we do advertise for people to come to the state, that we have those amenities, we have those things that they can enjoy to come here and spend their dollars that will have a direct impact to our state and to our people. So again, urging your support on the amendment. Thank you.
Representative Walters for your second time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, on and against the amendment. As to some of these questions that have been asked, I'd say the design will be taking place here in Wyoming. Obviously, it's a float, it's a delicate structure. Final assembly is going to take place on site. However, Wyoming citizens will have all the opportunity they want to participate in that final assembly. And I've met many people that have been asked to participate in the final assembly of other floats for different organizations at this very parade, and they all talk about what an amazing, amazing experience it is. And that's if we do a float. But remember, folks, float is a very broad term. The opportunity and the discussion about having a marching band, that's certainly eligible. Think of this more as an entry fee into the parade, an entry opportunity into the parade. What Wyoming chooses to do in the end is up to Wyoming. So just remember, we're trying to get into the parade, and that's what this funding is for, is get into the parade. Float is a very generic term, but if it's an actual physical float, like one of the big blow-up things or all the roses stuck in the sides, those things, we're going to design it right here in Wyoming. And then, like I said, the final assembly will take place on site because we don't want to just drop all the flowers between here in that great state. But the Wyoming citizenry will be very engaged in this with all the opportunities that they would like to have. Again, on and against the amendment. Let's do something to make sure we can continue to promote Wyoming. On and against.
Any other member for their second time before the sponsor? Chairman Northrup.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On and against the amendment and for tourism. This board's already made this decision. They've worked it through their channels. They've decided how they would like to do this. I think that if you honor boards and what their decisions, you should vote for against the bill, or against the bill and for tourism.
Representative Singh for your second time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, it would be a fun float. I'm not arguing that it wouldn't be fun. However, if we're going to be spending $700,000 effectively on an advertisement for the state of Wyoming, it should be a targeted advertisement on people that are already interested in the state of Wyoming, instead of blindly shooting into a crowd for what could be televised and have our float be blocked by a commercial advertisement for something totally different. There are people that are interested in Western states, and that advertising can be tracked through data that's already on the internet. We can instead target people that already want to know more about the state of Wyoming. And so I'm asking for a yes on this amendment.
Any other member for their second time? Representative Jennings.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, so we'll see how this vote goes. But I do want you to know that if it passes, I will go make the trip to behind my house to people that, to the 82-year-old lady, and I'll ask her while she's working if she'll get to try and see the parade and stand there with pride while she's working it, and we send $700,000 there.
Any other member for their second time? Representative Heiner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A float, like we've seen before in the Rose Parade, is pretty momentary. The broadcasters show it as it drives right by in front of them, and for the TV audience, it's pretty short. I wonder if it'd be better just to have a commercial during the Rose Parade and show some vista of Wyoming. Show some of the mountains, some of the things that we have to offer, rather than just some flowers driving down the street. There might be better ways of spending this money than with a float in the parade. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other member for their second time for the sponsor? Representative Rodriguez Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In favor of the amendment. If we are frivolously spending money in a state that hates Wyoming's fossil fuel industry, maybe we're overtaxing when it comes to lodging.
Any other member for their second time before the sponsor? To the sponsor, Representative Alleman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Should we advertise on the Super Bowl? I don't think so. Should we send a float to the Rose Bowl? I don't think so. As I remember back in this hall, I was up at that mic, and we were talking about putting a mural up here for $750,000. Fortunately, that was killed. And I use that in my town halls as something good that I did for the people. And I get thanked more for that than most anything else I help do. I do not think the people of Wyoming and the little lady up north wants us to go to Pasadena. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Allemand. Allred. Andrew. Angelos. Banks. Bear. Berger. Brown. Burkhart. Byron. Chadwick. Chestick. Clouston. Conrad. Crago. Davis. Eklund. Harrelson. Harshman. Heiner. Henderson. Hornock. Jennings. Knapp. Larson Lloyd. Larson JT. Lawley. Locke. Nyman. Newsom. Nicholas. Nemec. Northrop. Oakley. Obermuller. O'Hearn. Olson. Ottman. Pendergraft. Penn. Provenza. Rodriguez Williams. Sherwood. Singh. Slagle. Smith. Stith. Storr. Strzok. Stivar. Tarver. Trujillo. Walters. Ward. Washut. Western? Winter? Wiley? Yin? Zwanitzer Dan? Zwanitzer Dave? Speaker Summers? Are there any changes? Harshman, no to aye. Byron, no to aye. Berger, no to aye. Zwanitzer Dan, no to aye. Henderson, aye to no. Sorry. O'Hearn, no to aye. Larson Lloyd, aye to no. Further changes? Further changes? Closing vote? Vote closed. 48 aye, 14 no.
By your vote, this body has adopted second reading amendment number 57. So folks, 14 people spoke on that last amendment, half of which spoke twice. We have about 50 amendments left. So I know we say we don't want to stay here late, but given how much we're going to the mic, it's indicating otherwise. The next amendment for our consideration is second reading amendment number 58. Representative Allemand.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to move second reading on 58 to House Bill 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. And what I'd like to do is on page 48, line 14, after 1, delete 2, and under other funds, decrease amount by $2 million. Page 49, lines 5 through 11, delete entirely. And on page 49, lines 5 through 11, oh, I've already said that one. So this bill, folks, is a lot like the last one. People cannot afford this. I would love to have Bill of Rights parades all over and fireworks. What would John Adams think today if he was here?
Representative Allemand, let's avoid using proper names, please.
I'm sorry. What would a vice president who is also the president of the Senate, who signed the Bill of Rights, what would he think of today if he was here and we asked him, what do you think we ought to do with $2 million? I'm sure he wouldn't say, let's have a party on the expense of the Bill of Rights. We can't afford it, folks. It would be a nice party, but I don't think we can afford it. Thank you.
Any other member for their first time? Representative Newsom.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let's make clear that these are tourism dollars. These are dollars that if we don't spend them on something, they remain in a fund that is not the general fund, that cannot be spent on other things. This, and I listened to all the talk on the last one about this money going elsewhere. This money stays in Wyoming. This money goes to your communities. This money has a grant process that will match funds with your community for your celebration of our America's 250th anniversary. I don't know if many of you remember where you were in 1976 and all of the festivities and the celebration that we had in 1976 for our bicentennial. This gives everyone an opportunity to have that same sort of celebration in their communities. When the tourism budget was part of the introductory vote, I sent you all the 1976 final report about projects that were done within your communities. There are several bicentennial parks in your communities that were created in 1976. Maybe those bicentennial parks need a refresh. Maybe they need a fresh coat of paint. Maybe they need a bench there to celebrate our 250th. All of this money stays within Wyoming. None of it goes out of the state. And as I reiterated before, none of it's going to be blown up. So there are no firework grants. This will all have, hopefully, you'll have long-lasting projects that you do within your community, and you use these grant funds for those projects. Thank you.
Representative Yin for your first time.
Mr. Chairman, so on the bringer of the amendment, he talked about how our signers wouldn't want us to do this, but, you know, I think it's hard to say that our signers wouldn't want this, right? The idea of the Declaration of Independence was to declare our freedoms from tyranny. And I think celebrating those freedoms is really the only right thing to do, to remind us every time that we have this celebration, and 250 only comes around once, that those are freedoms that need to be preserved, that need to be protected, and that need to be celebrated. So the idea that we shouldn't celebrate our Declaration of Independence, I mean, unless you want tyranny to overcome, I would say that's the opposite of what we should be doing.
Anybody else for their first time? Representative Jennings.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't think anybody's saying don't celebrate. The question is should state pay for it?
Any other member for their first time? Any member for their second time before the sponsor? Seeing none, back to the sponsor, Representative Allemand.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is about money. I'm going to tell you a little story about lack thereof. A lady in my district lives in the country. She's 82 years old. Several winters ago, she was out feeding her horses in the middle of a snowstorm. On her way back into the house, she got into the mudroom and had a stroke and fell down. She laid on her floor for 3 days with her legs.
Representative Allemand, let's keep the discussion to the amendment specifically. Thank you.
Okay. It's about money, folks. This little lady cannot afford this, as many others can't in my district. It's once again like the mural up there. We can't afford it. We can't afford a float, and we can't afford this, even though it would be a good time. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Allemand? Allred? Andrew? Angelos? Banks? Bear? Berger? Brown? Brown? Burkhart? Byron? Chadwick? Chestick? Clauston? Conrad? Crago? Davis? Eklund? Harrelson? Harshman? Heiner? Henderson? Hornock? Jennings? Knapp? Larson Lloyd? Larson JT? Lawley? Locke? Nyman? Newsom? Nicholas? Nemec? Northrup? Oakley? Obermuller? O'Hearn? Olson? Ottman? Pendergraft? Penn? Provenza? Rodriguez Williams? Sherwood? Singh? Slagle? Smith? Stiff? Storer? Strzok? Stivar? Tarver? Trujillo? Walters? Ward? Washut? Western? Winter? Wiley? Yin? Swanser Dan? Swanser Dave? Speaker Summers? Brown? Excused? To no. Further changes? Further changes. Closing vote. Vote closed. 22 aye, 40 no.
By your vote, second reading amendment number 58 to House Bill 1 has failed. The next amendment for our consideration is second reading amendment number 24. Representative Walters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move second reading amendment number 24 to House Bill 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. And what this does, members, is this uses tourism account, their special projects account. So there's 80% of the revenue raised from the lodging tax goes into the income or expenditure account, 20% goes into their special projects account. So this $500,000 comes from the special projects account to help with associated costs with the national championship air races. So there's a community in the state, there's a community down in the desert area that has hosted these races for probably 60 plus years. And due to the way their community has grown, they have decided they are no longer going to host those races. So that association is now out searching for a new location to host them. And there's a community in the state of Wyoming that is one of the 3 finalists to host these races. If it doesn't come to Wyoming, the money stays in the account. But if they do come to Wyoming, it gives Wyoming an opportunity to help move and bring some of their associated equipment to the state to get these races up and going in the state of Wyoming. Again, Wyoming has a community that is one of the 3 finalists for these races. This race, when it was hosted down in the southern state where it was hosted for the last 60 plus years, saw an annual economic benefit to that community of over $100 million a year. Over $100 million economic benefit to that community for hosting these races. Put that in perspective, Cheyenne Frontier Days, the big rodeo here in this community that occurs in the summer is about a $40 million impact to the state and to this community. So that's the kind of impact that these races could bring to the state of Wyoming. And so I would encourage an aye vote. And again, this comes out of Tourism Special Projects account. Again, please vote aye.
Chairman Newsom for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On and for this amendment, this is a great opportunity, and if you wanted a definition of what the special project fund should be used for, this is it. This is a great opportunity for our state to do a wonderful job of attracting this event, and for the community in the center of the state to become a premier spot for these sorts of things. The community in the center of the state has a rare facility for hosting this event, in that they have the correct facility and everything that the deciding board wants. So I'm excited that we would have the opportunity to host this event, and I'm sure it would be ongoing. And just like the large rodeo that was discussed that takes place in this town, we could have this thing for years and years and years to come with great economic impact. Thanks.
Chairman Zwanitzer for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I don't have any concerns with this specific project. I just have some questions more on the precedent it sets. And so this is kind of one of those fine lines between tourism dollars and what economic development dollars, for us to be getting businesses or activities or events like this in our community. And I just don't want it to turn into those things year after year. We come in the budget and say, well, let's take some tourism dollars and kind of entice an entity to come in. So in this case, it might be okay, but I think maybe long-term, if we could have some set-aside money, maybe from the tourism account, that could then be decided to attract. I just think this is it's getting kind of in the gray area on what's economic development and what's appropriate uses for our tourism reserve account in this case.
Representative Jennings for your first time.
I find this one quite intriguing. And it would be an interesting thing to get that to come to this state. And I think the former speaker I'm going to have to go with, I think this sets the wrong precedent. But boy, I am curious. What city down south was dumb enough to let go of $100 million?
Representative Larson Lloyd.
So it was a city to the west of us, a couple of states, and it had been there for probably 60 years, and urban sprawl kind of took over, as I understood the good bringer of the amendment, and safety of the citizenry kind of started being a concern, and so they canceled it and it, from my understanding, is in the process of going out, and this community in Wyoming is one of the 3 finalists, to talk about the precedent. I think that tourism account has really been open-minded and forward-thinking on how to use those funds generated. And I think one of the things that we've seen that they particularly use is the funding of outdoor recreation, which is trying to do a similar thing in bringing these kind of specific things in. And so I think we've already somewhat established that we use this tourism account to attract and to try and facilitate these type of tourist-related activities within the state for a long-term process of bringing tourism dollars into the state and developing infrastructure support industries that would develop along with that. So
Anybody else for their first time? Representative Nyman for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This intrigues me to no end. I mean, if you've got a community that is, because of urban sprawl, has built up to the point where it's got a liability issue, where it's looking at, potential implications of insurance and stuff like that, that they're being pushed away from this project or this opportunity. This, to me, is where your tourism dollars make the most sense. If you can reinvest it into something like this. And if we've got a facility that we can start to have the opportunity to be able to turn some of those dollars into expanding the tourism, then I think that we should definitely take a look at this. And if we miss, we're not out anything, evidently, if I'm correct. If we get it, and I appreciate the good representatives, why would any community be dumb enough to hand off a $100 million opportunity? But even up in my country, I mean, there's things that are happening around my area where they can't do certain things like this just because of the amount of urban sprawl. They don't have the open spaces, something we in Wyoming can offer, attract more business like that and help diversify our tourism dollars. So folks, I wouldn't push back too hard on this. This might be a real opportunity. Let's not pass it up.
Anybody else? Anybody for their second time before the bringer? Is Representative Davis heading for a mic or no? All right, Representative Walters for your second time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, on and for the amendment, please vote aye. The question about tourism versus economic development, I think that's why this is one-time funding out of this account, because beyond that, it does start to get into the economic development. So this is just to create that initial opportunity. Again, please vote aye. Thank you.
Chief Clerk, please call the roll on second reading amendment number 24.
Allemand. Allred. Andrew. Angelos. Banks. Bear. Berger. Brown. Burkhart. Byron. Chadwick. Chestick. Clauston. Conrad. Crago. Davis. Eklund. Harrelson. Harshman. Heiner. Henderson. Hornock. Jennings. Knapp. Larson Lloyd. Larson JT. Lawley. Locke. Nyman. Newsom. Nicholas. Nemec. Northrup. Oakley. Obermueller. O'Hearn. Olson. Ottman. Ottman. Pendergraft. Penn. Provenza. Rodriguez Williams. Sherwood. Singh. Slagle. Smith. Stith. Storer. Strock. Stivar. Tarver. Trujillo. Walters. Ward. Washut. Western. Winter. Wiley. Yin. Zwanitzer Dan. Zwanitzer Dave. Speaker Summers. Are there any changes? Allemand. Aye. To no further changes. Chestick? Further changes? Closing vote? Vote closed. 50 aye, 12 no.
Second reading amendment number 24 to House Bill 1 has been adopted. The next amendment for our consideration is second reading amendment number 59, Representative Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move second reading amendment number 59 to House Bill 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. The University of Wyoming is a land-grant university, and programs like this were not the intention for the direction of the university when it was formed. UW needs to return to serious academic inquiry. This department was involved behind the scenes in restricting the First Amendment speech rights of a church elder and then lost in court. Therefore, it seems fitting that the department be defunded. Further, what jobs can be obtained with a degree in gender studies? We need to promote effective degrees. Further, in accordance with Rule 12-4, I ask for a recorded vote.
Guess we have seconds on that. All right. Representative Pendergraft for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A good business is known for and is successful because of its ability to offer quality products. A business that offers a product that is not of good quality begins to develop resentment among its ex-customers. A land-grant university, as was just stated, needs to offer degrees of value that will actually help build Wyoming, such as engineering, an MBA, or a nursing degree. Those things are of use and are worthy of an investment. Programs such as are cited here, not so much.
Representative Penn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would encourage an aye vote on this amendment. During the summer, I had an opportunity to meet with the Board of Trustees, as did some others. They talked about how a lot of the programs or the courses within this program don't have the enrollment to actually run the class. And yet the program continues to stay open. And so what I take from that is there's something external that might be pushing an agenda to keep this in place, because it doesn't seem as though student enrollment is providing the necessary numbers of students to continue that. Thank you.
Representative Western for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to go ahead and encourage a no vote on this one. If you read closely in this amendment, it says, or other funds. So that means it's also restricting private dollars, assuming I'm reading it correctly. So that means if somebody wants to take their private dollars, donate it to this university for the expenditure to run these types of programs, this is restricting a private person's ability to use their money and donate it as they see fit for the purposes that they see fit. So it's overly restrictive and inhibits folks from donating their money as they like to, as they choose. So please vote no.
Anybody else for their first time? Representative Harrelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think really the question we have to ask ourselves is this what we want in our college? Is this what we want our kids learning? Is this, I mean, that's the question we have to ask ourselves. Is this in the scope and sequence of a land-grant college in its original structure and function as a state-funded educational facility? So yes, it does impose that on other funds, but at the end of the day, there has to come a point too where, because we are the lion's share of the funding source for this school, we are deciding what is going to be taught in that school.
Anybody for their second time? First time, Representative Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would just like to remind everybody that other funds is also tuition funds. So if you're sending your child to this university with your dollars, it's going to go to this program. Thank you.
Representative Allemand for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If a private person or corporation wanted to start a class of teaching people how to traffic women, should we accept that too? Thank you.
A. Anybody else? Representative Ward for your second time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would say if a private individual wanted to donate to a university who had a program like this, they could form their own non-publicly funded university.
Chief Clerk, please call the roll on second reading amendment number 59.
Allemande? Allred? Andrew? Angelos? Banks? Bear? Berger? Brown? Burkhart? Byron? Chadwick? Chestick? Clauston? Conrad? Crago? Davis? Eklund? Haroldson? Harshman? Heiner? Henderson? Hornock? Jennings? Knapp? Larson Lloyd? Larson JT? Lawley? Locke? Nyman? Newsom? Nicholas? Nemec? Northrop? Oakley? Obermuller? O'Hearn? Olson? Ottman? Pendergraft? Penn? Provenza? Rodriguez-Williams? Sherwood? Singh? Slagle? Smith? Stith? Storer? Strock? Stivar? Tarver? Trujillo? Walters? Ward? Washut? Western? Winter? Wiley? Yin? Zwanitzer Dan? Zwanitzer Dave? Speaker Summers? Are there any changes? Are there any changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 28 aye, 34 no.
Second reading amendment number 59 to House Bill 1 has failed. The next amendment for our consideration is second reading amendment number 25, Representative Harshman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd move second reading amendment number 25. Ask your favorable consideration, members. This doesn't cost any money, but it's really to get out and get us some information. And this goes back 50 plus years in Wyoming when we had the big debate. It used to be, it was even into the 1940s, we were trying to move the capital to Casper and, all these things from statehood, the university in Lander and the Ag College to Buffalo and all those things. Well, one of the things in the 70s and during the middle of the big oil boom, and Casper was kind of the middle of all that. And this is before the Clean Air Act and, Powder River coal and all those things. And so was to build a medical school in a University of Wyoming and even have a second university in this state in Casper. And it was, boy, if you were a representative from Natrona County back in those days, and it was a county-wide thing, it was before the lawsuits, and so you represented the whole county, but you had to come down here on this floor and advocate for a new university in Casper, and particularly a medical college. All those debates played out for 10 years. The medical school was not adopted, and instead we have these two medical residencies, one in Casper and one in Cheyenne. And obviously those have, I go there, it's been my doctor for 33 years or so, but it's not been. So instead, then we opted another model, and we trained our doctors in Nebraska and Utah for years, some in Colorado as well, and we were buying those. And then it's been like 25 years ago, we joined in with the university, I guess I can say the states, right? We changed the rules, Washington, and the WWAMI program was born, Washington, Wyoming, Alaska, Montana, Idaho. These states that don't have medical schools. And and I remember we started with 10 slots. And we used to, back in the 70s, have 30-some slots between Nebraska and Utah and Colorado. And then we grew it from in WWAMI up to the current 20 slots. And so we've been working on this thing, and it's pretty hard to get any more slots there. And I'm not, our Wyoming kids get an incredible education. Most of it's at the Laramie campus. And then they'll go for all this residency training and all these rotations through the University of Washington system. Okay, so what this amendment does, though, is kind of look to the future from 50 years ago. Now let's look to like 2074. And how this thing's going to look like. And we've got a couple challenges in Wyoming. The one most of us aren't talking about, there's been a little bit of talk about it, but it's about our demographics. And we are old and we are getting older, and our birth rates have crashed. And so to really ramp up this medical education thing, I think it's got to be a focus of this body. And so one of these ideas is, this is just an idea to have our university go out and look at some neighboring medical campuses. You know, there's one like a little over an hour drive from here, incredible. And the idea is, can we somehow facilitate for our residencies, for our training? And frankly, if you win the lottery in reverse and you or your child has some kind of life-threatening illness, you're probably going to be down south or you're going to be out west at these major, major research hospitals. And so the idea is to try to, is there an opportunity for us to expand the Wyoming medical education system in one of these neighboring, for our citizens, but also for our students? So that's it. That's the idea. It doesn't cost any money, and they'll report back. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
You're right, we are getting older by the minute. Would anybody like to speak to this amendment? Nope. All right, Chief Clerk. That's no roll call. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? No. Second reading amendment number 25 is passed. The next amendment is second reading amendment number 60. Representative Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I respectfully withdraw second reading amendment number 60 to House Bill 1.
Yay! Yay. All right. Second reading amendment number 60 has been pulled, withdrawn. The next amendment for our consideration is second reading amendment number 61. Representative Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I respectfully withdraw second reading amendment number 61 to House Bill 1.
All right, thank you. Second reading amendment number 61 has been withdrawn. The next amendment for our consideration is second reading amendment number 62, Representative Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I respectfully withdraw second reading amendment number 62 to House Bill 1.
Second reading amendment number 62 has been withdrawn, the trifecta. All right, thank you. Second reading amendment number 63, Representative Penn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I move House Bill 1, second amendment reading number 63, and ask for your favorable consideration. So this looks at the issue that has been, that I've discovered with our residency program. They are offering gender-affirming care and access to gender-affirming surgeries per their website. It's easily accessible, anyone can see it. I have a few concerns about this. One, of course, is, as we've previously discussed, I don't think that's the wish of the taxpayers to fund this program. At this point, it's the tune of over $14 million per biennium. But also, this type of treatment, if it is happening, should not be something that should be taught to our family medicine residents. This type of treatment is something that should be handled by an endocrinologist. And so if we're bringing our students, our residents, into these situations where these cares are being provided, then I think it sends the wrong message as to what the appropriate scope of practice is in these circumstances. So with that, I ask for your favorable consideration.
Representative Pendergraph, for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do have available, should anyone choose to question it, a document that does indeed prove that gender-affirming care is happening and is paid for by outfits associated with the university here. They go on to say that no surgery is offered, and that was good news. They go on to say that no public funds are used for these. However, in a facility that is funded by public funds, if they do extend their profits, they came from the seeds that we planted. We are in effect using public funds for gender affirming care, and I could go on, but I'll choose not to.
All right. Representative Ward for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I note that this is listed as an N, so no recorded vote on the sheet. So in accordance with Rule 12.4, I ask for a recorded vote.
And the seconds? Chief, just grab a couple. All right, Representative Western for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I'm just looking to get a little more clarification here. So if I'm reading this correctly, that's saying if they are performing these surgeries or these types of operations, that these residents are, not that they are training under folks who are, but if they personally are, then only $100,000 of everything that they need is eligible. But if we're going after that, shouldn't we try to figure out how much they're spending for these types of things? Because what about all the other different types of rotations that have nothing to do with this, right? Internal medicine, gen surge, all that kind of stuff, right? OBGYN, pediatrics, et cetera. These are all kind of things that these residents, they need this money to get this type of training that has nothing to do with gender affirming care. So can you elaborate a little bit on that? I'm a little confused.
Representative Zwanitzer Dan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess first, and to push back mildly, it has never been a policy of this body to hold funding hostage to tell doctors how to do their jobs correctly. And I just think that's a really slippery slope to start going down that route. Because what I do think it does is when we talk about what we want to be known for, I think it may, and not that it will, but the great thing about our residency programs, we try to attract and hire people from all over the country to move here. They do a residency here in our family practice, and we want them to stay. And we've had lots of conversations on this floor. If you keep them here for 3 years, they find a fiance, a spouse, they settle down here. We have doctors in Wyoming. And whether, they're teaching interesting things in med school, but I do think one of them is gender affirmation care, not gender transitions, not gender reassignments. But we're not talking about kids anymore. I think we're at the point in society, even on this floor, where there are people who are in fact transgender. And they, just like every other human being, need some therapy, need some services, need some counseling, right? We're not encouraging them to self-mutilate, to be on any drugs. Sometimes the people who come into our family practice clinics, they just need someone to talk to. They need someone to say, there are other people out there who suffer and have these thoughts and want to figure out their gender dysmorphia issues. I've had some in my own extended family, right? And it's difficult and it's tough, but we don't want our family residency clinics to be turning people away. Sometimes these are senior citizens, right? We're not talking about 12-year-olds anymore. So I just think it's dangerous to go down this path on this amendment. I feel much more confident and comfortable if it was just transitions and reassignments. But when you start talking about gender affirming care, there's a whole lot under that umbrella for multiple demographics and members of our society across the spectrum. And holding funding hostage and telling a doctor, hey, you can only talk about this, but there's a fine line, you can't mention this, and somehow it comes out on a chart or in some patient records that they may have mentioned, and they're going to lose funding because of that. That's just a step too far that I don't think we want to take today.
Representative Sherwood for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Body, I know that it's getting late. We've processed a lot of information, but I would ask for the bringer's clarification. It calls out that our department that manages our roads their budget will be impacted by this. So I don't know if there is a offset or taking this money and putting it in that department, if we could get some clarification on why our DOT is called out. Thank you.
Chairman Brown for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm actually just curious on the mechanism of how this would ultimately work. I guess I'm trying to figure out in my mind how we would determine if there was a person that did in fact receive this. Did they come tattle or tell the legislature that this happened and then this gets defunded? Because there's federal laws that prohibit this type of information from being disclosed. This is between a care provider and a patient. Now, if this is like on a menu of options and they say, okay, stop promoting this, I can get that. But I truly, this is a serious question. How would this be enforced? How would we know whether or not this is being conducted at the UW Family Practice? Thank you.
On this, there's a corrected copy on this one. We might have a corrected copy, so I want to stand down just a second. I don't know that it matters, but I want to stand down until I get the corrected copy. Okay, anybody else? Chairman Olson.
Mr. Speaker, actually, my point was just to clarify for the body, because I've been getting these questions, and the good representative from over the hill in Albany County brought this up, but that's what your corrected copy that you should have in front of you now takes care of, is it deletes the department that oversees our roads from the amendment. So everyone's, make sure you're on the corrected copy. That was all I wanted to do, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Ottman, for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just have a couple comments. First, it's about the training that's being received, and just everybody's full of stories. I never have a story, but I have one. So years ago, there was a candidate that was running, and I really, really, really thought a lot of him and stuff like that. And so I found out that he believed, or that he had actually performed, and don't anybody get upset, he had performed some abortions. So I asked him about it. I said, I would have never thought that you would have done that. And he said it was required as part of my training. And when I look at these things, that's exactly what. When I talked to the community college in my neighborhood, I said, are you requiring, because some young girls had told me that they had dropped out of nursing school. And I'm like, don't do that. It's a good profession. We need them. You know, there's lots of businesses around here that will hire you. They said they require me to do things that I don't want to do. And so I think that's a nexus of something, and I don't know how to fix it, if anybody would want to fix it. But one of the things is that there's required things. And in this is a time in history that we've never faced before. There's a lot of issues and a lot of things that people are having to make decisions about. And if there are things that should be optional, then I think we need to look closer at that. So
Are we on the amendment?
Yes, I am.
Are we getting around to?
Yes, I'm sorry. Yes, and that's the whole thing with this amendment, is that sometimes when we say we don't want these things required, it's because they should be optional. Thank you.
Okay, anybody else for their first time? Anybody for their first time? Representative Harshman.
First for the second, Mr. Speaker.
Anybody else for their first time? Anybody for their second time before the bringer? Chairman Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And then another question I have, if we can just get a touch on this, is to the Constitution and the constitutionality of an adult that is allowed to make their own decisions I'm sorry, I was looking for my constitution. I can't find it right now, but I know that there's a portion of that. If you can just touch on that, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Anybody else for their second time for the bringer? Representative Penn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So one thing I think I heard in there that may be a little bit of confusion, this bill does not defund down to $100,000. It just takes away $100,000 if these continue to be provided. There was a question about are surgeries being performed by the residents. These are family medicine residents. They're not surgical residents, but on the website it does say that they will help the patient work with local and interstate surgical teams to assist in obtaining gender affirmation surgeries. And so one of the major concerns that I have with this whole ideology is the lack of real evidence that says that this is how we should be treating our patients. There's a lot of people out there that say that this is what needs to happen, this is what's supposed to happen. There was recently a FOIA request done for the service at the federal level that deals with human health, asking, because the claim from that entity is that there's a mound of evidence that supports this treatment. And so the FOIA request said, send me the evidence, send me the evidence. And the evidence that was finally received in this FOIA request was a single page, front and back, of some statements. That's the evidence that's backing up many of these claims. We need to protect our citizens, and also we need to protect the circumstances where our residents are coming into a taxpayer-funded teaching situation and being taught things and being taught ways to treat patients that are probably not in the best interest of our state. I ask for your favorable consideration.
Chief Clerk, please call the roll on second reading amendment number 63.
Ellement. Allred. Andrew. Angelos. Banks. Bear. Berger. Brown. Burkhart. Byron. Chadwick. Chestick. Clauston. Conrad. Crago. Davis. Eklund. Haroldson. Harshman. Heiner. Henderson. Hornock. Jennings. Knapp. Larson Lloyd. Larson JT. Repeat. Lawley. Locke. Nyman. Newsom. Nicholas. Nemec. Northrup. Oakley. Obermuller. O'Hearn. Olson. Ottman. Pendergraft. Penn. Provenza. Rodriguez Williams. Sherwood. Singh. Slagle. Smith. Stiff. Storer. Strock. Stivar. Tarver. Trujillo. Walters. Ward. Washut. Western. Winter. Wiley. Yin. Swanenser Dan. Swanenser Dave. Speaker Summers. Are there any changes? Conrad. No. To aye. Davis. Aye. To no. Further changes? Further changes. Closing vote. Vote closed. 34 aye, 28 no.
Second reading amendment number 63 to House Bill 1 has been adopted. The next amendment for our consideration is second reading amendment number 64, Representative Penn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I move second reading amendment number 64 to House Bill number 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. So this amendment is very similar to the last, very similar issue and same structure. And the issue that we're seeing in this circumstance here is that our tax dollars are going to train, med students, and that's something that we want and need to help these. So the circumstance with that is that we foot the bill for their tuition. By the time they're done in 2023, at least a student that entered in 2023, when they come out, the state of Wyoming will have paid about $275,000 per student for that program. If they stay in the state for 3 years, then their tuition will be paid for, and if they leave, then they have to repay it. The partnership within this program requires that these students go to other states and receive some of the training. And in some of the research that I've been doing here, it seems that there is similar treatments and similar teaching going on in this program as well. If you were to look on the WWAMI website, one of the classes that is offered is titled Health Equity and Community Organizing, where they work to teach medical students, doctors, to address social and structural injustices. I'm not so certain that I feel like that's a necessary part of medical instruction. It feels a lot like creating activists, doctor activists. Students have the ability to choose from different pathways, 6 different pathways, some of which, just a couple of which are Latinx and Black health justice. These are some of the ideologies that are being offered to these tax-supported students that will then be coming back to our state for 3 years or longer to further influence our state. And so for these reasons, I ask for your favorable consideration.
Chairman Zwanitzer for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I guess I'm confused. We don't want our medical professionals to be trained in treating people of all demographics. If they're Latino or they're Black, we don't want that education, that they have specialized, I don't know, needs, genetics, thoughts, cultural ideologies. I mean, as a medical professional that's going to practice in this state, I guess I'm just kind of shocked right now. Why would we not want any of our medical professionals to have the full gamut of available education? They're going to be doctors. I trust that they are smart enough, if they can get through med school, to understand what's an ideology and what's a standard of care. The belief that we're now going to limit what our students have access to, and again, they don't have to stay here after 3 years. They can forfeit that money and go off and practice anywhere. But it just seems violent at this point for us to be dictating through financial warfare what our doctors are entitled to learn, who they're entitled to treat, how they're entitled to practice care for our citizenry. It's dangerous, and it's still, I would just ask the body to take a breath and think about what we're doing here. This is not a statement the Wyoming legislature wants to make, to start dictating through financial means how doctors practice care.
Representative Baer for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On and for the amendment. Folks, this is a policy decision, and I think we need to be forward-looking. We need to be looking at, what is Wyoming going to look like socially sometime down the road? Because we're training these doctors, and we're going to have them come into a field, and they're going to affect how young people are going to be treated when they have a dysphoria. Are we going to encourage them believing something that's not true about themselves, or are we going to encourage them to help these people to come to an understanding of the truth, to grasp it, to live with it in an encouraging way? And so this is going to be down the road, but right now we're training our doctors that are going to be helping us down the road. I think some of these decisions can be put off as far as the social thing is concerned because many of these things haven't happened in Wyoming yet. We're starting to see them creep up. We're starting to see things happen in the news, but we're training our doctors, and how are we going to train them to treat these issues? This particular amendment addresses that directly. It says that the doctors that are trained and paid for their training by Wyoming to come and live in Wyoming and practice, we want them to take the Hippocratic Oath very seriously. Do no harm. And it's, there is this ideological battle going on right now of whether it's harmful to help people understand the truth and to come to grips with that, or to encourage them to live something that is not true. And that is the decision that we're talking about. That's what we're trying to encourage our WWAMI program to be aligned with. So if you're of the mindset that we want to support truth, we want to support doctors who are going to encourage young people to appreciate the things that they've been given and to live within that reality versus encourage them to live some unreality, then this is a good amendment. On and for the amendment. Thank you.
Chairman Nicholas?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, on and against this amendment, I would suggest that this amendment is unreality. There is not a person in this room that doesn't know or have acquaintance of someone who is transgender or that has different issues, and that's reality. And the idea that we're going to punish a school that offers classes, and goodness knows what's all available at the University of Seattle, for if you choose to go that road, and if you're a doctor and you're taking that realm. But what is reality is that we care for all people who need care, and we do our best to live in a world that's diverse. And what we don't do is impose our reality on the rest of the world, thinking that we are above them, and that somehow we should monetize and injure people with dollars just because they don't think the way we think.
Representative Stiff for your first time.
Mr. Speaker, I guess I have a question for the bringer of the amendment. As I read the amendment, it doesn't say anything other than we're going to reduce the WWAMI program by $100,000. And the effect of that is to make the students pay more money. So I guess I'm just confused as to what the goal here is, because frankly, there's nothing about being transgender in this amendment. Is the goal to abolish the WWAMI program? Is it just that you don't want people to go to medical school? Is it that I'm just confused as to what a WWAMI student is supposed to do to make the sponsor of the amendment happy? I don't understand what the student would do. It just seems all it does is punishes our own Wyoming students. So on and against.
Chairman Newsom.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think we need to recognize that other states have the WWAMI program and that we are in competition with other states like Alaska and Idaho for students to participate and to come back to Wyoming and practice medicine. So I think the harder we make it, the more we reduce this appropriation, the harder we make it for those students to choose Wyoming when they can choose several other states. Thank you.
Anybody else for their first time? Second time? Sponsor? Representative Penn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is not about treating specific demographics or refusing to treat specific demographics. This is about recognizing some of the terminology that's existing in these course descriptions and these pathways that indicates that there's an underlying ideology here. This is not just peer-reviewed medical literature that we're teaching these students. Are they going to properly treat the citizens of Wyoming in the future, or are they going to follow the ideologic lines of activist groups across the country? Unfortunately, some of these protocols that have been adopted, which by the way, do not have basis in scientific fact, say if an individual comes to you and says, I feel this way about my gender, your responsibility is to immediately affirm, rather than to say, okay, let's discuss that. What makes you think that? What do you think this is going to do to change your life if you go down this path? Those are the types of conversations that need to be happening. And when we adopt these ideologies, we are harming those patients who we're supposed to be helping, because we're completely overstepping a huge part of their treatment and their mental health. And so I would urge you to consider that and consider what we can do to protect the future of Wyoming. And I would ask for an aye vote.
Chief Clerk, please call the roll on second reading amendment number 64.
Allemande? Allred? Andrew? Angelos? Banks? Bear? Berger? Brown? Burkhart? Byron? Chadwick? Chestick? Klauston? Conrad? Crago? Davis? Eklund? Haroldson? Harshman? Heiner? Henderson? Hornock? Jennings? Knapp? Larson Lloyd? Larson JT? Lawley? Locke? Nyman? Newsom? Nicholas? Nemec? Northrup? Oakley? Obermuller? O'Hearn? Olson? Ottman? Pendergraft? Penn? Provenza? Rodriguez Williams? Sherwood? Singh? Slagle? Smith? Stith? Storer? Strzok? Stivar? Tarver? Trujillo? Walters? Ward? Washut? Western? Winter? Wiley? Yin? Zwanitzer Dan? Zwanitzer Dave? Speaker Summers? Are there any changes? Are there any changes? Closing vote? Vote closed. 24 aye, 38 no.
Second reading amendment number 64 to House Bill 1 has failed. The next amendment for our consideration is second reading amendment number 26, Representative Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to move second reading amendment second reading amendment 26 to House Bill number 1. This amendment is a pretty simple little one, not quite as controversial as the last one I brought, but what I'm proposing here is of the general fund appropriation of $2,500,000 is appropriated for the purpose of providing a state match for funds received by the University of Wyoming or donated funds to be used solely for the support of excellence in research and education and extension in ranch and rangeland management, agronomy, and soil science. This distribution of this appropriation is conditioned upon a matching fund in the ratio of $1 of appropriated general funds to $1 of other sources. This appropriation would remain with the state treasurer for distribution. I would entertain any questions at this time.
Chief Clerk, please call the roll on second reading amendment number 26.
Allemande? Allred? Andrew? Angelos. Banks. Bear. Berger. Brown. Burkhart. Byron. Chadwick. Chadwick. Chestick. Clauston. Conrad. Crago. Davis. Eklund. Eklund. Haroldson. Haroldson. Harshman. Heiner. Henderson. Hornock. Jennings. Knapp. Larson Lloyd. Larson JT. Lawley. Locke. Nyman. Newsom. Nicholas. Nemec. Northrop. Oakley. Obermuller. O'Hearn. Olson. Ottman. Pendergraft. Penn. Provenza. Rodriguez-Williams. Sherwood. Singh. Slagle. Smith. Stith. Storer. Strock. Stivar. Tarver. Trujillo. Walters. Ward. Washut. Western. Winter. Wiley. Yin. Zwanzer Dan. Zwanzer Dave. Speaker Summers. Are there any changes? Provenza, aye. To no. Haroldson. Aye. To no. Ottman. No. To aye. Further changes? Yin. No. To aye. Further changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 41 aye, 21 no.
Second reading amendment number 26 to House Bill 1 has been adopted. The next amendment for our consideration is second reading amendment 65, Representative Haroldson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move second reading amendment number 65 to House Bill number 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. So what this does is it takes on page 49 of your budget amendment, line 20, it deletes $12,000 out of the $37,000 or $37 million appropriation for endowments and matching. And then if you go to page 53, line 24 through 54, lines 1 through 22, it deletes that. And there's two things I want to do here. Number one, it says endowments and matching. That it doesn't even have a name to what this is. And I want to have a conversation because I'm finding this to be kind of a trend where we're seeing things that just kind of seem to be just more pots and more pits where we're putting money and trying to figure out a solution. So let's have a discussion on this and talk about what endowments and matching do, and if this is something we should continue to do to the tune of 37 million, maybe we should slide it down to 25 million and take this 12 out.
Representative Slagle for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On and for this amendment. I attended the said school, and I enjoyed attending that, learned a fair amount, learned a lot of people skills, not much else. But what I would say is, this might seem like a contradiction. I voted for the last amendment we just passed because it was specifically aimed for a part of the school that teaches our ag students, and it's important. This one, there's a lot of stuff that goes over on the other side of the hill that I don't agree with, and so that's why I support this amendment on and against, or for, excuse me.
Representative Stith for your first time.
Mr. Speaker, on and against this amendment leverages private dollars for primarily for research at our university. The university is on the cusp of becoming a research university of the first class, and we can leverage that for additional research dollars. And over the long run, I say it over and over, but it's still true, what drives economic growth, what drives a healthy society is innovation and ideas over the long run. This leverages private dollars. For every $1 of state dollar, you get $1 of private funds. It's a good value for the state. On and against the amendment.
Representative Penn for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On and for this amendment, it seems to me this is basically a blank check for our portion of a match. If we're paying for 50% of this, then we should have at minimum 50% of input. But all that it says is that this is for the purposes of expenditures for priorities identified and approved by the University of Wyoming Board of Trustees. We need to have more ability to have some oversight on what this is spent on. Thank you.
Representative Jennings.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For those that are opposed to this, because I'm for it, I'd like to hear an example of what it's doing. I mean, just more than just, well, it's a good thing. I mean, so on and for the amendment, unless I hear something that changes my mind there.
Representative Larson, JT.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So on and against this amendment, unlike the last amendment, this amendment supports the schools ranging in all industries at the university over the hill. And that includes business and energy development and other things that we do support. So I would just encourage your no vote on this so we can support those schools that we do have a support for in this state.
Anybody else? All right, anybody for a second time? Representative Haroldson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I think I still go back to the question of examples. I mean, energy, everything in all ways, business. I mean, but at the end of the day, we don't even have a name for this. It's just money we throw at trying to get a match at the college. And don't get me wrong, I love private partnership with our university. I don't think that's a bad thing at all. But I think there has to come a point where we actually answer these questions, because right now it's a situation where we did not have a single person actually give an example of what this money is being used for. Loose examples, ideas, but not an idea of what we're actually using it for. And so we've got $37 million. I'm asking to pull 12 out and to just to thin this down a little bit. I think there's an issue, something that I've noticed, and I think all of us can attest to it. The longer a system's in place, the more cluttered it gets. The longer your garage sits out there, the more you got to clean on it sometimes. And I think that's true to the finances of the state. There's nothing wrong with us going, hey, let's answer the questions. Let's go back and let's do a cleanup. And I think this is just a way we can do a cleanup. On and for, and ask for your favorable consideration.
Chief Clerk, please call the roll on second reading amendment number 65.
Allemande? Allred? Andrew? Angelos? Banks? Bear? Berger? Brown? Burkhart? Byron? Chadwick? Chestick? Clouston? Conrad? Crago? Davis? Eklund? Haroldson? Harshman? Heiner? Henderson? Hornock? Jennings? Knapp? Larson Lloyd? Larson JT? Lawley? Locke? Nyman? Newsom? Nicholas? Nemec? Northrup? Oakley? Obermuller? O'Hearn? Olson? Ottman? Pendergraft? Penn? Provenza? Rodriguez Williams? Sherwood? Singh? Slagle? Smith? Stiff? Storer? Strock? Stivar? Tarver? Trujillo? Walters? Ward? Washut? Western? Winter? Wiley? Yin? Zwollenser Dan? Zwollenser Dave? Speaker Summers? Are there any changes? All read, aye. 2 no. Further changes? Further changes. Closing vote? Vote closed. 23 aye, 39 no.
Second reading amendment number 65 to House Bill 1 has failed. The next amendment for our consideration is second reading amendment number 66. Chairman Burkhart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I respectfully withdraw second reading amendment number 6.
Yay! Second reading amendment number 66 has been withdrawn. The next amendment is second reading amendment number 79. Chairman Burkhart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I respectfully withdraw second reading amendment number 79.
Yay! Second reading amendment number 79 has been withdrawn. The next amendment for our consideration is second reading amendment number 27. Chairman Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move second reading amendment number 27 to House Bill 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. Ladies and
Just
gentlemen.
quickly, that's the corrected copy.
Yes, there is a corrected copy, and I'll explain why there was 2 corrections.
And just for note, we did move to the second line finally.
Yes,
All right.
we're in the second column.
Chairman Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So the corrected copy does a couple of different things compared to the original that you'll notice. Number one, I removed the appropriation. And after some good discussion between this body and what I've heard this afternoon, that's really probably a good thing. This is for the Business Council to do a study, and I sent you all an email with a copy of a letter from an individual who represents a company who is looking at trying to develop prescription drugs at a reduced rate to try to lower Medicaid costs in the state of Wyoming. These are going to be the high-cost drugs, chemotherapy drugs, high-end drugs that, you know, they're a very high-end cost to the Medicaid service department. However, just a few of those coming off the Medicaid services, and once those come off of patents, this company is interested in trying to do that development and that work here in this state. I don't know if it's going to work. This is going out to the Business Council and having them do the look and decide whether or not this is something we should invest into in the long run. It's $250,000 that's already appropriated to them. And the only thing that this does for the corrected copy is make this effective immediately, because we ask for this information as quickly as possible, so we're not sitting there wasting time. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I'll stand for any questions.
Chief Clerk, please call the roll on second reading amendment number 27. Oh, there's no, yeah, okay, right. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed? No. Second reading amendment number 27 has been adopted.
27. There was an allocation. Yeah, 27 does have money on it.
He said he corrected it to where it didn't. I think it's within the existing one. I don't think there's an appropriation.
Okay.
That's the way I read it. All right, it's been adopted. Second reading amendment number 27 has been adopted. We are now on second reading amendment number 28. Chairman Harshman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd move second reading amendment number 28. Ask for your favorable consideration, members. This is not a new appropriation of the $50 million that is in the investment-ready communities of the Wyoming Business Council. It sets aside $8 million for investment in the housing business. And briefly, just one of the key costs of any housing development is really this infrastructure, streets, gutters, pavement, pipes, utilities, bringing it all to it. Really brought to me by our local government saying, man, we need some help here. Takes me back like 20 years ago. If you've been to Casper on the west side, the world's largest retailer built a new store on the west side. And then that road that where you go in on that west side now has got like the world's largest hamburger stand being sold and all these other businesses along that road. And you folks who've been around Casper, that used to just be rolling sagebrush. I mean, there was nothing there. It was in 2004, 2005, 1.3 million to put that road in there, that infrastructure. So we did it for those businesses to spur that business development. And what communities are telling me is, man, if you could somehow help us with this infrastructure for housing, the housing business could really help the housing business. So this is what this does. And then lines 11, 12, and 13 are to make sure that those savings, those are passed on to those new home buyers, future homeowners. So there's no appropriation. It's just telling them how to spend the 8 out of the 50 million. Thank you. Stand for any questions.
Chairman Washit.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a little more on how we make sure that this leads to affordable housing. I understand the sentiment, and that's the desire, but the enforcement side of this to make sure that we actually get less expensive homes for our young couples that are looking for a place to buy.
Representative Ottman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Working for a builder for about 4.5 years and a residential builder, we had to work long and hard at night. He invested a lot of money, sometimes hundreds of thousands of dollars, investing even before he got all the permits for sewer and water and everything like that. We worked, we got those things done, we got the permits, he purchased the property, and then he made plans and built the homes and sold those homes. He didn't have any government subsidies. He didn't have anything like that. He built them for the community, and they were priced according to what that community could afford. So all I'm saying is I don't know why we are subsidizing everything. No.
Representative Davis for your first time.
Mr. Chairman, maybe just a question. Is this the same, what you're proposing here, is this similar to shovel-ready projects that they already entertain and have funding for, is my question on that.
Anybody else for their first time? Anybody for their second time before the bringer? Chairman Harshman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think there were 3 questions there. The first from the representative from Casper, how do we make sure that this is passed on, reduces home? And I think that's part of the Business Council's charge in this, if we pass this into law, that they have to ensure that this full amount is passed through, and that's on July 11, 12, 13. I think it'd be impossible for us to write all those regulations, so we give that direction to the business, to the administrative branch to effectuate that and those rules and run with that. The good representative from Fremont County talked about her experience, and I would just say the world has changed, and COVID has changed a lot of things, but I think the influx of all the out-of-staters who have moved here, we've gone from a housing shortage really to a housing crisis in many of our communities, particularly in the beautiful places next to mountains and all that. And when you talk to the business folks in this, yeah, we have an opening for an engineer. We have an opening for this position. Where are you going to live? And it's really, so I think, and I just go back to that thing and all we've done with the Wyoming Business Council to spur business. Well, the housing business is also really important. And I think this one little thing, again, it's just telling them how we're going to do part of that. And then the third question was about shovel-ready. To me, I think shovel-ready is like a different kind of project that's already ready to go and we appropriate the money or the money comes in and takes off. I think this would be a grant or folks would apply to it, maybe in Cody, maybe in Powell, maybe in Buffalo, maybe in Casper, a developer, and going back to the representative from Fremont County, would really lessen the risk and the price to get this thing going. And so that's all it is, a little investment in our housing business to maybe kickstart it in parts of our state. So I appreciate the debate and questions and ask for your favorable I vote, which doesn't require a roll call because there is no further appropriation in this. So thank you, Mr. Speaker and members of the House.
All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? No. Second reading amendment number 28 has passed. The next amendment for our consideration is second reading amendment number 67. Representative Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move second reading Amendment 67 to House Bill number 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. This amendment just deletes one little section under the economic development category under a new laboratory. When you go to the website for our state agency that oversees economic development, just do a quick search of laboratory and you will see a lot of the things that they're doing. My concern with this is, number one, creating more infrastructure just creates an ongoing expense for our state that isn't necessary at this time. As far as the things that we found for a laboratory, it's capturing CO2, and so I just feel like that goes against a lot of our legacy industry, and these programs haven't been able to prove to me that they're effective, necessary for our taxpayers, and not a good return on investment. Ask for an aye vote, please.
Representative Pendergraft for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Since 2015, taxpayers have spent $370 million on this Wyoming Business Council. I believe I can say it because it's in the bill. Since that time, since 2015, in 2015, real GDP in Wyoming was $34.8 billion. Today, it's $32.48 billion. It doesn't seem like a good return on our investment. Thank you.
Representative Sherwood for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So just to clarify, this concept of an idea lab is actually to save us money in the long run. So it's to test solutions before making big investments, focuses on identifying challenges that are constraining the economic growth of our state, identifying potential solutions to lessen that constraint, and then testing those solutions to de-risk state investments. So that's what this lab does.
Representative Larson Lloyd.
I get really excited when I go to the School of Energy Resources because they're really doing cool stuff and really proud of the work they're doing there. And one of the things that they're doing, and we talk about it and we fund it in our budget this year, is they've looked at different ways to use coal, one of the key minerals and key industries in our state. And one of the really needs that we have is to develop, or globally, is the asphaltene, or the grade of oil that we make asphalt with. And they can take coal, make coal tar or that derivative. And we're looking, they started out small and to see if this could really work and they could make asphalt out of that type of extraction from coal. And they found that they could, and they worked through some, in part of the process, they was using one type of chemical. It was expensive and it was environmentally harsh, and so they've changed that. And now we're to this We're ready to do a demonstration project. A representative from Casper talked about we need to pave a mile of road. And if we do, and it's successful, there's real opportunity for the use of coal to do this. We do this with our natural resources. This is the type of lab we use natural resources. It's the same thing we do for developing business. This economic business lab is we get them in a controlled environment and we work through all of the wonky little stuff and then get it ready for a demonstration project, and then work through the demonstration project and then get it out where it's economically and commercially viable. No different than what we do with our natural resources. This is an important part of our economic development. Let's not stifle it. Vote no on this amendment.
All right. Anybody else at 8:47? Representative Smith for your second time.
Just please let the private sector make these industries profitable. Please vote aye.
Chief Clerk, please call the roll on second reading amendment number 67 to House Bill 1.
Allemand? Allred? Andrew? Angelos? Banks? Bear? Berger? Brown? Burkhart? Byron? Chadwick? Chestick? Clauston? Conrad? Crago? Davis? Eklund? Haroldson? Harshman? Heiner? Henderson? Hornock? Jennings? Knapp? Larson Lloyd? Larson JT? Lawley? Locke? Nyman? Newsom? Nicholas? Nemec? Northrop? Oakley? Obermuller? O'Hearn? O'Hearn? Olson? Ottman? Ottman? Pendergraft? Penn? Provenza? Rodriguez Williams? Sherwood? Singh? Slagle? Smith? Stith? Storer? Strock? Stivar? Tarver? Trujillo? Walters? Ward? Washut? Western? Winter? Wiley? Yin? Zwanitzer Dan? Zwanitzer Dave? Speaker Summers? Are there any changes? Are there any changes? Closing vote? Vote closed. 21 aye, 41 no.
Second reading amendment number 67 to House Bill 1 has failed. The next amendment for, for our consideration is second reading amendment 68, Representative Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move second reading amendment number 68 to House Bill 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. This amendment deletes the entire appropriation for the Wyoming Business Council. The government should not be in the business of picking winners and losers. Government is supposed to be the referee, not get in the game. When government and business are one, that's called corporatism. This spending is not the proper role of government. That's why I ask for your aye vote.
Chief Clerk, please call the roll on second reading amendment number 68.
Allemand? Allred? Andrew? Angelos? Banks? Bear? Berger? Brown? Burkhart? Byron? Chadwick? Chestick? Clauston? Conrad? Crago? Davis? Eklund? Haroldson? Harshman? Heiner? Henderson? Hornock? Jennings? Knapp? Larson Lloyd? Larson JT? Lawley? Locke? Nyman? Newsom? Nicholas? Nemec? Northrup? 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 Oakley? Obermuller? O'Hearn? Olson? Ottman? Pendergraft? Penn? Provenza? Rodriguez Williams? Sherwood? Singh? Slagle? Smith? Stith? Storer? Strock? Stivar? Tarver? Trujillo? Walters? Ward? Washut? Western? Winter? Wiley? Yin? Zwaniter Dan? Zwaniter Dave? Speaker Summers? Are there any changes? Are there any changes? Closing vote? Vote closed. 17 aye, 45 no.
Second reading amendment number 68 to House Bill 1 has failed. The next amendment for our consideration is second reading amendment number 69, Representative Hornock.
Mr. Speaker, I'm hoping to start a trend for the next few amendments, but I withdraw Amendment 69.
Yay! Second reading amendment number 69 has been withdrawn. The next amendment for our consideration is second reading amendment number 30, and that is Representative Zwanitzer Dan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will also withdraw my amendment number 30.
Second reading amendment number 30 has been withdrawn. Next amendment for our consideration is second reading amendment number 29.
You'll be
And
happy
that
to,
is Chairman Newsom.
you'll be happy to know I am not withdrawing. Oh. This is from our highest court, an amendment for our highest court. If you would look at your summary sheet on page 38, you'll see that there is our list of denied positions. And so what I am suggesting here is that our good friends, I'd like to move amendment number 29 to House Bill number 1 for your consideration. So if you look at page 38 on your summary sheet, you will see that our appropriators, the court asked for 10 positions, and they gave them 2. So what I'm suggesting is that we give them another 2, fund that with $462,009. And in talking to the chief of our judicial system, number 6 in your summary sheet was a priority for them. And then numbers 11 and 9 together. So how we came up with that number is that we added 9 and 11 together, divided that by 2 for 1 position, and then did the full amount for number 6, the human resource position. So I would ask for your favorable consideration. Thank you.
Chief Clerk, please call the roll on second reading amendment number 29.
Allemand? Allred? Andrew? Angelos? Banks? Bear? Berger? Brown? Burkhart? Burkhart? Byron? Chadwick? Chestick? Clauston? Conrad? Crago? Davis? Eklund? Haroldson? Harshman? Heiner? Henderson? Hornock? Jennings? Knapp? Larson Lloyd? Larson JT? Lawley? Locke? Nyman? Newsom? Nicholas? Nemec? Northrup? Oakley? Obermueller? O'Hearn? Olson? Ottman? Pendergraph?
No.
Penn? Provenza? Rodriguez Williams? Sherwood? Singh? Slagle? Smith? Stiff? Storer? Strock? Stivar? Tarver? Trujillo? Walters? Ward? Washut? Western? Winter? Wiley? Yin? Zwanzer Dan? Zwanzer Dave? Speaker Summers? Are there any changes? Obermueller? No. To aye. Further changes? Further changes. Closing vote. Vote closed. 29 aye, 33 no.
Second reading amendment number 29 to House Bill 1 has failed. The next amendment for our consideration is second reading amendment number 31, Representative Chestick.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move second reading amendment 31 to House Bill number 1. Food insecurity in Wyoming is a large problem and getting larger. A nonprofit agency that works on providing food to hungry children and hungry individuals in the state has estimated that the amount of money required to alleviate food insecurity in Wyoming currently is about $38 million a year. There is a new federal program that helps with school-aged children to feed them during the summer, where students who are eligible for school lunch programs don't have access to school lunch programs when school is out. So this agency is providing a federal grant that requires a match. All the benefits to feed these hungry children are paid for by the federal government. They do require an administrative match. So as you can see from the bill, from the amendment, the state of Wyoming would contribute about $1.2 million towards administration of this program, and the federal government would provide the benefits to the tune of $4,750,000, about a 4-to-1 match. This does not take any money away from existing programs. There are state programs currently that do provide some relief to needy students, but they do not cover the entire state. The programs that exist now require in-person feedings and in-person delivery sites, and the director, the superintendent of the agency, which would oversee this program, has said that there are at least 6 counties where there are no distribution sites. So these benefits are delivered to the families with food insecure students with basically a debit card, but it's a specialized debit card. It's limited to, you can only purchase SNAP eligible food with this card, and you can only use it at retail outlets that are participants in the SNAP program. So these cards will be used only for purchasing food for students who would otherwise qualify for SNAP benefits. The benefit is $40 per month per eligible child. It's not a lot of money, but it's significant to a hungry child. As I said, it does not take any money away from any existing programs. But it does. It starts to eat away at that $38 million shortfall by providing, here's $4 million, $4.8 million of new money that helps feed hungry children. I would urge an aye vote on this amendment.
Representative Larson Lloyd.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd encourage a no vote on this amendment, and here's the reason why is this comes across as a school lunch program. It is not. This is a program that's under the SNAP program, the federal program, and this is administered currently, the SNAP program is administered under Agency 49, Department of Family Services. This amendment would take the responsibility that lies with the Department of Family Services and put it in the Department of Education to administer these SNAP cards, these food stamp cards for the eligible, the people that qualify. Why we want that in the Department of Education, I don't know. I think it's mixing it up. If you want to come back and have that conversation in the agency that handles it, maybe so. And the problem is now it's going to create a $1.1 million general fund burden in the Department of Education for the administration of this program that doesn't need to be there. The good Breener, and I appreciate his concern and I respect that he's particularly concerned about children during the summer months who may be challenged at finding the right nutritional needs. He noted that the Department of Education currently has a summer school lunch program, and it's administered by school districts. Now, he noted that it's not available in 6 counties. I would suggest that it's not 6 counties, it's 6 districts that it's not in, is the superintendent, at least if I understood correctly. So I think we've got the program, although the name sounds like it should fit in the Department of Education, I don't think it does. I think the burden would fall someplace else, and by putting it there, I think we're spending $1.1 million that we really don't need to. So again, I'd encourage a no vote.
Anybody else for their first time? Anybody for their second time for the sponsor, Representative Chestic?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is actually a school lunch program of the USDA, which is the agency which is providing the federal funds. Says that only the benefit is measured by how many eligible students who would qualify for school lunches. They're the ones who get these EBT cards, these electronic benefit transfer cards. So it is a school lunch replacement. And it's only for the summer months because it is to cover the gap when students aren't in school and can't get lunch at the schools. And it does not detract at all from the summer lunch program that Wyoming has. This is additional funding in areas. It's statewide, but also covers all the areas, including areas that are currently not served. So there's nothing wrong with more money. We're still going to be short. We still don't have enough money to cover the food insecurity problem in the state. This helps lower the shortfall. Thank you.
Chief Clerk, please call the roll on second reading amendment number 31 to House Bill 1.
Allemande? Allred? Andrew? Angelos? Banks? Bear? Berger? Brown? Burkhart? Byron? Chadwick? Chestick? Clauston? Conrad? Crago? Davis? Eklund? Haroldson? Harshman? Heiner? Henderson? Hornock? Jennings? Knapp? Larson Lloyd? Larson JT? Lawley? Locke? Nyman? Newsom? Nicholas? Nemec? Northrup? Oakley? Obermuller? O'Hearn? Olson? Repeat. Ottman? Pendergraph? Penn? Provenza? Rodriguez Williams. Sherwood. Singh. Slagle. Smith. Stith. Storer. Strock. Stivar. Tarver. Trujillo. Walters. Ward. Washut. Western. Winter. Wiley. Yin. Zwanzer Dan. Zwanzer Dave. Speaker Summers. Are there any changes? Are there any changes? Bear? Further changes, closing vote. Vote closed. 14 aye, 48 no.
Second reading amendment number 31 to House Bill 1 has failed. The next amendment for our consideration is second reading amendment number 32. Chairman Zwanitzer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move second reading amendment number 32. I would ask for favorable consideration and first tell the body it's the only amendment for the next hour that doesn't require an appropriation. Basically, the situation is about 6 weeks ago, we discovered that the OAH does not have the express statutory authority to do hearings for community colleges, even though they've been doing them roughly 30 years. If you look in 922202, it specifically says any other state agency. The commission is a state agency, but colleges themselves are not. While we work on this problem, I'm certain in this interim, it was decided that we at least needed in case there was any, I think you all know how OAH works. So if you ever dispute, before it would have to go to like a district court, you can go to the Office of Administrative Hearings, quicker, cheaper, all around better probably. Not to say anything bad about the courts. But this is really just a quick fix while we get a statute in place over the next year that says how we've been doing business for 30 years is how we can keep doing business and getting this through the OAH.
Chief Clerk, please call the roll on, no, oh, I don't have to. All right, right. Okay. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Second reading amendment number 32 has been adopted. The next amendment for our consideration is second reading amendment number 12. Chairman Newsom.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that Amendment 12 to House Bill 1. This is about the commission that oversees our gaming. I want to remind you that if we were using the terms that we use for schools, this agency is a recapture district. So it puts about $40 million into the general fund every year, in addition to $5 million to Horsemen for the Breeders Program, about $12.8 million to cities and counties, and another $1 million to cities and counties through the skill-based games. So what the director of this agency will be retiring in the near future. And what this would do is have $350,000 in order to go through the recruiting process and the hiring process, as well as bring that person on before our current director retires, so that there can be some training that would be very important. Our current director's been there for well over 10 years and has this institutional knowledge that we would need to pass on to a new director. We have increased the gaming in our state markedly in the time I've been here in the last 6 years, and it's now more than live horse racing, more than just even historic horse racing, but we've added online sports gaming, we've added skills games, and we're looking at some other expansions of gaming in our state. So I would ask for favorable consideration as we would make this transition to a new director. Thank you.
Chairman Nicholas.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Currently, the churn, in other words, the amount of money that circulates annually, is close to $2 billion throughout our gaming industry. And so as we've been studying this, this entity has been off and on under the reports to the Appropriations Committee. And this agency is going to be an interim topic for this agency, but it needs more assistance and more individuals to make sure it's being run properly, effectively, and honestly. But the plan is to try and take a deep dive on the whole organizational structure and how it works and how it's all going through this interim. But I think this is a necessary, this and the next two bills to make sure that this thing is operating correctly.
Chief Clerk. Oh, Representative Davis? For your first time.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I was a little confused by what the past representatives say here. This bill is addressing the needs to fulfill the leadership at that agency. I mean, his institutional knowledge is pretty far wide. It's nationwide. He's chaired on the gaming commissions, gambling commissions, and international commissions on racing, and et cetera. So it'll be hard to replace or fill those boots, but I think that's the intent behind this appropriation. Thank you.
All right. Chief Clerk, is there somebody else going to the mic? I don't think so. Chief Clerk, please call the roll on second reading amendment number 12 to House Bill 1.
Allemande? Allred? Andrew? Angelos? Banks? Bear? Berger? Brown? Burkhart? Byron? Chadwick? Chestick? Clauston? Conrad? Crago? Davis? Eklund? Haroldson? Harshman? Heiner? Henderson? Hornock? Jennings? Knapp? Larson Lloyd? Larson JT? Lawley? Locke? Nyman? Newsom? Nicholas? Nemec? Northrup? Oakley? Obermuller? O'Hearn? Olson? Ottman? Pendergraft? Penn? Provenza? Rodriguez-Williams? Sherwood? Singh? Slagle? Smith? Stith? Storer? Strock? Stivar? Tarver? Trujillo? Walters? Ward? Washut? Western? Winter? Wiley? Yin? Zwanitzer Dan? Zwanitzer Dave? Speaker Summers? Are there any changes? Banks? No to aye. Further changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 37 aye, 25 no.
Second reading amendment number 12 to House Bill 1 has been adopted. The next amendment for our consideration is second reading amendment number 13. Representative Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What I bring to you is second reading. What?
Move that.
Oh, excuse me, Mr. Speaker. I need to move the amendment 13 to House Bill number 1. Okay, got the nod. We're ready to go here. This is an appropriation for $343,000, and this is because the industry has really taken off. We're currently at 3 permittees out there. So this is during the live racing days. So what they incur or what is occurring is that in Wyoming, there's only so many good days of sunshine in the summer. Okay, so we're trying to squeeze all these days of racing in, and we have overlapping days, which has been quite a workload for the industry there. So what they're looking for is some, I guess they're AWAC positions out of the 900 series, just temporary services here. that will allow us to, for additional racing stewards, licensing clerk, drug testing staff, veterinarians, all the things that we're using to provide for the safety and integrity of the horse racing, which the end product is the horses. So this is just temporary staff to fill in them overlapping days throughout the summer. And I'll stand for any questions.
Representative Yin?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So to the bringer, and maybe for appropriations, why weren't these particular parts brought up during the conversation in appropriations when generating the budget bill?
Representative Walters?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's a great question. Why weren't these brought up? We were made aware, the committee was made aware of these during the committee hearings when this agency came before us, but the committee was struggling to resolve exactly what was needed as the agency was still trying to decide what the committee might do with their other budget requests. And so in the end, the committee continued to work with the good representative that chairs the committee of TRW, as well as the good representative that used to serve on this commission and actually served as the chairman, trying to get their input, trying to get a better understanding, both for the last amendment, this amendment, and the next one, as to what is the best way to go about trying to get more continuity, get more support and more stability within this agency, make sure there's good track safety, make sure everything's happening well. And so it was just mainly an issue. We ran out of time to have it fully resolved before we put the budget forward. And so certainly was something discussed multiple times and just kept working the issue.
Anybody else? Representative Hornock?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just kind of going further with that, I'm really curious. There's going to be a deep dive into this agency. It hasn't happened yet. We're kind of funding things up front, it seems like to me. So I just think that we need to wait until the research has been done on this agency to really see what they need.
Representative Alaman for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Why can't the industry hire their own people to do these services? Why must the state do it? Ranchers, they have to hire their vet. They don't look at the state to hire their vet. People who own trucks, they don't ask the state to, put truck drivers in the trucks for them. I'm just wondering why this industry can't pay their own bills. Why must we?
All right, Chairman Newsom.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This agency is in charge of regulating horse racing, and that means having veterinarians do checks for the horses. We had some problems with some injuries at the racetrack. We have veterinarians there paid by us, not paid by the racehorse owner, to assure that these horses are in good shape. And the reason that we can't wait for some study is that we start racing in May, I believe. And so we have overlapping days. We need extra people. These are seasonal employees. They only work during the races, and they're necessary for race day to ensure that the public is getting a fair shake when they come to the horse races and bet on those horses, that those horses are in good shape, that the jockeys are in good shape, and that the tracks are in good shape. So this is a regulatory agency to make sure that the horse races that are run in a quality manner. Thank you.
Anybody else for their first time? Anybody for their second time before the sponsor? Representative Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As was identified there, safety is a key issue. This is what the commission come up with after last year's devastating losses in our horses. These are the steps they want us to take in order to ensure the safety and the integrity of those athletes. Those athletes are the horses. And as far as the permittees hiring the vets and things like that, these people represent the state of Wyoming. so there's is it the word impartiality, you know? So they have to work for the state of Wyoming. They cannot work on behalf of the permittees. That makes it clear, and anyway, this is what they need to work with that, and I'd appreciate an aye vote on this one.
Chief Clerk, please call the roll on second reading amendment number 13 to House Bill 1.
Allemande? Allred? Andrew? Angelos? Banks? Bear? Berger? Brown? Burkhart? Byron? Chadwick? Chestick? Klauston? Conrad? Crago? Davis? Eklund? Haroldson? Harshman? Heiner? Henderson? Hornock? Jennings? Knapp? Larson Lloyd? Larson JT? Lawley? Locke? Nyman? Newsom? Nicholas? Nemec? Northrop? Oakley? Obermuller? O'Hearn? Olson? Ottman? Pendergraph? Penn? Provenza? Rodriguez-Williams? Sherwood? Singh? Slagle? Smith? Stith? Storer? Strzok? Stivar? Tarver? Trujillo? Walters? Ward? Washut? Western? Winter? Wiley? Yin? Zwanitzer Dan? Zwanitzer Dave? Speaker Summers? Are there any changes? Henderson? No to aye. Provenza? No to aye. Further changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 32 aye, 30 no.
Second reading amendment number 13 to House Bill 1 has been adopted. The next amendment for our consideration is second reading amendment number 14. Representative Davis. Mike.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to move second reading amendment number 2. Is that correct? 13?
Second reading amendment number 14.
Second reading amendment number 14 to House Bill number 1. Once again, we're back here at the Gaming Commission, okay? This is under special resource, or special, anyway, $217 out of SR, okay? Of this and other funds appropriated, $217,000 is appropriated for one at-will employee position within the personnel services between 100 at the 100 series and through contractual services at the 900 series to enhance the ability of the Wyoming Gaming Commission to respond to the growth in the gaming industry. This appropriation shall not be subject to 307 of this act. This appropriation shall not be transferred or extend beyond any other purposes. Once again, this is a revenue neutral agency. It's one of the few in the state of Wyoming, you know. This is a need they see, and so I would like an aye vote on it. Thank you, Jerry.
Chairman Newsom.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So this is another need for this agency that contributes over $40 million a year into our general fund. And I think that as they went through the budget process, they weren't clear on their needs, and now they have been more clear on their needs, and I suggest an aye vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Representative Hornock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm wondering why there's lines 11 and 12 where this particular person is not subject to Section 307, which regulates the way that we fund positions in this state. That means that this fund, if not expended, then can be used for anything. Why wouldn't we ensure that it needs to abide by Section 307?
Representative Walters might have an answer for that.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To answer the question, Section 307 allows some flexibility between 900 series, which is contract, and 100 series, which is direct personnel. And you have to have that exception in here because this is expected to be an AWAC contract position. This doesn't anticipate them being a full-time position. And so it's just really more technical in nature that language is in here than it is anything related to the actual position itself. So I would encourage an aye vote on this amendment. This is really an industry that we have grown exponentially over the last few years, and they're working to try and keep ahead of the game on this. And this is the kind of staffing they need. Again, it's an AWAC position from special revenue. So I would encourage an aye vote on the amendment. Thank you.
Anybody else for the first time? Anybody for their second time? Does the sponsor want to go or not? Are you good?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for special revenue. I knew SR meant something here. But yes, this is exactly what that's for. It's with the growth in the industry and holding on to the employees, just like everything else in our whole state, it's a struggle with the industry to keep those good employees on board. So this will help them fill some of the vacancies and some of the gaps that are in our reporting on this. So I'd appreciate an aye vote on this.
Chief Clerk, please call the roll on second reading amendment number 14 to House Bill 1.
Allemande? Allred? Andrew? Angelos? Banks? Bear? Berger? Brown? Burkhart? Byron? Chadwick? Chestick? Clouston? Conrad? Crago? Davis? Eklund? Haraldson? Harshman? Heiner? Henderson? Hornock? Jennings? Knapp? Larson Lloyd? Larson JT? Lawley? Locke? Nyman? Newsom? Nicholas? Nemec? Northrup? Oakley? Obermuller? O'Hearn? Olson? Ottman? Pendergraft? Penn? Provenza? Rodriguez-Williams? Sherwood? Singh? Slagle? Smith? Stith? Storer? Strock? Stivar? Tarver? Trujillo? Walters? Ward? Washut? Western? Winter? Wiley? Yin? Zwaniter Dan? Zwaniter Dave? Speaker Summers? Are there any changes? Are there any changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 26 aye, 36 no.
Second reading amendment number 14 to House Bill 1 has failed. You rolled the dice too many times on that one. Sorry, it's getting late. The next amendment for our consideration is second reading amendment number 70, Representative Knapp.
Mr. Speaker, I respectfully withdraw my amendment 70 to the budget account.
Second reading amendment number 70 has been withdrawn. The next amendment for our consideration is second reading amendment number 71, Representative Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move second reading, House Bill number 1, second reading amendment number 71, and ask for your favorable consideration. Folks, what we're doing in this particular section of the bill is we're actually legislating. We're actually making a decision that we're going to create an account for a future build. We've done this before, so it's not unprecedented. But the problem is we tend to do this, and we put the money away year after year after year. And before we get to building the project, some other need comes up. We start pulling the money out. And we've had a lot of discussions about these coffee cans that we've got all over the backyard, buried. Some 600 special accounts. We continue to add more and more. And here's another one. And we find it deep in our budget. So I would respectfully state that we've got to stop doing this, folks. We've got to stop creating new accounts for builds and put this into a bill where we can debate it on its merits. This is for building a museum for the state. That may or may not be a great thing for us to do. This body should help decide that. But it shouldn't be hidden in the budget, folks. And we shouldn't be creating another coffee can to collect money for that purpose. Last session, we had a very involved debate about how we should put our money together in accounts that would be held for a long time and gain more interest. That was good advice for investment for this body, for the state, and for our people. So I would respectfully suggest that we should not create this account. We should leave this out of the budget and bring a bill in the next session if this is something that we really want to do. Thank you.
Orson Lloyd, for your first time.
Thank you, and I really appreciate, I really do appreciate the acknowledgement of putting that money away in savings last session was a good thing, because I've heard all through the interim what a bad thing that was. And so the reason I think it's a good thing is, Mr. Chairman, is we've done this over the course of time when we've done the State Hospital, Life Resource Center, and the skilled nursing facility at Buffalo. We hold money away each year for 4 or 5 years, and then pulled the trigger on the construction of those buildings. This is, as was acknowledged, this is not new, and is it a reasonable way to do things? So I would encourage an I vote. We've had a select committee working on identifying how and what a new state museum should look like, and I think that this is a great idea.
Chairman Newsom.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think we need to note that on the deletion, it starts on page 102 at line 25, but then if you go to page 103, at the end of that paragraph, it states that investments earning from the account shall be credited to the general fund. So I think that saving money for a long-term project is not a bad thing, and that the investment savings come back into the general fund to be spent on worthwhile projects, and I believe this is a worthwhile project. I believe it has some foresight to recognize that our state museum could use some work, and that's a long-term project. I'm a saver by nature, and so I think saving for this project is a good thing, and that the interest goes back to the general fund is a good thing. On and for, thank you.
Representative Hornock.
On and against, I'm sorry.
Representative Hornock for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I want to remind the body that it's this body that has legislative oversight of the budget. The budget starts here in this House. And what we're doing oftentimes with our construction projects, and these construction projects are getting larger and larger. I understand this is, some of this stuff is a great deal of money, and we're starting to save for this money, and then it just kind of snowballs because the ball starts rolling on this project, and then pretty soon you just can't say no. And that's a problem, because if it's a worthwhile project for the state of Wyoming, let's discuss it, let's debate it, let's figure out how much funding we need, and let's fund it, or let's not. Let's do it once, let's do it through a bill, let's get that done. We've got the money right now to fully fund this particular project, but instead we're piecemealing money into an account so that it's then out of our hands in the future. It's out of our hands in the long run. We've already hired people to give us fancy pieces of paper in the interim that say how good this project will be. So I think that we need to kind of start here and put our foot down on the way that we do construction projects in the state of Wyoming. This is important because these are big dollars that we're requiring our taxpayers, our tax base to fund. And if it's a worthwhile project, let's get it done. If it's that important, let's get it done. But let's talk about it. Let's debate it, and let's figure out how to do that project properly. Let's put our departments, get our departments involved to tell us how much it's going to be, and then let's decide or let's not decide to fund it. The way that we keep doing this is not the way that I believe our Constitution tells us how to do it. Our Constitution tells us that legislation starts here for the funding of state government. And it needs to be done that way in every budget. We need to talk about this kind of thing. So please, let's rethink that the way we do this. I know this precedent has happened in the past, but I don't think it's a good precedent to continue on in the future from here on out. Please vote no. Thank you. Or please vote aye on the amendment.
It is 9:40. Representative Yin.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I urge your no vote, very specifically your no vote. Members, I would ask you to think about how you would do a large capital expenditure in your own personal home, right? So let's say you want to do a bathroom makeover or renovate your kitchen. If you don't have the capital up front in your savings, do you save year after year to make sure you have those savings so then you have the money to spend on your renovation, or do you take out a loan, or do you borrow against it? You know, I think savings is one approach that makes sense and is frankly a good way to go. On the State Museum, you know, I think one of the great things about the State Museum is that it teaches kids civics. The first year that I was in Cheyenne, I went to the State Museum and I learned that they do teach people how a bill becomes a law. They even use a bill that is one from a member of the current body of the 67th. So I do think it is a good investment, and I do think it's a good way to manage long-term projects and capital expenditures. So I do think the museum is a worthwhile project to put $10 million away for so that a future legislature can say, yes, now is the time for us to renovate the State Museum. Please vote no. I urge you no on the amendment.
Representative Stith.
Mr. Speaker, on House Second Reading Amendment number 71, urge a no vote. This building itself was renovated using this exact same funding mechanism, putting a little bit of money away until they had gotten together $100 million before they embarked on the renovation of the Capitol. On and against the amendment.
Chairman Washit.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, or Mr. Speaker. So I buy the idea that saving the money and paying cash for it eventually is the better way to go. But what I haven't heard addressed is, why can't we have a bill? Why do we use the footnote in the budget? Is there a reason why that's a preferable approach to having a bill?
Chairman Nicholas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And so on and against the amendment, ladies and gentlemen, I guess I probably should have put in 50 million instead of 10 million, just because that way we would get there a lot quicker. But frankly, this is an incremental process, but most capital construction comes through the budget, through either the CapCon bill or the budget bill, and so that's why it's in this form. This body, as you may recall, we did a study that was in the budget last year, and the study came out, and if you go to the State Parks website, you'll be able to see what this conceptual design looks like. And frankly, we really don't have a museum in Wyoming, except for a few fancy ones up in the northwest corner of the state and Cody. Otherwise, there is no state museum. And we have some really wonderful, quaint, small ones in some of the various counties and some cities around the state of Wyoming. But I would respectfully submit that it's time we start thinking about it. And if we had a beautiful museum in the state of Wyoming, just imagine the folks that would stop and visit it and learn more about the history of Wyoming and see where we are and what happens. Like I mentioned earlier, we have a warehouse east of town, south of town, that has hundreds of thousands of items. And we turn back items now that are historic in value that we don't have room for. And we don't have the accommodations for them. But more importantly, we need to have something special about Wyoming and demonstrate that and be proud of our history so that we can share it with everyone that comes by and remember that also this part of this bill and part of the dollars in the concept is to have a tie-in so that we'll have revolving art that goes throughout the various communities and counties around the state. And so it's the beginning of a dream and advancing our society and how we live and how we demonstrate to the world who we are. So I appreciate your support.
Chairman Harshman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to correct one thing on the 640 little piggy banks buried in the backyard. That's the Wolf's accounting system. So everything we appropriate has an account number, and that's just basic accounting. But we do have some significant savings accounts. I think we're the only state in the nation that doesn't have any debt. We pay cash, we pay on time. It's a beautiful conservative thing. And whether we save for 10 years for this building, you just go on and on down the road. We've saved and paid cash. And I think that's a beautiful conservative thing. The question's asked, what would we do if this was at our own home? We'd probably have to borrow the money, pay interest. And we're already saving for a new prison, right? It's in the SIPA. And so these things are part of the state, and they're going to be here forever. And so we just keep moving. Personally, I think we should have a few more savings accounts. I think that state office building down the street here built on the sidewalk, it's about ready to, but anyway, that's another time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Pendergraft.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've been selling construction projects for nigh into 30 years. And a lot of people try to say, well, should I do this now or should I do it in 4 or 5 years? And my answer is always, it's just going to be more expensive then. We just heard, now we're saving for a prison. I thought we did that once. And that's part of the problem is we begin to pile this money up and then we decide we need it for something else and we take it somewhere else. Listen, this museum might be a great idea. If it is, let's do it. If not, the longer we sit on this, the more expensive it gets.
All right. Anybody else for the first time? Yes, Chairman Zwanitzer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just quick question. What is the expected amount of money that we're saving up to? In case I do want to bring a third reading amendment and just pay for it, but I don't think I've heard how much we're planning on saving and what the cost need is.
All right, anybody else for their first time? Anybody for their second time? Prior to the bringer, Representative Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Lots of good questions and debate, and appreciate all of the comments. Guys, this is really important, and so I appreciate, even though it's a late hour, us really putting our minds to this. I think the good chairman of Judiciary said it best. Why isn't this in a bill? Why is it hidden in the budget? That's really the bottom line, folks. We can talk about whether we should save and how we should save. We can talk about whether a museum is important to have, whether it's a dream, whether we've saved money for other projects and they're all important. We saved money for this building here and it worked out great, and we're still spending money on this building. So folks, really it's the budget. We shouldn't have this kind of thing in the budget. We should have a debate on a bill on its merits. One last thing, I'll just answer the last question. It's my understanding that this is $140 million. That's what we're trying to get to. And with that, I ask for an aye vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Chief Clerk, please call the roll on second reading amendment number 71 to House Bill 1.
Allemand. Allred. Andrew. Angelos. Banks. Bear. Berger. Brown. Burkhart. Byron. Chadwick. Chestick. Klauston. Conrad. Crago. Davis. Eklund. Harrelson. Harshman. Heiner. Henderson. Hornock. Jennings. Knapp. Larson Lloyd. Larson JT. Lawley. Lawley. Locke. Nyman. Newsom. Nicholas. Nemec. Northrup. Oakley. Obermuller. O'Hearn. Olson. Ottman. Pendergraft. Penn. Provenza. Rodriguez Williams. Sherwood. Singh. Slagle. Smith. Stith. Storer. Strock. Stivar. Tarver. Trujillo. Walters. Ward. Washut. Western. Western. Winter. Wiley. Wiley. Yin. Zwanitzer Dan. Zwanitzer Dave. Speaker Summers.
No.
Are there any changes? Are there any changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 28 aye, 34 no.
Second reading amendment number 71 to House Bill 1 has failed. The next amendment for our consideration is second reading amendment number 33, Representative Western.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move second reading amendment number 33 to House Bill 1. So folks, if this amendment looks a little familiar, it's because it is. As you can recall, last week we dealt with a piece of legislation that was very similar to this. So you're probably asking, why is this here tonight? Why are we considering this? Ultimately, it's because this topic is way too important to not have an insurance policy. The consequences are way too severe, and the ramifications are way too serious if we don't exhaust every single avenue possible to ensure that we have options to solve this. So, the hour is late. A lot of us have been talking, so I'm not going to belabor the point, but I think there's some important nuance to catch here, and that is, in the corrected version, you'll see for every dollar reduced in appropriation in the bill, that difference gets made in this amendment up to the appropriation of $40 million. So in the bill that's currently working its way through the process, if all 40 million of that gets stripped out, 40 million stays in effect here. If 20 million gets stripped out of that, 20 million goes into effect here. So that's the basic premise here, and I will stand for any questions.
Representative Locke, for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And this is one, as you guys know, I fought against this before, so I'm on and against this amendment. It's not that we don't want to fund the 988 hotline, of course we do, but I do think we keep this one a little bit closer to the body and fund this on a biennium basis and make sure this project's going in the direction that we think we want it to go. I honestly believe with all my heart that some of these projects need to be much more closely managed by us as a body. And this is a perfect example of that, because it's real easy when you put that $40 million in there and it starts funding itself. It's a little bit on the fire and forget side. And so I'm more inclined to say I would recommend we keep it a little closer to our biennium budget. So I'm on and against. Thank you.
Representative Larson Lloyd.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think it's important for the body to understand that when we generate revenue, such as we would off this 988 trust fund, those funds still have to be appropriated through the legislative process. So the request would show up in the Department of Health's budget. We'd have to approve it based on what the agency feels the demand is for the 988 hotline. It's just that we eliminate the need for having